Yeah.
I can't believe it's not dead yet.
I believe the Shuriken here will kill.
Yes, Team Tombury, go! Soul Chaos
GG.
Cloud of Darkness first!
GG.
1 or 2 more rounds of Foresight, I think.
Yeah,
Bard
Team
is also
Choco
throwing
is very
rats.
ready as well, because this could potentially happen any second now.
There's also just one more Shuriken.
Oh, but right against Particle Beams! Oh! Then that's over.
Yeah.
That's just a reset.
I think Team Choco kills here.
I think so as well. The Chocobo Rats are coming out.
Not even healing.
Not even healing. Oh, please be enough.
Oh.
Please be enough. Come on.
Oh my god.
The lightning goes off. The last Chocobo Wrath. And it's done. Team Choco, go, go. The last Chocobo Wrath kills. Oh.
Oh god.
Oh my heart. I can't take this.
It's such an intense fight.
Oh, huge GG's to Soul and Paul for finishing. And Paul for finishing. Pretty pog times all around.
So, Team Morgan clear up Cloud of Darkness this second try. I mean, he came in with the deficit, so he's still looking to gain a lot of time here if he can get this kill.
And whilst the first few turns of Cloud of Darkness are going on, and we're setting up with the FF9 commentators like to introduce themselves.
Yes, hello, I am Ceaselessly.
Hello, I'm Diesel.
Hello, I am Roaming Merc.
And hello, I am Transqueena.
Hello, everybody. I almost don't want to say anything while this last Cloud of Darkness fight goes off.
Yeah, no kidding. That's
crazy.
This is intense. I love it.
It's been a little bonkers so far, that's for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, welcome to FF9. As FF3 is wrapping up, feel free to comment on anything that's going on for FF3 still. There's not really a whole lot for FF9 for a little while. We can always cover it.
Yeah, all we'll be doing here is naming Zidane as appropriate for each runner and trying to steal the Mage Masher, which may take a while. So
yeah,
feel free
just
to go back
a little while.
Yeah, no problem. So we're through the intro turns of Cloud of Darkness. The first 2-3 turns are completely safe, I'd say. Just setting up defensive spells and abilities and things.
Just short of like the attacks landing on the same person and critting or something crazy like that, they're probably fine.
Now it starts. So the Bard is going to be alternating the Alarming Harp and the Apollo Harp. Alarming Harp, as mentioned, does percentage damage. And the Apollo Harp is the buff, but it only lasts 2 turns, which is why you need to keep switching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is why you'll see them constantly going to the equipment menu and just switching very quickly between the two.
A tiny bit aggressive with the red mages here, and using the rafts with the red mages as well, a bit more DPS.
Yeah,
what you can do is use elixirs more frequently to keep the MP topped up.
It's the first dangerous turn because Particle Beam went off last, so Kiraga is going to have to go off first if another Particle Beam goes off this turn. The bar damage was 6k. Kiraga does go off first.
This is why I mentioned with the aggression there is if instead of throwing a Wrath with Raphir, he elixir Ingus, or Luneth, I guess, the 4th red mage, then he could have used Kiraga with both red mages there, but instead the second red mage didn't have enough cast to also cast Kiraga. So I need this Kiraga to go off.
Oh, yep, it's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, it's a double Kiraga too, so everyone's full. That's really nice.
Everyone's full. That was a very good call to make. Ryder still has 3 shurikens.
3 shurikens. He really needs them to not miss. He doesn't have enough to afford a miss.
Okay, so I've added 3.5k. We are getting close. The Curaga goes off first, though. And there's not another one coming because the other red mage is elixiring. Oh no, he's Chocobo Wrathing.
Yeah. He needs the damage, I think, because the limited shuriken count. So he does need to be aggressive. No one's dead, which is good. He does need this Curaga to go off
First,
yeah.
There's nothing else he can do in this situation.
Kind of about it, yeah.
3 goes off, didn't miss, did 10k. Please, no particle beam. Please, no particle beam first. The Curaga goes off first, okay?
Okay,
Getting very close.
The ninja has quite low HP though.
An attack here could be fatal. Okay, no.
Okay.
That's the last shuriken. We're now throwing Chocobo Ras with the Bard as well.
Might throw out Elixir instead, no?
No.
Okay. Double Curaga, that's nice to see.
We're so close. The lightning. The Curaga goes off, okay.
That's good. The ninja could still die to Particle Beam, I think.
Particle beam, yeah, but we are so close. No, but the attack does kill the red mage. It hits the worst person.
It's possible, but I don't...
What's the strat? I think he's just, he's throwing Chocobo Rust. I'm hoping it's enough, it's enough! Team up, go! Oh
GG.
my lord!
Oh my God.
They all came down so close right towards the end. I cannot believe how close they all were. Oh my goodness.
Clutch finish.
Amazing runs.
Absolutely bonkers times as well. Like, considering it was second try Cloud of Darkness and third try Cloud of Darkness for everyone. Oh my lord, those all came down so down to the wire. I cannot believe it.
Amazing. Good job, all the FF3 runners. Thank you so much.
Fantastic runs.
Congratulations, Ryder.
Thank you, the rest of the FF3 owners. Thank you for the comments of this all 3 of us.
Yeah, thank you guys for the commentary and everything. That was actually extremely exciting.
The FF3 redemption arc has been completed. Finally. And I guess I'll just have some closing comments. I'm super excited now that, as I said, we're approaching 70 hours and Final Fantasy IX is going to be the decider. We have 3 fantastic runners along with 4 fantastic commentators. Take it away, boys, unless Dash and Cereth have anything else to say.
Good luck, FF9. It's going to be exciting. Looking forward to it. Best of luck.
GG FF3.
Yeah.
Holy
GG
moly.
FF3.
That was unreal.
Oh, jeez.
Great commentary, great gameplay.
Chris, go and catch your breath.
Yeah. Chris, go and lie down for a few minutes.
I'm going to get something to eat and let the adrenaline subside. GG, boys, and good luck.
There you go.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody. Yeah, this is Final Fantasy IX, and I just want to say real quick before we get into the game itself, we are in the 69th hour of this relay, and we have 3 runners who are within minutes of each other, and that is just absolutely bonkers. So
That is
GG's to
unreal,
everyone.
yeah.
GG's to everyone so far. Yeah, one more time for everyone who's here. I guess we can introduce ourselves and the runners. I am Ceaselessly.
I'm Diesel.
I'm roaming Merc.
And I am Transquina.
Awesome. And we have, for Team Tonberry, we have Mythic Dawn. On Team Choco, we've got Bomb Bomb. And on Team Mog, we've got Amart. This is going to be a really fun race.
Yeah, this is going to be really great.
FF9 runs are known to fluctuate a lot, so it really is anyone's game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if not just for the Mage Masher, then any point in the run, there's just heavy amounts of RNG. But FF9 is about mitigating as much of the time loss as possible, rather than trying to save every second you can.
Yeah. So the first thing that we aim to do in the FF9 speedrun, you can look over on Amart for Team Mog. He's going to attempt to steal the Mage Masher. Stealing the Mage Masher is actually it's a very good benefit because you basically immediately double your damage with Zidane, so it really cuts down the time on all of the tutorial fights that you see in Alexandria. You can execute a lot faster all the way through Evil Forest. And normally in a casual playthrough, you would pick up the Mage Masher in Ice Cavern. It's located in the chest there, so getting it early is really a no-brainer. There is a no Mage Masher strap, but it's kind of it's not scary.
Yeah.
It's a little scary. It's not super scary. It's just kind of much more variable.
It's also worth noting, if you watch Amart in the top left there, that it has a fairly low steal percentage chance. In a typical PB attempt, we would obviously, after a certain point, just reset and try again. But obviously this is a marathon, so we're just going to go ahead and see how long it takes Amart to get that. Mythic and Bomb Bomb actually got pretty lucky. They got theirs relatively quickly. So let's see how Amart does. Meanwhile, Mythic and Bomb Bomb are within, like, seconds of each other on this FMV.
Yeah, the Mage Masher has a 1 in 16 chance of stealing, but also I don't know if Bomb Bomb and Mythic got it, but Amart also got a wrist steal, which is good because we are gonna need it for some shopping later.
Yeah, the wrist is very important for kind of getting a ton of money later on, where we use that to send some very important items to sell for a lot of gil. But they're pretty cheap to buy in Dolly later on, but just getting an extra one just, kind of saves the extra little bit of gil that we can.
And Amart getting a Mage Matcher in just over 4 minutes, which is, for a marathon, very, very good. So we officially have 3 runs going, people.
And they're off.
So one thing that we should note is that FF9 is a very versatile speedrun in that there are a lot of different routes that you can run for this game. Today we're going to be seeing 2 different types of routes. Bomb Bomb and Amart are going to be running a Nightless, no Tantarian route, and Mythic is going to be running the exact opposite, where he is going to fight Tantarian and get Night. So it's going to be interesting. For the first about 2 to 3 hours-ish, we're going to see very similar strats and gameplay from all 3 runners, but it's going to start to diverge from each other pretty significantly somewhere in the neighborhood of Disc 2.
Also, as you might have noticed on Mythic's screen, he is actually running the Japanese version, I believe, because he believes it's going to make the endgame for his route a little bit easier. However, there are a number of differences in the Japanese version, specifically in the early game, which are going to make some early boss fights a little harder, and I'll get into that when we get to it.
Yep, there are some noticeable differences between the JP version, as TQ mentioned, and particularly the upcoming section where the 100 Nobles minigame is less important on the JP version, and that it is on the NA.
Meanwhile, we've got Amart getting started in Alexandria. If anybody wants to talk about this friendly little guy on Amart's screen right now who just fell over. Diesel, how about you?
Sure. So we get introduced to our first character, Zidane. Or actually, his name is Bomb Bomb in Amart's run. We're yet to name this little guy. He's usually named Vivi, but he's off to go see a play. Not the most interesting at the start for a story, but he's definitely a big favourite among the FF9 community for the characters because we'll see a lot of character development with him.
Vivi is the best boy, absolutely.
Yeah. He is my personal favourite.
Yeah, Vivi is great. I think Amart named Zidane Bomb Bomb. I don't think we've gotten to Vivi naming yet.
Yeah.
Not on
we'll see.
Run, we haven't.
I know that
one
Mythic named... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Diesel.
we can actually bring up one of the first major differences between Japanese and the North American release over on Bomb Bomb and Mythic's run. You go through the minigame with the sword fight. Bomb Bomb is going to try and put as much effort into getting 100 nobles as he can, because if you didn't know before, if you get 100 nobles, you actually get a 10,000 gil reward. However, on the Japanese version, this perk doesn't exist. If you get 100 nobles, you only get about 900 gil. So this is one of the major differences, where instead of getting that big gil boost, Mythic is going to need to pick up some extra items throughout the run, especially at the start. And some things where you could buy in a 100 nobles route on NA, he's going to have to pick up like the Mithril Dagger in Disc 2.
Man, it looks like... Yeah, they both got 100.
Nice.
Yeah, both got 100. Bomb Bomb gets that 10,000 gil.
And that 10,000 gil in the NA version is a really nice buffer to have at the beginning of the run. It basically more or less means you're not going to worry about tracking your gil very hard for the rest of the run unless you make like a major shopping mistake.
Yeah, and I think on average, just getting 100 nobles and skipping all the pickups that you would in the early game, it's roughly equivalent to one encounter. So roughly like a little bit under 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. We've got Amart currently making his way across the rooftops to sneak into the play with the unnamed Black Mage and his new rat friend. We're gonna find out in just a moment here what Amart's naming Vivi.
And over on the other two runners, you may have noticed a quick menu from both of them. This is just to optimize Zidane's equipment. You're going to see optimize used a bit if you track the menus. And it looks like he's naming him...
My dude.
My dude.
Shout outs to...
my capital D, and I'm just starting to get worried there.
Shout outs to Brutals.
I believe Mythic named his VV My Boy.
Yes, he did. So that's part of the fun of these older Final Fantasies, where you get to name every character. We get to see some fun shout outs to people in the community and other jokes and memes.
Yeah, it's also really good as well because the way that text works in FF9 compared to the other FF games on the PS1 version 7 and 8, they have scrolling text, but the text in FF9 loads line by line, so the only time loss that the runners actually see by renaming is the time that they actually take to name the characters. There's no extra time loss on top of that.
Yeah,
I mean,
the only ones... Yeah, go ahead.
There are a few instances where text auto-scrolls from left to right, like there are a few on Disc 2, like in Treno, for example, when they're on the boat, but those are like very few and far between, and the amount of time that it takes to rename characters, and it would only even matter for like 3 of them, just makes it like a break even, so there's really no point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's basically you have to cancel it all frame perfectly to, even have any sort of like advantage in doing so.
So we've got a coming up on Amart's stream. We've got basically you'll see that the play is starting to take place that main character Zidane and his troop are putting on as a cover to break into the Alexandrian castle and kidnap the princess. Their motivations are unclear as of right now, but basically what we're about to see is a little bit of dialogue that auto-scrolls at a predetermined speed, which is them acting out the play. And it's going to launch into a scripted battle with Baku, the leader of the troop, dressed as King Leo, and 2 of his henchmen. And this is the first fight in the run where the technique of ATB waiting really comes into play, if anybody wants to hop in and kind of give a brief overview of how that works.
Basically, the way it works is that if your character taking their turn is actually faster than the enemy, then what you could do is, if the enemy has just taken their turn and you have multiple party members on standby, you can queue an attack with a faster character and then go into another party member's menu. Even if it's an attack menu, that's still a menu. Since we run the game on wait mode, anytime you are in a menu, ATB is frozen for both your party and the enemy. So if the enemy has just taken their turn, that means their ATB is now 0. And then if you freeze it during your party member's attack animation, their ATB will start at 0 at the same time as the enemy. And thus, since that party member is faster, they will get their next ATB fill first, and they can take another attack or another turn. Also, we really want to make use of ATB wait in this fight because, as you just saw on Amart's screen, King Leo and his 2 minions can cast stage magic, which do no damage, but they just waste a lot of time.
Yeah, especially the poly attack. Yeah.
Yeah, if
But yeah,
all 3 of them
basically-
go before you and do Pyro and Poly, it just sits there and just wastes time.
Yeah. That was a pretty clean fight from Amart on Team Mog.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, ATB waiting is a very important part of this run. It's very useful in a lot of fights to save time because it basically, like TQ said, gives you free turns over the enemies when you have characters that are faster than them. And it basically continues to be a thing all the way up to the final boss. And you're especially going to see some of that in Mythic's run on Team Tonberry because he's going to be getting the ability Auto Haste later on, but we'll get into that once we actually get to that point. Meanwhile, Amart's about to head into the sword fight minigame. Let's see how he does. Off to a
On
good
another
start.
note,
Yeah.
on another note, if you didn't know, FF9 is kind of known as the love letter to the Final Fantasy franchise. There are a lot of references and Easter eggs to previous games, and the first one is actually on the screen right now, where Garnet is actually wearing the white mage robe that you could see in the original Final Fantasy game, and also Final Fantasy V. But if you've played the previous ones and you haven't played FF9, you're gonna go, it's like, wait a minute, I know that. Wait, I know that. There's a lot of those moments.
Yeah, it's
It really
pretty
is
great.
it's a love letter to a lot of the older FFs, and there's just a lot of references and different little nods to the series.
So it looks like Amart did not get 100 nobles, but that's okay. He'll just have to do a few extra gil pickups throughout Disc 1 and 2, and that'll be just fine. Meanwhile, it is pretty bonkers how close together Bomb Bomb and Mythic are.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, wow.
yeah, well, not only just the Mage Masters, but King Leo. Like,
Yeah, I think Bomb Bomb had a slightly shorter Mage Masher, so
think it was
Choco
his
starting a
second.
little...
I think Bomb Bomb was the second steel Mage Masher, and took Mythic a couple turns, but
So that kind of
Just-
equalized things.
So going into the Steiner 1 fight for our 2 neck-and-neck runners, the runners are going to be hoping to get both Zidane and one of the other 2 characters in this fight with good ATB at the start. With this, you can actually see another good demonstration of the ATB weight trick. But Steiner is guaranteed to get the first turn in this fight, so this is why they both need Zidane and another character with good ATB. And we're not going to get it on Mythics. That's pretty
it's
atrocious
unfortunate.
start.
We need either 2 Zidane attacks or 2 Blink and a Zidane attack.
But
I don't think we got it on
just
Bomb
in a
Bomb
miss.
either.
Yeah.
Oh, we did. He got lucky.
Oh, he did, okay.
He got the blank ATB, which is an alternative method. That
Oh,
you
I
can do.
see. I see.
Mhm.
Very
yeah, you
good.
could do 2. You could do 2 Blinks. Yeah.
If you're actually really unlucky, it's possible that you can underdamage Steiner and he has 1 health if you roll like 2 84s or an 84 and 2 42s.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And if you're super lucky, you can get all 1 turn and a high damage rolls, even from Senna, and do an all 1 round. But that's really rare.
That's very rare. That happened to me one time in practice.
Yeah, Senna
I've never
is.
seen it.
Yeah, Senna's damage ranges from 2 to what, like 30 or something. Maybe maybe not even 30, like 28.
Yeah. Senna falls into the old trope of the hammer user from previous games where they have a very high RNG.
32 damage
effect.
is his max roll. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of variance between the min roll and the max roll for hammer users, and we'll see that come up again actually with a character later named Quina. But meanwhile, right now it looks like Diesel. You're getting Steiner named after you.
Stage time.
Oh, I'm famous.
So as Amart makes his way through Alexandria Castle here, we're just basically the game is introducing us to some of the main characters and supporting characters and antagonists. We've got Steiner, the captain of the Pluto Knights. We've got Queen Braun, the Queen of Alexandria, and Garnet's mother. General Beatrix, and then the two jesters, Zorn and Thorn. All of these characters will continue to make appearances throughout the game. There's just a lot of exposition going on right now, setting up the world, introducing the characters. It's really interesting the way that they decided to like make this self-contained like introduction / tutorial for this game.
One thing to note here that I've always wondered is that Marcus's sword in this scene, it's the same sword that he uses in the next fight.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm inclined to think it's a real sword, and he almost stabbed Dagger with it.
Yeah.
They're just that good
Like,
at
he
stage
went for the
combat.
pretend stab.
Yeah. Dagger just really trusted that Marcus wasn't gonna hurt her. So we've got Steiner trying to catch. He's been made aware of hoodlums in the castle, or the word he uses is brigands when he sees Zidane chasing Garnet through the tower. And this FMV on Team Mog's screen is a lot of fun, where the chase ends up taking some pretty high-risk stunts.
So we actually got a question in chat. Does 100 Nobles give Moonstone on the PlayStation version? It actually does, yes.
Yes. Yep. If you impress Queen Braun,
there's actually no reason for us. Yeah, there's actually no reason for us to pick it up though. It just doesn't really serve any purpose.
Yeah, it teaches Beast Killer and Shell, which is we don't really need either of those. So, yeah. And we have Beast Killer on other equipment items.
Yeah. Handy item to pick up in casual play, but speedrunning, we don't really need it.
There's also like a mini side quest you can do when you have control of Steiner, where you can try to basically berate all of his Knights of Pluto for being incompetent.
That's right.
And you can get an elixir, but it just takes too long, and we're gonna get
way
of those.
too long. Yeah,
and
it takes way too long.
You can also berate Marcus. That's a good laugh.
Here we are in the first half hour of the game with that little side quest TQ just mentioned. Remember that little side quest, because we're going to talk about it way later.
Yeah. I hope y'all are taking notes. We're gonna have that test
there will
at
be
the
a
end of
quiz.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So over on Team Mog's screen, Zidane is catching up with the princess now, and at this moment she reveals to him that she would actually wish for him and his team to kidnap her. Which is an interesting turn of events. So Zidane basically is a little shocked, but he says, "Okay, that's fine. I'll kidnap you." And that's kind of the scene that really pushes things into motion for the main story. I think it no longer becomes about kidnapping the princess, and now it's about helping the princess escape for reasons we don't yet know.
Also, in totally measured terms, Queen Braun has just realized that Dagger is trying to escape and proceeds to try and stop her kidnapping by launching giant steel, harpoons at the ship. But that's not enough. Also, you fire a bomb at it as well.
Yeah,
because
makes
she's
perfect
obviously
sense.
quite concerned. She's quite concerned for her safety.
So on Mythic and Bomb Bomb's screens, there's the bomb fight, and there's actually a little bit of a unique time save to this fight, where you have Zidane hold ATB while the bomb is flying up, and you can see it grow and go off screen, and then you see him queue up the attack to kill himself off. And then you wait for the Garnet's first line to pop up, and you kill off Marcus and Vivi. Doing this will save roughly 7 seconds, as the way the ATBs fill for both Steiner and the bomb, because the bomb actually has a very has a separate ATB that's rapidly filling, and just the way this sort of timing works out, we'll skip pretty much a couple lines of dialogue.
Yeah, it's actually impossible to kill Steiner in that fight. He has an infinite amount of HP. It's scripted to go 3 rounds. If you leave everyone alive, he just wastes time talking and attacking. But if you kill off everyone, he'll just yell princess until the bomb explodes. For the previous Steiner fight, it is possible to win, and if under some circumstances, it might actually be faster if you target Steiner with a fire spell or a Zidane attack, but that would require ridiculously good luck. So it's just faster to kill off everyone except Garnet. But you have to be very careful when doing so, because when a party member gets knocked out, they instantly are removed from the party member select list. So if you are too fast, you could end up pressing down just when a party member is killed, and you could end up targeting Garnet. And if that happens, well,
yeah, that's
more or less GG reset if that happens in a PB attempt.
Yeah, but you want to do it as soon as possible, because the Knights are just going to keep attacking and waste time.
Yeah. We have a question in chat from Mafu Akation, who asks, what problems have Alexandria had in the past to need harpoon cannons?
That's a good question.
Ron, who hurt you?
Well, they obviously wanted to catch them, so my theory would be giant flying fish.
Oh, right. Maybe some whale zombies.
True.
Yeah. So we've got Amart on Team Mog, sorry. That is not going to be the last time that happens today. We've got Amart on Team Mog, just coming out of the Steiner 1 fight, while Mythic and... Wow, they are so close together. Mythic and Bomb Bomb on Tonberry and Choco, respectively, arriving in Evil Forest. Which, I don't know, something about the name Evil Forest makes me think this is going to be a great, welcoming, accommodating place.
Yeah.
Top 5
in the park.
Places to visit in Gaia.
So basically, Braun shot down the ship while trying to prevent them from escaping, and the whole gang has crash-landed in Evil Forest. The ship is ruined, and they're going to have to try to find a way out. And several people are missing, including Zidane, who's going to regroup with the team. And we're about to get our first encounter screen, which is always fun.
Now, this is going to be actually interesting on Mythic's side, because since he's running the Japanese version, he might actually opt to force an encounter here, because it is on his version, it can actually be quite risky if he doesn't go into a certain boss fight at level 4. But for Bomb Bomb's side, he doesn't need to worry about that, so he's not going to bother forcing it. However, if you get an encounter, there's really no reason not to kill one. Looks like Mythic just got the encounter naturally.
Yep.
So yeah, you can only encounter one enemy, either a Fang or a Goblin, and Zidane with the Mage Masher will one-shot them unless he misses, which can happen because FF9, and so and that one encounter will automatically get Zidane to level 2. However, if you manage to somehow are unlucky and get 2 encounters, the second encounter will actually fall 1 experience short of getting Zidane at level 3. And the really bad luck is if you get a back attack Fang, which because Zidane starts in the back row, and because the Fang actually has a little more health than the Goblin, Zidane can't one-shot it. So in that case, it might actually be better to try a quick escape.
Yeah.
And there is actually a bit of a benefit to getting the level here, as you're going to see on Mythic side. Well, this is where the infamous trance mechanic is introduced.
Everybody loves trance, right?
If you're level 1, Zidane only actually gets 2 trance turns, which means he'll actually de-trance at the end of this fight, which takes basically as much time as it would take to flee from an encounter. So, which is why if you get the encounter, you really don't lose any time unless you miss, because if you're level 2, he gets 3 trance turns, and that de-trance animation is skipped.
So meanwhile, we should point out that Bomb Bomb on Team Choco has pulled into a slight lead over Mythic on Team Tomberry. Rome, do you want to talk a little bit about how trance works in this game?
Yeah, sure thing. So trance is induced by a surge of emotion, as everyone knows.
Yes, that's right.
But so the orange bar that's under the character's ATB is the trance gauge. Whenever the character takes damage, it will fill between anywhere between the character's highest, the maximum value of their spirit. So if their spirit is 20, it'll randomly roll from I believe it's either 0 or 1 to that maximum value. And once it's full, then you induce trance, and you get different abilities per character. And after the battle, it's gone. You can't store it like in the previous Final Fantasy 7 and 8, where you can just hang on to, or not in 8, sorry, in 7, where you have the limit gauge. But it's just one and done, and you have no control over it of whenever you get it to proc.
Can we all just admit that trance sucks?
It's a challenging mechanic, that's for sure.
It seemed like they were trying to squash the abuse of it in FF8, because you can heavily abuse it in FF8, as you can see in the earlier run.
Yeah, I have a bit of a hate relationship with trance, because I was doing a run and I was on disc 4, and in Memoria, I got an Iron and Giant encounter. Zidane had very bad ATB, and Iron Giant didn't, and he opened up with Sweep, and he triggered Zidane's trance. So all 3 characters were dead. This was on a no rebirth ring run. And Zidane tranced, and I couldn't flee because he tranced. Yeah. So I had to sit there burning elixirs. Nobody likes trance in this game, except for very specific boss fights.
So we should point out that there are technically 2 different types of trance we're going to see in the speedrun. One is scripted trances that are scripted to go off at a specific point in a specific battle, like the one we just saw of Zidane in that first prison cage fight, and then there will be one later on in Disc 1, and then one later on at the beginning of Disc 3. The rest of the trances that you'll see are just by chance, with the mechanic that Rome described. So there are some fights throughout the run where it's more common to get a trance than others, and sometimes it can be pretty useful, but it really is something that is completely up to chance.
Yep,
more or less.
Another little RNG dice roll in FF9.
Yeah.
And in one instance, at the very end of the run, trance can be really bad.
We will explain that whenever we get to it. But
so we've got Amor on Team Mog, coming out of Alexandria into Evil Forest.
Yeah, coming in hot.
Yeah, Bomb Bomb and Mythic both back at the theater ship. And a little catch up on what happened there is Zidane discovered alongside Steiner that Vivi and Garnet, she's not Dagger yet, were captured by the prison cage enemy, and the fights they had to fight to free them. They were able to free Vivi, but unfortunately the first prison cage ran off with Dagger, so now they have to figure out what they're going to do to get the princess back.
But I believe Mythic stole the broadsword, which is great.
Excellent.
For the prison cage too, we tried to steal Zidane on the last turn, to try and steal the broadsword, which is the same weapon that Steiner has, but we are able to use that to swap it for a better sword off of Blank later on. If we steal the leather wrist, we can still use that. It gives a little bit more spirit towards Zidane can actually crit, which is good and bad. But we can explain that whenever we get to that point. But both items are good. But if you get a could not steal, which is it's fairly rare to happen, but it is possible, then you're just going to be down even more gil because you need to buy that extra leather wrist later on.
Actually, if you don't get the leather wrist steal, you can just and you didn't get the broadsword steal, you can just pick up the leather wrist in a chest.
That's true. Yeah, in the
that's
dolly
true.
underground.
If you're tight for gil, especially, it can be helpful to do the pickup instead of buying one in dolly.
All right, coming up, Bob-Omb's in, and coming up right now for Mythic, hardest fight in the game.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Once you beat this fight, the rest of the run is free.
This is just one of those hold X to wins. But also, if you don't have the Mage Master here, though we steal from, ironically, from the Masked Man in the very start of the run. If you have the dagger here, you're gonna have to add in some extra attacks because the Mage Master can do in Baku in 3 hits. 2 if you have the leather wrist and you get a crit.
Yeah.
Yep, three hits and he's dead. It is actually possible to die here, especially if Zidane is level 1 and he misses.
Yeah, if he misses and Baku does not trip at all, you can die very easily here.
Yeah, which is almost a hilarious number of things that have to go wrong in order for that fight to be dangerous. But yeah, basically, the reason for that fight is Zidane wants to go and save the princess, but Baku is more concerned about making sure that the members of Tantalus are all safe, so they're gonna basically, if Zidane wants to go off and disobey Baku's orders, he's gonna have to fight him to be allowed out of the group, and that's what that fight is.
Now, just looking at Amart, who's now in the first prison cage fight, one thing a lot of us probably did casually was if we actually had the Mage Master steal, we would see, oh, hey, there's this free energy skill, and then, oh, look, Tidal Flame. Oh, I wonder what this does.
That sounds cool.
And so, Tidal Flame is basically the same attack as free energy. It literally doesn't do any more damage, except it targets all enemies. And in this particular fight, Garnet is a target, and we're actually supposed to kill the prison cage before it can absorb all of Garnet's health. And if you actually use Tidal Flame in this fight, well, it will one-shot Garnet, and, well, GG.
Yep, game over. I 100% did that exact thing on my very first playthrough of this game when I was a kid.
It looks like we have a level 1 Zidane.
Yeah.
On Amart.
Level 1 Zidane. And now, something worth noting now that we have all 3 runners in Evil Forest with hostile screens, is that FF9's random encounters are determined by a danger value that increases with each step you take on a hostile screen. Unlike a lot of the other runs we've seen this weekend, there's no step count in this game. So there's no way to really predict exactly when you're going to get encounters and which ones you're going to get. But good and precise movement is one of the big skills that runners can have to mitigate random encounters.
Yeah, having optimal movement on every single screen that has a chance to get encounters is a very, very good way to mitigate a lot of time loss, because we don't really do a whole any farming at all. We want to just get from point A to point B as fast as possible.
Pretty much.
And there's a lot of scripted fights where we get experience anyway, so we should be able to get what we need to get by.
Yeah. We're also going to see Bomb on Team Choco do something that's called splitting a screen. Basically, on longer hostile screens, you can duck into one of the exits and then go back in, and that resets your danger value, way decreasing the likelihood that you're going to get an encounter. We do that probably a dozen or so times throughout the run, maybe a little less.
Yeah, and unlike when we were just with Zidane on the very first screen. Now we have 3 party members, so EXP is divided among all living party members, much like most early Final Fantasy games. So we're not going to get as much experience, but we do want to get a good amount for a boss fight coming up in 20 minutes? Or more like 15, probably.
Yeah. And depending on the route you're running, like, strategically dividing experience and ability points between party members is going to be important. And it looks like Bomb Bomb is actually getting a fairly high number of encounters. I think this is his fourth Evil Forest encounter. I'm not exactly counting on each one, but encounter rate, it's his third, he says. Okay. The encounter rate in various areas, especially Evil Forest and the next upcoming area, Ice Cavern, can be kind of a pain in the neck when you're going for a really top time in this game. So the first hour or so of this game can be a pretty heavy reset point because of you might get unlucky and have 5 encounters in Evil Forest.
Encounter zones actually work a little bit weird. Like, each map in the whole game has its own rate at which the threat level advances, because the game performs a number of checks every certain number of steps, but depending on where, what map you're on, it will advance a certain amount. Like, you'll notice these Evil Forest screens, they're not very long, and yet the danger value is advancing a lot for each check. Whereas there's this map at the end of Disc 3, or a few maps that are fairly long, and yet it's not that uncommon to get through them without an encounter because the danger value just doesn't advance much. And then there's this other area at the end of Disc 2 where there are long screens and short screens, and the danger value just advances like crazy.
Just a really heavy encounter zone.
Yeah, you walk into some screens I hope I don't get an encounter, and then you walk into other screens, I hope I don't get 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, I only got 1 encounter that screen.
This is a really good illustration of the way that encounters can play into your timing. Mythic has now, because he got fewer encounters in Evil Forest, pulled slightly ahead of Bomb Bomb. They're on the same boss fight, but Mythic is about a turn ahead.
And so something you're saying is that they're having VV cast Fire on Zidane. That's because depending on their ATBs for Plant Brain here, they want to try and kill off Zidane as fast as possible so Blank shows up. Because Plant Brain actually starts with a lot of HP, and by the time to get Blank to show up naturally, you'd have to do quite a bit of damage for him to show up. But if we just kill off Zidane, that just triggers the show up Blank immediately, and it cuts his HP in half. And since we just kind of wait for all of our ATBs to fill and have him do Pollen, we can have VV cast Fire on Zidane, have Steiner hold his ATB wait with Blank so he gets 2 attacks in, and then do Fire Sword with Steiner to kill it. Yeah, so we only get 1 turn.
If you played this casually, you might try to just kill Plant Brain, and you could deplete its entire health, but even if you were to do that, Blank would just show up and would refill back to half HP anyway.
Yeah, it's just wow, cool.
We've got Amart up on Team Mog, getting through the Baku fight, so he is only a few minutes behind. It's still quite a long run. Things can go a million different ways, so this is still an incredibly close race, which is amazing. We're going on 70 hours, and all of the runners are within a few minutes of each other.
Oh, it looks like Mythic got 4 spiders, which can be good. Good and bad. Bad because they can all just waste time with thunder spells. Good because Mythic's running a Japanese version, so this is actually a free opportunity for him to get level 4 if he chooses.
I think he's going to go for it because he's probably just going to do marathon safe stuff.
Yeah.
He's already queued up his Blank and Steiner to kill themselves off, and then Vivi Fire Roll to finish the fight off.
Yeah.
This way, Zidane would earn literally twice as much XP as what he would normally if no one had died.
Yeah, and it looks like Bomb Bomb is opting for the same thing, to kill off Blank and Steiner to get maximum experience for Zidane.
And
Tom Berry's back in the lead. Yes.
One thing to kind of generally point out, you'll see them doing some fling animations while they're queuing up attacks and spells and whatnot. Even during boss fights where you can't flee, that actually cancels the wind-up animation, like the ready up. Like if you just sit there and just like wait for your character's ATB to fill and you press confirm attack, you'll see them do like this little, okay, I'm ready to run in and do my action. If you flee, that actually cancels that animation for each character. And each character has a small variants of different ready up animation timings. So it's more beneficial for some characters over another one. But it just saves, like, roughly on average half a second every time you get it done, every successful one you do. And since it's such a long run and we're going to be queuing up a bunch of actions, we're going to be saving quite a bit of time just by, flee canceling. So it looks like Bomb Bomb and Mythic defeated the Plant Brain, which is the source of Evil Forest, and it's kind of doing this security mechanism to petrify the entire forest.
And unfortunately, in the course of the forest getting petrified, Blank, Zidane's Tantalus brother, gets caught by some plant spiders and petrified alongside them.
F's in chat for Blank.
F's in chat for Blank, please.
Looks like Amark got a single goblin, and he had a fast Signer ATV.
Yeah, so sometimes, especially early in the game when you can kill enemies in one shot pretty easily, sometimes it's faster to just kill the encounter instead of using Zidane's flee to get out. So we'll see a little bit of that. It's also handy for tracking AP and experience for certain abilities in early game. If you're going to get the encounter, sometimes it's advantageous to just take advantage of it.
Yeah, for the route that both Bomb Bomb and Amart are doing, which is Petrushka's Nightless no Tant route, we want to try and get a little bit of AP for Zidane's. Well, he has a leather shirt equipped, so he can learn Protect Girls, which is very important for Disc 4. So
yes,
the very first encounters in the game, we're thinking about Disc 4 already.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how far in advance you have to play, thinking how far in advance you have to think while you're playing this speedrun. It's pretty amazing the way that it's, if one thing goes wrong or at some point, sometimes that can be a big domino effect that leads to complications further down the line. It's a really dynamic and challenging speedrun in that way. We've got Amart on Team Mog heading towards the Plant Brain fight. Just a few more screens.
And we got some Gosh Bros.
Some Gosh Bros, yes. We have a question in the chat. Are they going to take on the Grand Dragons early like I always do in my casual runs? Unfortunately not.
No. Yeah, Grand Dragons are a little bit out of the way because we would need to get Quena and early in Disc 1.
Level 5 death.
Yeah.
Yeah, and get level 5 death and then go to get Grand Dragons. It's quite a significant detour and can cost quite a bit of time. And we don't really care too much about levels because the interesting thing about Final Fantasy IX is that our power actually comes from our gear over our levels. Mostly our gear and our abilities. Yeah, the levels just determine our HP values, our MP values, and the ability stones we can equip. Everything else is more based off of what we got on us.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I didn't get to mention about Plant Brain, and I just wanted to say it since Amart's finishing the fight right now. Plant Brain is scripted to actually open the fight with pollen every time. Ideally, you want to just suicide Zidane before he can get its turn. However, there is one thing that can go wrong. Basically, when Blank spawns, it actually kicks every character and enemy out of the ATB queue. So, and if Plant Brain has already queued up his its pollen attack, but Zidane kills himself before the Plant Brain can actually use it, because basically it's possible it cues the attack during Zidane's killing animation. Basically, the check that sees, oh, it already used the flags that says, oh, it already used pollen. Now it can't use pollen anymore. So what ends up happening is Plant Brain gets in a free turn, and it's going to use something else, and things can go a little badly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you really don't want to have Blink be blinded. Because the next turn it could use Thunderall and kind of wipe out Vivi, and then you have Steiner and Blink, and they're both blind, and you're like, well...
Well, Blank Blind can only happen if it hasn't used pollen. I was talking about if it's already queued up the pollen.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
It can literally just use Thunder on the whole party instantly.
That's true, yeah.
Meanwhile, we've got Amart just getting out of Evil Forest. Let's see how many plant spiders he gets. Mythic and Bomb Bomb are both in Ice Cavern, once again within seconds of each other. I think Bomb Bomb just took a slight lead because Mythic got an encounter. And it looks like Amart got 3 plant spiders. So he's probably going to opt here to kill off Zidane, or Blankensteiner as well.
Looks like Bomb Bomb was able to get a quick flee. And Mythic's going to go for this kill just because he wants to get more XP on Zidane, so he hits level 4 for a little bit more safety for Sea Lion.
Kills off Dagger to ensure that Zidane gets a good amount of experience there. Mythic is also going to be tracking Steiner's level, because Steiner needs to be up to level 7 by the time we reach Tantarian and Disc 2. We'll explain a little bit more about that once we get there.
Yep. Looks like Amart's going for the solo Zidane.
Oh, nice. The solo Zidane. Right, because Amart had a level 1 Zidane. Heading into this. Yeah. So thankfully it looks like all 3 of our runners had pretty clean Evil Forests. Nothing too wild happened to any of the 3 of them, so we're going to keep trucking along.
Yep, and the Amart is done with Evil Forest and going to do some more cutscene stuff, and then he's off to the Ice Cavern. Bomb Bomb is entering the 1v2
oh yeah,
Ice Cavern fight, while Mythic got some more experience and is now heading into the boss fight as well.
Question from chat. Is the Mage Masher the only mandatory boss deal for the speedrun? Yes. There are a few others that can be useful depending on your route, but the only one we would reset over is the Mage Masher.
Yeah. We don't really want to rely too much on late game steals, unless you kind of just want to go full YOLO mode, like you want to try and steal the Holy Lance or anything like that. But
Mythic's route is going to do some boss steals later on that aren't mandatory but very helpful if we get them. One of them is going to be the Silver Fork from Tantarian, and the other one is going to be the Battle Boots from Garland.
Oh yeah, and I think he's also thinking about he might steal the Genji armor from Malairis as well.
Oh, that's right.
Because that's really helpful.
Since he's running Tantarian, he'll probably also go for a Silver Fork.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. To see if he can get that from the book.
But as we get into the Sea Lion fight, as you can see on Bomb Bomb's screen, it is a 1v2, and they both love to cast spells.
Oh yeah.
So our primary target for this fight is to kill off Black Waltz 1, the little guy, as quickly as possible. With the Mage Masher, he should be able to go down in 3 hits, assuming that Zidane doesn't miss. And hopefully Sea Lion just keeps those wings coming, because that's his lower damage roll. And it's a 2 in 3 chance that he does wing, and then a 1 in 3 chance he does blizzard.
Yeah, Bomb Bomb sees a blizzard and blizzard from Sea Lion and a fire from Black Waltz 1, which is the worst opening that you can get, and it's only made even worse that he's level 3 instead of level 4. So he has a smaller HP pool to work with. That means he just has to heal. Oh no, he's going yellow.
Yeah.
Oh boy, if Sea Lion casts Blizzard, it's over.
Yeah, there's a 1 in 3 chance that Sea Lion can cast Blizzard here. That's a wing.
Right.
Okay.
Wing.
He's in.
He got lucky.
Sweating bullets.
That was a bit of a clunchy moment right there.
Yeah. So the Blizzard from Sea Lion does a minimum of 32 damage and a maximum of 36, while the wing does a minimum of 16 and a maximum of 20.
Mm-hmm.
And
real quick, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go
Okay.
ahead. I just
Over
want
on,
to... Yeah. Sorry, Diesel,
Sorry,
go ahead.
Okay, so over on Mythics, this is the first big difference that we see between the Japanese and the North American fight. They have the same HP levels, but the biggest difference is in Sea Lion with his Tsunami attack. In the North American version, Tsunami does a moderate damage amount, usually around about, I can't remember the exact damage numbers.
Does
Probably
72 or 81.
Yeah,
And in the
81.
72 or 81, that's right.
And in the Japanese version, it does either 108 or 117. So any level lower than 4 on the Japanese version is risky unless you wait for trance. Whereas on the NA version, you can do the fight the same way at level 3 and not have any problems. It is possible to kill Sea Lion with 5 attacks if you get good enough damage, but it could go to 6 attacks. After 2 attacks, it will counter with Blizzard, and after 4, it will counter with Tsunami. And you have to kill Black Waltz 1 first, because if you target Sea Lion while Black Waltz is alive, it just casts Blizzard and heals it.
Yep.
Real
Just
quick, I
heals.
want to point out something happening on Amart's stream on Team Mog. This is our first world map of the run. Obviously, Amart right now is doing a safety save for marathon safety. But before he started to do that, there was a title card that said Mist Continent on it. And while that title card is on the screen, you cannot get encounters. So this is the one of 2 times that we enter the world map that we're able to just run without worrying about encounters. But we have a technique for avoiding the encounters that we will talk about when we get to it later. But anytime there's a title card on screen, no encounters on world map, which is very handy for that first one because it's just enough time to run from Evil Forest to Ice Cavern.
Unfortunately, there's only one other instance in the whole run where you can actually take advantage of that, because the other 2 title cards happen when you're on a vehicle.
Yep. Unfortunate.
Over on Mythic, I missed one of his damage rolls, but I did see 2 100s and an 88, so that 5 attack fight is quite possible.
He's going for it.
Looks like
There
he
he
got
goes.
it.
Yeah.
Very good.
He must have good enough rolls to just rely on the last hit, and his
Yeah.
trance is about to pop,
Yep.
so he should probably trance on Black Waltz too.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
got
Bomb Bomb and Mythic are done with Sea Lion and Black Waltz 1, and Amart is now entering Ice Cavern. Hopefully the encounters are kind.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
These
Still.
runners are not giving us much time to explain things.
I
'cause they're all
know.
still neck and neck.
Yeah, there's still a lot of time, like, Rome just alluded to this, but if Amart has a low encounter Ice Cavern here, he can easily, start to close that gap between them, and so far he's made it through the first 2 screens without any, so hopefully I don't commentary curse him.
He got all the way to the Sea Lion boss without one, and he also got the mist clips. So basically, in the Ice Cavern, you might notice there are certain parts where mist is actually blowing. If you touch that mist at any point, you will encounter a Wired, which they actually have quite a bit more health than the other enemies in the Ice Cavern, and they can use this annoying attack called HP switching, which can actually, depending on the situation, give them more health.
So Amart did in fact get a 0 encounter first half of Ice Cavern.
Alrighty.
So we might see him start to really close the gap here, especially since both Mythic and Bomb Bomb have gotten encounters on the way out of Ice Cavern.
They got the Flan clan appearing.
Oh, did Mythic get the encounter on the screen with the cutscene?
I think so, yeah.
Oh my gosh, he did.
That's troll.
That is some marathon luck right there.
Yeah, it's kind of like a little meme where if you heal on the first screen after Sea Lion, you're gonna get the encounter.
Yeah.
But even if
FF9 runners are a superstitious. FF9 runners are a superstitious bunch.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Bomb Bomb made it out of Ice Cavern, and Mythic's on his way out. And we're gonna be naming Dagger. Oh no. But yeah, these Ice Cavern encounters are pretty bad in comparison to Evil Forest, where Evil Forest, they just have goblins and fangs, and the worst encounter is the flower. Oh, the back attack, yeah. Oh, and a quick
But he gets the quick flee.
Alrighty.
Yeah. That's actually a good chance to explain the difference between natural escapes and flees. So you can run away in the usual way by holding two of the shoulder buttons, usually L1 and R1 in the old PS1 versions. But on FF9, the odds of escaping are kind of trash. So it's based off of a level difference with the calculation in FF9. And it starts off not too bad with the odds of you getting a natural encounter, but as we get throughout the run, we eventually get more and more like level difference between our party and the encounters that we face throughout the run, to the point where you, by the time when you get to late disc 3, disc 4, you basically just never expect to get a natural escape anymore. So the other method to escape is Zidane has the ability Flee, which is a guaranteed flee when he is able to cast it. There are some points in the run where we don't have access to that, and those are usually the most hated parts of the speedrun.
Oh yeah.
And you can see on Bomb's screen, he's doing something called stutter stepping, and that's going to be very important for the world map and like encounter manipulation. As the way this game works, only on the world map and not in the dungeons, but if we do not take a full step, we can actually not increase our threat, our danger value, to determine if we get an encounter on the world map or not. So if we just mash the V-pad and just kind of take these little half steps, we'll like mitigate all, like pretty much all the encounters that we can possibly get if we're good enough. But of course, there's like some error of human error where you can take a little bit too far of a step and increase that value a little bit. But if we're able to do it successfully, we should be able to mitigate any world map encounters.
Over with Amart on Team Mog. He's taken Sea Lion Fight. He's about halfway through it now. He just got a second 84 roll, in fact. Previously had another 84 roll. This is actually, well, it's a bit of a saving grace. If you see an 84 damage roll when you're at level 3, you know that a 5 attack Sea Lion is impossible.
Yeah.
Unless you want to try and get a crit, which you don't want to go down that rabbit hole. That's just way too rare.
Or unless you trance.
Or you can trance. But his trance bar is actually still quite low, so...
One of the most disappointing things that can happen in an FF9 run is if you literally trance right before the last attack that would have killed it anyway.
Yeah.
No. The most troll trance is Beatrix.
Oh yeah, if you get a
Beatrix
1 stock break trance, yeah.
Yeah.
I should that exchange we just had reminds me, like, a general rule of thumb about this game is that in the speedrun, there are, like, the most common, like, strats or expectations you can have. Like, if you roll an 84 at level 3, you're not going to fight a 5-turn Sea Lion. But with just about everything in this run, there are exceptions because of how high variance it can be in terms of, everything from damage rolls to encounter rate to, trance bars filling up. So it really is, like, wildly dynamic. You're never gonna get the exact same run of this game twice.
Oh, and crits are completely random. In fact, in this version of the game, the crit formula is actually broken.
Yeah, it's messed up.
It doesn't actually work the way it's intended. They actually fixed it in the HD version, which is why in the HD version, even if you don't have the Leatherist on Zidane, which is what gets his spirit to the right amount that he can crit, it's actually possible that he could crit Sea Lion, and if he crits on the first or third attack.
Yeah, it's early counters, and it's if you're not ready, if you're not potioned up, you're pretty much dead.
I actually saw one runner on the PS1 version crit twice in a row on Sea Lion. Once on the first attack and once on the second, and it just wiped him.
Looks like the flans are up for Amart too.
Oh man, everyone's getting flaned today.
Yeah, these flans just love to cast Blizzard and eat up all this time and back attack. Yeah.
They have, I forget what exactly their speed is, but they're somehow also, like, the fastest enemy. Like, they're not actually the fastest, but it just feels like they always get turns in. Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like Amart is opting to... Oh, Zidane went down.
Dead. Yeah.
Yeah. Amart was opting to kill that encounter for a little bit of extra experience, but unfortunately it looks like it's just going to go to Garnet, Steiner, and VV, which...
Beefy Dagger.
Beefy Dagger, exactly.
Yeah, we need to heal up Zidane, as we need to get that flea online.
Yeah, oh, he
That was the
got
first
the...
screen.
Yeah, he got the cutscene screen encounter, too.
Wait, did Bomb Bomb just get the longer dialogue with Garnet?
Oh, I missed it.
So yeah, on that screen where you're talking to Garnet, you're supposed to insult her so that you get less dialogue.
Yeah, because
pretty
otherwise
much.
they're like, Zidane's like, oh, you did great, you sounded wonderful, and she's like, tee. But if you just tell her she was awful, then she's like, hey, and then it just ends.
So we're about to see Amart get out onto the world map and use the stutter stepping technique that we described before to avoid encounters. Meanwhile, Mythic and Bomb Bomb on Tomberry and Choco are making their way through the first little village of the game called Dolly, and it's a very idyllic little town with charming music. There's some ASMR from a fountain outside the inn. It's a really peaceful place, and nothing bad happens here ever.
No, nothing. It's chill little
Nothing
town.
bad is going to happen. This is where Zidane and crew are just going to retire.
It's a little comfy little town.
Yeah.
But actually, I don't think the Bomb Bomb got the slower dialogue. I think I was reading Zidane's dialogue and it looked like something that happens there, but I think it happens that one happens anyway.
I see. Yeah, so there are going to be a few times. There are going to be a few times throughout the run where the runners are going to have to pay attention to, they'll be presented with a dialogue option. I'd say the majority of the time, the fastest option is to just select the first one because it's usually the same number of text boxes either way, and saving the input is a little faster. But there are some instances in which selecting the second or third or what have you option is going to produce fewer text boxes and a shorter cutscene. So there are a couple points in the run that you have to be diligent about that, making sure you don't just blindly mash through everything. Alright, we got Amart stutter stepping across the world map on Team Mog, heading towards Dolly as well.
You can see Amar going around the forest.
I can't imagine anything scarier than FF9 deciding who wins this relay.
I know.
But you see Amar going around the forest there. That's important, as there's a chance that you can get friendly encounters, which is not determined by your stutter stepping at all. It's determined by the distance you travel on the world map. And in that forest, and I believe even on the plains, you can run into a friendly Moo who requests an ore. And we try and want to get to Dolly as quickly as possible so we don't get that friendly encounter. It just wastes time. And we typically don't have an ore at that point unless we kill a cave imp that has a random drop.
And as someone in chat just alluded to, you can also get the rag timer. And if that ever happens, you have to be very careful not to use Flea, because if you do, you will lose a ridiculous amount of gil. If you ever get the rag timer, you punch him in the face.
Yep, you just hit him.
Yeah, the rag timer is a,
You can answer the
side
question.
quest.
You can answer the question and you get an extra 1,000 gil.
Yep.
Yeah,
Here's
if you're
a
short on
free-
gil, you can answer the question, but typically it's fastest to just attack the rag timer. The rag timer is a side quest in this game that basically you get random encounters throughout the world map in the forest. That might be the ragtime mouse who will quiz you on your knowledge of the lore of the game. And it's a fun little side quest when you're playing casually, but in a speedrun, the ragtime mouse music is kind of like a Pavlovian response of oh no, everything's gone wrong.
It's supposed to be like this feeling of, oh, it's a friend, but in the speedrun you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
There seems to be one place where you always, if you're going to get Ragtimer, it's right outside the Black Mage Village. It just seems to be the big place
It's
where
even
you
just
get it.
one or two steps, and it seems to appear there more often.
When you start running this game, because you have a chocobo by that point, so you don't even travel enough steps in that distance to even get an encounter, and so you start to step up a little bit, and then you get the encounter. Like, what? I didn't even travel that far, and then you hear the friendly music.
Friendly little tune.
It's the most like it's just the most like ridiculously like cutesy music in the world. It's like mocking you.
Yeah, you can see Amart running around Dolly. We're going this. We do this specific path to kind of like take a tour around Dolly, and we go to the farm. Then we go in and out of this little bar here twice, and then we go talk to Vivi, and that progresses the kind of like story events enough to put Daggerware in the shop. Otherwise, she'll be in different areas. So we just need to kind of hit all these little story points to kind of push the story forward as fast as possible and get moving.
Yeah.
There aren't really any
any
glitches in this run, but there are a few instances of sequence breaking cutscenes like we just did.
Yeah. Speaking of story, things are not boding well in this little town.
Yeah, what's going on?
It's supposed to be a farming village, but the farm is about the size. The farm is about the size of my backyard, and I live in an apartment.
Oh wait, Diesel, didn't you hear me?
Didn't you get the skip?
Oh, sorry. Who?
Yeah. Mythic missed the skip.
The slide skip. Diesel, didn't you hear me before? I said nothing bad happens in Dolly. It's the perfect place.
It's the perfect place. Just ignore the conveyor belt of weapons, of like manufactured soldiers of war. It's perfectly fine. It's got very nice green hills.
Yeah.
Also, over on Amart's screen, he just did a shop. If you had not stolen the iron sword from Blank, which means you didn't steal the broadsword from Prison Cage, you would buy it there. And also, you buy some wrists, which we're going to be using in the next town for something called Synthesis, which we'll get into a little bit later. We don't use it that much in the speedrun, which is kind of disappointing because this, I believe, was the only Final Fantasy game that actually had item synthesis. It's a pretty unique thing that they kind of just abandoned after one installment. But basically, he bought I think he bought 3 wrists because he stole one from the first fight, and those are used to synth cotton robes, which themselves are not that useful as armor, but they sell for a lot of money. If you've ever played this casually, you might be familiar with the cotton robe trick, where the cost of selling a cotton robe, or the amount you earn from selling a cotton robe, is far more than what it costs to actually buy the steepled hat, buy the wrist, and pay for the synthesis. And also, on Mythic screen, that little mountain there, that's like your last opportunity to menu Steiner. So if you didn't have the iron sword earlier, you would have to equip it. And if not, well, have fun with this next boss fight.
Yeah. Steiner really needs that iron sword and have a bird killer on.
Speaking of this boss fight, Cease, do you want to run us through Fire Skip?
Yeah, so over on Team Choco, Bomb is fighting Black Waltz 2, which is a fight that is a big barrier for both speedrunners and casual players alike. Basically, when Black Waltz 2 reaches half of its HP threshold, it's going to counter with Fire, or Fyra, on everybody except Dagger. So, to avoid that, what we want to do is, on the second attack that Black Waltz 2 does, if the target of that attack is no longer standing, it will skip the Fyra counter entirely, so that, like Bomb just did, you can attack with Steiner to get Black Waltz 2 past that half HP threshold, and then revive, in this case, Zidane, so that he can still get AP from this fight and still do damage. It's a really fast trick that we'll see hopefully Mythic pull off as well, and it's a really high variance of, like, you know, depending on who Black Waltz 2 attacks on that second round, depends on what you do. In Bomb's case, he was able to get through the fight nice and clean. Let's see how it goes for Mythic now.
It's actually really important
It's
that Mythic gets the skip because much like Sea Lion, Black Waltz 2 is another boss which in the Japanese version gets an elemental bonus, and so when it casts Fire, if it casts it, it does actually bonus damage. And I'm assuming that Mythic, either in the Ice Cavern or in Dali, removed the Silk Shirt from Zidane, because the Silk Shirt actually causes the wearer to take bonus damage from fire. So I think even at level 4, in this version of the game, if he had the Silk Shirt, he would not survive Farah. And he got Trance. Which...
Got Trance.
Yeah, that should guarantee the kill. And another benefit of Trance is that while the character's tranced, they have 100% accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
So he has no worry of missing.
Yeah, so that was also a pretty clean fight from Mythic. He actually got the ideal circumstance where Black Waltz 2 kills VV on the second turn.
That's the best,
It's the best circumstance because...
And double ether drop.
Yeah, double ether drop, nice. It's the best because you don't have to worry about reviving VV because he doesn't need AP from that fight. And it's also nice because you save yourself the time of manually killing off one of your party members, so... Mythic got the best luck possible on that fight. Mitigated slightly by the time waste from the trance, but you know it's okay. FF9 giveth, FF9 taketh away.
I just got a message in chat that Mythic got double ethers.
Yes, yes, double ethers and no spells, 3 teleports, so that saved him some time as well.
That's pretty good. Yeah, teleport is his fastest attack.
Meanwhile, a little bit of story going on. I have to admit I lied to everybody when I said that nothing bad happens in Dali. Unfortunately, underground, like Diesel was mentioning, they're manufacturing what appears to be eggs, but as we make our way through on Team Mog's screen, we're going to see that underground in Dali, they're actually manufacturing black mages, just like VV. And Garnet discovers that these black mages are being put into a barrel that has the Alexandrian seal on them. So, we're not sure why yet, but for some reason, Alexandria is manufacturing black mages.
What the heck?
I know. Scary stuff.
Also, cutscene RNG in this. It's fantastic.
Oh yeah,
we gotta love
RNG.
We gotta love a game with cutscene RNG.
So on Bomb screen, as you saw, VV's placement on this next screen that you can kind of see on Mythic's on Team Tonberry. VV's placement actually is random, and depending on how far away he is, will determine how long he's gonna walk to get to Zidane, and them talking to each other won't start until he's close, and that's actually pretty good for Mythic there.
One thing we didn't mention, just on Amart's screen, you may have noticed he actually had to wait outside of the house before entering, because you have to wait for the old man to walk, I think just maybe 4 steps from above the ground. If you don't wait, you lose 10 seconds.
Yeah, because if you enter the house and then you don't see more coming in the house, you're like, whoops, and so you leave and you enter back again, and yeah, it's just one of those things you gotta keep an eye out, because you can go too fast on the PlayStation 1 version.
Fortunately, since you have to wait for the old man to walk down the stairs, it gives you no time penalty for picking up those chests.
Yep. There's a little bit of gil, I think a potion.
Yeah, it's
135.
Yeah, that's right. It's really kind of an inconsequential amount of gil, but since we're waiting around anyway, we may as well pick it up, and it covers the cost of So, something else happening on Team Mog's screen right now is Steiner's running around investigating this barrel. This is one of those examples of how selecting the second option in a dialogue prompt is faster. Because in this case, all that happens is the barrel falls over on Steiner. Whereas if you select the first option, he takes out his sword, stabs the barrel, Zidane pops out, and then jumps on him, which is admittedly more hilarious, but it also takes more time.
And we come across the Black Waltz, our first encounter with the Black Waltz 3 over on Bomb Bomb's channel.
In the most heartbreaking FMV.
A very sad, heartbreaking Vivi witnessing what he's never seen anyone else of his kind being a black mage, and this is his first encounter with them, and then he witnesses this. So F's in chat for Vivi.
Yeah. F's in chat for the black mages, F's in chat for Vivi's innocence.
Looks like Amart is starting up on Black Waltz 2. He's able to get the ATB weight in with Zidane and get attacks off.
Let's see if Black Waltz 2 attacks Steiner to complete the trifecta.
Yeah, I hope not. Steiner is
Hope
the worst
not.
option because he does the most damage.
Yeah. Okay, so once again, Black Waltz 2 has killed off Vivi. That's nice. Very good luck for all 3 runners.
Yeah, if Steiner's hit, we don't want to kill him off like we do on Zidane or Vivi. We actually want to just go ahead and just trigger the Fyra because it's a little bit faster. And we want to try and queue up daggers cure all to make sure that any of the follow-ups... at first we want to make sure that everyone's within 100 and over 110 HP, just so we can tank the Fyra. And then we follow up with the cure all because that Fyra counter doesn't use up his action. So
yeah,
and you got a double ether drop as well. So he's gotten
very nice.
Gotten an extra 1,000 in the bank for the upcoming sell.
Very clean fight from Amart as well.
Over on Black Waltz 3 fight with Bomb though, he hasn't seen a good run of RNG to start off with. This fight can either go fast or slow, based on whether or not Vivi needs to detrance with how many fire casts you need. And his first fire sword roll was a 240, which is the min roll for Steiner.
So if I don't think anybody stole the Mithril Dagger, but
No.
you can steal the Mithril Dagger from Sea Lion, which increases the Dane's attack even more than the Mage Masher, and that typically should guarantee that you don't get the D-Trance, the VVD Trance.
In the Sea Lion boss, there's actually a weapon you can steal called the Mithril Dagger, but typically you only go for it if you're waiting for trance, which none of our runners did because they were all at the right level to do the fight safely, and they did not get good trance fills. But if you have the Mithril Dagger here, it will actually guarantee that you get the D-Trance skip unless Zidane misses, which can happen. Although if Zidane misses, you'll still get the counter of the Black Waltz 3 moving up into the air, which is what's important because something that I learned actually reading the enemy AI scripts is that the forced trances are actually considered an action by the enemy. Basically, in all the forced trance fights, your whole party starts with empty ATB, and the enemy actually starts with max ATB. However, the enemy basically uses an action that triggers the forced trance, which resets their ATB back to 0.
Oh, interesting.
In the Prison Cage fight, this isn't really noticed because Prison Cage is actually so naturally fast that it will fill its ATB before your party. That's also why if you don't get the kill, or if you don't get the kill excuse me, if Zidane doesn't get his second attack quick enough, the Prison Cage can actually get a second stem off. It's also why, and if Steiner misses, which can happen, in that fight you would actually want to use 2 free energies instead of a standard Zidane attack. But in this particular fight, Zidane is actually faster than Black Waltz 3. So he can attack before Black Waltz 3 gets his action. But Black Waltz 3 is actually faster than Vivi and Steiner. And thus, if you don't cue that attack off quickly, it will actually do a random attack or spell from the ground. On the ground, its AI is random, but in the air, basically... This is something that we'll get into with a boss fight on Disc 2, but certain actions can knock an enemy out of the queue and force them to reset their command. So in this case, attacking Black Waltz 3 kicks its queued command out of the queue, and thus it has to reselect its attack because it's going into the air, and its script forces it to use Thundara. And however, if you've already queued your commands with Vivi and Steiner before it's reselected, its command, they will take their turn before Black Waltz gets his Thundara off, which is what we need to happen, because otherwise, if we don't get it off fast enough, Black Waltz 3 will get an additional Thundara, and at our levels, it's just going to wipe. Vivi actually has the Silk Shirt specifically so he can survive one Thundara spell.
Yeah, that's important to equip Vivi in the Dali Underground to get the Silk Shirt, because, it just one Thunder can kill Vivi if he's low level.
Also, interestingly enough, when Black Waltz 3 is in the air, it has lower magic defense. If you tried casting double black magics with Vivi, when it's on the ground, it doesn't do as much damage. However, since Steiner's Fire Sword can't miss, even though Black Waltz 3 is supposed to have max evasion and dodge all physical attacks, Fire Sword can't miss even when it's in the air and will do the same amount of damage. And that's another reason why it's really important to have the Iron Sword, because that's ultimately what gets enough damage. You're always guaranteed to get enough damage as long as you got your commands in that it can't do the second Thundara. Ideally, you want to get enough damage that you kill him with only 3 fire spells so that you skip the 4th fire spell and the D-Trance.
Yeah.
Although it is possible, Bomb almost got this, but if Zidane trances, he can use free energy, and that should get enough damage. Free energy also can't miss. The only thing that can miss in this game are standard physical attacks. Any sort of ability ignores evasion.
Yeah. So like TQ was saying, as Amart approaches the Black Waltz 3 fight on Team Mog, we're going to be looking at the damage rolls to see if he does enough damage to skip Vivi's D-Trance at the end of the fight. There isn't really a whole ton that the runners can do to control that. It's kind of a coin flip whether or not the damage rolls are enough, but it is a nice time save. It saves you about 9 seconds, I believe, when you get to skip the second trance animation. So I believe Mythic on Tomberry did get the D-Trance skip on his Black Waltz 3 fight, and Bomb on Choco did not. So let's see how Fate rolls out for Amart.
And they were able to get their little cargo ship that they absconded through the gate as it was closing, as the Black Waltz 3
Another
was
240 roll.
Coming after them.
It doesn't look like Amart is going to get D-Trance skipped with these damage rolls. 240, 175, 182, these aren't high enough.
Dang.
And another 240.
Dang.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh man, it's basically min rolls. Galore.
Yeah, that's just an unfortunate part of this particular fight. There's not really much that you can control in it, but it is a nice time save when you can get it.
I don't even know how much HP Black Waltz 3 has.
Oh yeah,
I don't either.
It just doesn't affect. You're only going to give yourself a headache tracking damage there. But welcome to Limblom.
Yep, everybody's favorite town.
Otherwise affectionately known as by the speedrunning community as Plot City.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be doing a lot of plot, a lot of talking to people.
Yeah. There's a grand total of 4 visits to Limblom, and they're all kind of slow.
So as we see on Mythic and Bomb's screens, we were able to fly to Limblom and get clearance somehow, and the guards are kind of like, "Hey, why you can't park here?" And then kind of Dagger just shows up and shows off her little falcon's claw, and they're like, hold up." And so they are able to talk with Minister Artania and kind of recognize that Dagger is, Princess Dagger or Princess Garnet, and meet with the Regent.
And there's something a little bit unusual about the Regent of Limblom. Let's see if you can spot it.
He seems fine.
He's actually not in his chair. It's a little bit weird of an introduction.
The little random bug. I don't see the Regent though.
Nah, same. Squish the bug. But we are actually also being introduced to our next character over on Team Choco at the moment.
A very important character.
Yeah, actually very important to the run, yeah. We'll see what Bomb decides to name her.
But yeah, as for the Regent had been turned into an Oglop, which I don't think it's been in any other Final Fantasy. It's been alluded to in World of Final Fantasy from what I recently found out, but Oglops are, from what I could tell, they're pretty exclusive to Final Fantasy IX. They're like this little round beetle bug creatures with little skull faces. But the Regent, which is the Lord of Lindblom, had been turned into an Oglop, and in his state he can't quite think the same or speak the same.
Freya, yeah, 10 out of 10.
Freya, yeah.
See what Mythic decides to name Freya. I'm sure it's just as good.
Of course.
There we go. Chat gets their wish.
Yeah, as a
Brat Jam.
So
Unfortunately,
Amart-
there's no lowercase.
yeah. Amart's able to clear the gate with the cargo ship, and Black Waltz 3 explodes from crashing into the gate. And don't think we'll be seeing him again, right?
Nah, he's dead. It's fine.
Yeah, they exploded, so I don't see any reason for him to come
If
back.
someone disappears on... Look, it's a video game. If someone disappears on screen and they're a villain, they're obviously dead.
Yeah, of course. Alright, time to kick back, relax, as Daggers talks to Sid. Pretty much what I described before, where Sid can't think straight, and he kind of mentions that his wife was kidnapped, and the airship that he was working on was stolen as well, and he can't work in these conditions to make a new airship to kind of look for her. Or did she leave at this point? I think she left. Yeah, sorry. I think she left at this point.
I can't remember actually if she left or she was straight up kidnapped straight away. I'm not sure.
Gosh, bro, you sure know a lot.
Yeah, gosh, bro.
Gosh,
Yeah,
bro.
she leaves.
I go through the text kind of fast, okay? I don't exactly read it.
Yeah, and as you can see on the PlayStation 1 version, we don't really have a whole lot of time to read the text, and because as mentioned before, these text boxes go very quickly.
We have our next gosh bro moment.
Yep.
Yes.
Thankfully,
And
in this, yeah. Go ahead.
Bomb is going through his first shop. Well, not his first shop, obviously, but his Limblom shop. And he's going to buy a collection of items, a couple of mage mashes, and a few extra pieces of armor and equipment. And he's going to immediately head over to the cinch shop, and he's going to pick himself up an ogre, as many cotton robes as he can make, and 2 yellow scarves.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I
So-
mentioned earlier, this game has a unique feature called item synthesis, where there are these shops that require a certain, like 2 different items, which if you have and you have enough money, you can get a better item. It's a cool idea. There was one flaw in it though, and that is when you get to Disc 4, several maps or cities in the game get cut off permanently, and thus and not only that, but many shop inventories change, and thus a lot of the items required for some of these synthesis items become permanently inobtainable if you don't already have them.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you end up not buying the Octagon Rod and Estogaza, and then Vivi just does not get any of the Aga spells. So Blizzaga, Fire Aga, Thundaga, he just is out of luck.
Yeah.
Um,
It's actually kind of sad that you can go through an
yeah.
entire playthrough and not have access to the tier 3 spells by pure accident.
That actually happened to me the first time I played this game casually. I didn't
think it
buy an
happened to me
Octagon
too.
Rod. Yeah.
From what I understand, the reason this game and FF8 had a lot of maps cut off is because they used so much disk space for the vocal songs in the credit sequences that they just did not have enough room. It's why they got an extra disc in the first place.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because you'll see when we get to disc 4 is about like 40 minutes long.
Yeah, it's the shortest. Yeah, we're just gonna, after we do some shopping, we're gonna run to our little hideout, the Tantalus hideout, and kind of wait and see where everyone's at, but
Yeah.
looks like no one showed up yet from the Tantalus crew.
Yeah, we beat them here, so we won that race.
Yeah, well, we did get access to an airship. They do
That's
have to
true.
walk.
That's true.
Yeah, true.
They had a little bit of a disadvantage. Meanwhile, over on Team Mog with Amart, he's going to be meeting Freya, who is our 5th party member. And basically the story is just progressing that they've made it to Lindblum and they're taking refuge here while Garnet talks to Sid to figure out what's going on with Alexandria. Queen Braun has been acting strange, and now there's the black mages that they found. There's something rotten in the state of Alexandria. And we are intent to find out what. And before earlier, if someone who's unaware of who's not familiar with this game is wondering why TQ screamed earlier, gosh bro, you sure know a lot. There is a thankfully this game doesn't make you do the tutorial every time. The tutorials are skippable. And those little cuts to the Moogles in the swamp are basically the game's tutorial, where you can select a topic for them to talk about. Obviously, we are speedrunners. We know all about the game. We know everything there is to know about this game, right? That's why none of us knew what HP value Black Waltz 3 had. But we skip through it. We don't want to watch any tutorials, and the text that the small Moogle says is, gosh, bro, you sure know a lot.
You know about timed hits?
Can't do that in FF10.
Yeah. A flyer.
Aw, Amart named Freya after me. How nice.
We get our first exposure to the, Melodies of Life song. I mean, it's basically Melodies of Life. And Zidane's just going to try and figure out if it is actually Dagger that's singing it. And to do that, he's going to thump a guard in the guest room, take his clothes.
Yeah, for anyone keeping track at home, this is the second time that Zidane has beaten someone up and stolen their clothing.
And he gets away with it.
Yep.
Every time.
Yep.
Faces no consequences.
Maybe the guard's just too embarrassed to report it. He's just like, I guess I just fell asleep.
Yeah.
What's even worse is that there's a guard outside. Like, Zidane actually gets changed on the elevator. Now, there's no guard to see him when he gets off the elevator. You can kind of have like a close call if you trigger the dialogue with that guy, because he's actually asleep. Dear God, the guards in this castle are useless. And then when you come outside, there's a guard outside to the right, and like you can talk to him. It's like, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
He just doesn't care.
Yeah, the one at the very top of the telescope. He's like,
The guy at the very
I
top is... Yeah.
I love it up here.
The guards
like,
are useless.
He's just like, oh, you're up here. You must be allowed up here.
Yeah, he's just like, all right, got this far, whatever.
Did we already talk about how Lindblum is referred to as Plot City?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
There's actually this district called the Industrial District that we never visit in the speedrun because it's only accessible on disc 1. I don't want to spoil anything, but we never get a chance to go after this point, and there's really nothing there other than a few items, so we don't bother.
Yeah,
It's actually
there's nothing
the
important.
Industrial District is actually where that bar was, where Zidane met Freya.
Yeah, and there's a couple of pickups there. Like, it's worth exploring in a casual play, but there's nothing there that we can't get easier and faster elsewhere in the speedrun.
And because you have to take that air cab to get to Industrial,
It takes a
would
long
literally
time.
Oh, yeah.
It takes minutes just to go there, so
Yeah.
it's definitely
And
worth it.
again, the items, they're just not worth it at all.
Also, do any of you like telescopes?
Oh,
I
yeah.
love
Telescope
I love
minigame.
telescopes.
All right. So as we see on BombBomb's screen, there's 6 points we have to hit. You can actually view the same one twice, which loses time. So we just want to hit each of the points once, and we just go in a counterclockwise formation and hit all of them.
Which is actually quite tricky to do, not
Yeah.
overmashing.
You can easily overmash and then view it again, especially that south gate, the top middle, where it slowly pans the camera over to the right. And
This is actually one of those points where having a Kiwami and hold turbo function is helpful as long as you are careful, because it can be very easy to just scroll over the exact spots. Like, it's a very specific spot you have to hit. So if you're just like holding the X button or the circle button, depending on what you use for confirm, and you have that set to auto fire, it'll just select it. There's one telescope selection that for whatever reason takes a little bit longer to pop up than the others. I don't know why. Also, since there's not a lot going on right now, do any of you have like a link to the resources for FF9 in case anyone in chat would like to get involved?
Yeah. I don't know if we can share links in the chat, but it is speedrun.com/ff9. Like we said at the beginning of the run, there are so many different routes and strategies that go into this game that there are like just a bunch of different ways of trying to crack the nut that is speedrunning this game. You can find a lot of great resources on speedrun.com/ff9. You can also join the Final Fantasy speedrunning Discord, which is fairly active, and people are always willing to help and answer questions. Certainly, when I first started running the game, that was the thing that got me through like the early speed bumps of just figuring things out, just having all of these resources that people have written, all these videos, and then the Discord with people willing to answer questions. We also do, every couple of months, we do community races for FF9. We started doing that earlier this year, which is always a lot of fun, and we always try to raise some money for charity while doing that. Yep.
We had like 12 runners going at once, and it's a lot of fun. But going back to the guides, Mutski's guide, beginner-friendly guide, is fantastic to get started with FF9. It lays out every single boss, every single pickup, all the menus that you need, and it kind of explains as you go along. And even if you're just like wanting to casually just kind of get Excalibur 2 or anything like that, that's a perfectly great way to look in, a perfectly good guide to just look into if you want to try and go for that challenge.
Yeah.
So can we just take a moment to recognize that we've got one of the most criminally underused songs in this game coming up very shortly.
Oh yeah.
The festival.
Festival of the Hunt song. All right, seeing that this is kind of a slow part of the run, we can quiz chat. Festival of the Hunt song. It is used here, and it is used in one other location in this game. Where is it? We'll see who gets it first.
Yeah. Oh,
there you go.
Yanatua comes in. Yanatua.
80s.
Good job.
There we go. Yeah, looks like people got it.
Monkey Slinger 123 also got it at around the same time. I'm gonna give Monkey Slinger a little bit more credit because I don't believe they are an FF9 runner. Yanar is another FF9 runner, so you're cheating, Yanar.
You know beforehand.
You already knew.
That depends. Is Yanar an all bosses runner?
But anyways, we
okay.
got this huge competition. It's 12 minutes
yeah.
long. We're gonna win a lot of gil and a date with Princess Garnet. It's easy. We just have to kill enough enemies and earn enough points. Oh, this enemy should be pretty easy to kill. It's a moo.
Little squirrel. Full squirrel should die in one hit, right?
Bomb's got this.
No.
He's a pro.
He's gonna trance even.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, he doesn't.
Oh
trance.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh no.
This is gonna be easy.
Easy fight.
That's
Wait.
What
oh
the
no,
heck?
Bomb. Oh no.
I think he made a bad input.
Oh no. Game over. Bomb's gonna have to reload a safety
Annihilated.
save. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Everyone's
I
favorite.
think we have
meme.
this in like. Yeah, I think we have like one of these fights in every FF game at this point, where we just try and troll the audience. So,
One thing that really doesn't make sense is that you actually get a better reward for letting Freya win than if Zidane wins.
yeah.
Because if Freya wins, you get a coral ring, which otherwise you would not be able to obtain until Disc 2. And while Gil is kind of nice, the coral ring lets you absorb thunder damage, and it also gives the Man-Eater skill, which is something called a killer ability, which are going to be really useful throughout the entire run.
They're incredibly helpful.
and it
to be
also
able to-
has Insomniac as well, I believe,
Yep, Insomniac, which is important for Mythic's
for a couple of fights.
night route.
You also have the option of letting Vivi win, and it's possible to get guaranteed that Vivi wins if you fight the Zagnol, I think it's called.
Mhm. Yeah, and kill Freya and Zidane.
Vivi's
The Zagnol-
reward is a card.
It's a theater ship card. Oh boy.
Yeah, not just any ship. Yeah, not just any card. Theater ship, cargo ship, whichever one it's called.
It's actually really funny
Actually-
the number of different fights in this speedrun that the strat is to just kill off one or all of your party members to make it faster. It is something that's going to appear throughout pretty much all the way until the end. Like periodically you're gonna see runners intentionally killing party members all the way to the end of the run.
Yep.
Yeah, the Zagnol. I saw the timer on Bomb and Mythic's screen on the top left. So the Zagnol actually doesn't appear until 4 minutes and 30 seconds is on the clock. So you have to kind of sit there for 7 minutes and wait for the Zagnol to show up.
If you do, I don't know if any of you have ever heard of the level 1 playthrough. This is one of the few games where it's actually possible to complete the entire game at level 1, since you don't get experience from boss fights, and most encounters can be killed or can be completed by stopping or petrifying enemies. To complete a level 1 playthrough, it's actually required that you steal a needle fork from that Zagnol because of the first forced fight in Jesus Grotto, which, if you don't want to get experienced, your only other option is to petrify them.
Yeah.
And it also requires getting a certain favorite party member of mine that unfortunately we won't see until this too.
What? Really?
Fighting the Zagnol in the Festival of the Hunt is also required for the all bosses category of this game. I saw someone asking about an Ozma percent earlier in chat, and that is that's probably like one of the closer things that FF9 speedrunning has to a 100% run, which is the all bosses category, where you fight every boss in the game as intended. It's a pretty cool category. Another thing that you can find resources for on speedrun.com/FF9.
And we have Bomb and Mythic right behind him, doing a little bit of a shopping. And Mythic does keep one cotton rope for Vivi later on for the Tantarian fight, because the extra defense on the cotton rope helps out a lot. But we're going to do some stutter stepping, which is probably, in my opinion, Bomb's 2, the worst stutter step in the game.
Yeah, I agree.
There's something about forward stuttering versus downward stuttering that's just way more uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But this one's also just very, very long.
At least you get the little break on the bridge.
Yeah, you can run across that bridge and not trigger any encounters, and it just increases the... As Bomb is exclaiming in chat. Hates this stuff.
Yeah, this is the worst stutter. It's the longest, and you've also got the bridge, so you have to kind of make sure you aim nice and carefully. Because trying to stutter step and move the camera at the same time can be a little bit awkward.
Also, I think Bomb Bomb might have actually bought some tents in that last shop because he got the 10,000 gil, and tents are going to be very important for the next boss.
Yeah, if you don't get nobles, you can pick up. There's a hidden chest behind that staircase right next to that vendor, and you can get a free tent there, which I believe Amart's gonna do. If you do get nobles, you can spend the 800 gil and just buy one because it's faster. Saves a couple seconds to pick up because we can just do a thought menu.
Yeah. So this is Gizmo's Grotto, where Bomb Bomb is coming up to now. This first screen is actually kind of scary. It doesn't really matter how you equip for this fight because we don't have Flea on Zidane permanently learned yet. And you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, because there are Hornets on the first screen that you can get an encounter with, and they can cast Berserk. So you're faced with a choice of either having the dagger equipped and having access to flee. But if Zidane gets berserked, then you can't flee, and you now have the weakest equipment on him instead of the ogre, and he's not going to be able to one-shot the Hornets. On the flip side is you can have the ogre equipped and you'll one-shot the Hornets, but you don't have flee anymore. And so you're kind of damned if you do. So you're basically just in a situation where you pray you don't get an encounter on this screen.
Yep.
Because it's
Just
kind
hope
of
you don't get an
horrible.
encounter.
Yeah, I
it's
saw
horrible. Either way.
I saw both Bomb Bomb and Mythic save before entering because you can actually wipe the Quad Hornets encounter is the worst encounter you can get in a speedrun.
Yeah,
Also,
it's awful.
before they came here, they actually stopped by at Chocobo's forest to pick up a Choco, but I think both Bomb Bomb and Mythic opted not to go back into the forest to buy the Giesel Greens. They're going to just pick them up as they go through the game. So yeah, the Chocobo, it's optional, but we use it in a few places because it's a lot faster to ride a Chocobo than to stutter step. If you go back into the forest, you can actually buy Giesel Greens, which are required to call Choco when you don't have them nearby. You use them on those tracks. They can also remove the Berserk stat, which would be very useful if you got that Hornet encounter. But if you don't buy them, I think the most you can pick up is 3, and you actually have to do like a half stutter step later on. It is actually possible to pick up an extra one in an area, but the area is an encounter zone, and there's a pretty decent chance that if you go for that backup Giesel Greens, you get the encounter.
Yeah.
So we do, so for Bomb Bomb and Mythic, Zidane's going to be our one-shot hero to kill off these mages. Freya can't one-shot at this point, and he has the Man-Eater ability, which amplifies his damage by 1.5. And so he can one-shot the mage, and we can ATB away with him to have Zidane attack again and one-shot again, because otherwise there's just going to be 2 Freya attacks, and that's slower.
Yeah.
There is like the occasional situation where attacking with Freya is actually useful, but it's very situational. Like, it's only basically if you think that Freya can get a first turn in, and Zidane, it starts with really bad ATB, because 2 attacks from Freya will kill a black mage, as long as she doesn't miss, of course. Or you can get lucky.
Sorry.
Yeah. Or you can get lucky, and a crit will be enough to kill him from Freya.
Looks like Bomb Bomb got tranced by Zidane trance on that black mage fight, which is actually one of the fights where that can be useful, because he can use shift break to kill both of them at the same time. Ooh, and it looks like actually Mythic
got 3
got
Hornets.
3
No Flea
Hornet
either.
encounter.
Yeah, no Flea because he's got the Ogre equipped.
No Flea. This is actually a little dangerous. Let's see. Thankfully, these Hornets do go down in 1 hit from either Zidane or Freya, but it can still be pretty scary when you get that encounter. And he got the quick flee, so he's safe.
He's going to have
now.
to take an extra menu, though.
And
Yeah,
heal right
heal
before
up.
the Black Mage. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's unfortunate. As Amart is doing his little shopping and on his way to the Chocobo's Forest. And he's going to pick up that tent right back there and start stuttering.
Oh, one thing you might notice is that what Mythic just did is he actually chose to escape with all his party members in an encounter, or fight, rather, that you cannot flee from. And much like you saw in the FF8 run at the beginning of this relay, it can cut down on the attack animations. Like, it skips the short little animation where they change their stance from their standby stance to their attack stance. And Freya's attack stance in particular takes like a whole second to get into because she like flips her spear.
Yeah, Freya's got the longest attack animation, physical attack animation of the 4 main physical attackers, who are Zidane, Freya, Steiner, and Amarant, a character we haven't met yet. Meanwhile, we got Amarant.
Yeah, we're going to see our runners do another save here for marathon safety because of the next boss fight.
This next boss fight is pretty challenging. Yeah. We've got Amar in Chocobo's Forest, not far behind Mythic and Bomb Bomb. All 3 teams very close in this 71-hour relay. So Diesel, you want to tell us a little bit more about what to expect from Gizamaluk?
Yep. So because Bomb Bomb had Zidane's trance, he's not going to opt for a Zidane trance strategy here, obviously, so we can rule that out straight away. The first turns that we're going to see are most probably going to be a Tent from Freya or Vivi. This is an attempt to... Tent does 2 things. The first is that it restores HP Gizamaluk, which doesn't matter because he's already at full HP, seeing that this is the start of the fight, but there's also around a 50% chance that it'll inflict darkness and silence onto him, which is great because if he has silence on him, he's not going to be able to cast water at all, and it's going to be a wasted turn.
Opening with water, that's rough.
Yeah. And with darkness, 50% of his crash attacks should miss. I say should.
Should is the operative word here.
Unfortunately, the first 10. Yeah.
Just a suggestion.
The first 10.
Pardon my interruption, but I think I just saw Amart actually do the menu in the same, combine the menus. He equipped the ogre in the same menu where he used the Gisselgreen, so he's not going to have flee at all for this first screen.
Oh wow!
No, that's standard for Petro route.
Yep. Yeah, it's normal.
Yeah, that's a standard Petro route now. Taking the ogre instead. If you get the encounter, try and get the quick flee or win it.
And Zidane should be able to do enough damage to one-shot as well as Freya because she has Bird Killer. But still, it can be pretty scary if you get like a back attack. But yeah, as we see with Bomb Bomb, he's able to get the Tent and Silenced and Dark.
Yeah, I believe he got second try Tent, so this is probably going to be a relatively clean fight unless things go wonky. Giza is also a boss that you can ATB wait with Zidane, so the trick we were talking about before that basically lets you get 2 turns for every 1 turn your enemy gets. But it's a little tricky to do so for a few reasons. The first being that Giza has counters to physical attacks, so he can do a crash attack in response to you physical attacking him. And it looks like Bomb Bomb made it through Giza without any major headaches.
Yeah, so that's pretty good Giza.
The other complication with ATB waiting Giza is that if you've silenced him, he can also he gets when he tries to cast water, it says can't cast. Oh, it looks like Mythic got the first try Tent. That's nice.
Nice.
But basically, when that can't cast text pops up, it's just an instant reset for Giza's ATB. So it's really hard to be able to ATB wait that. It's next to impossible.
Unless you're already waiting and you let it bleed through with a little turn check.
Yeah.
Also, I think I'm noticing chatter talking about birds.
Oh yeah.
Gizamaluk is a bird.
Yeah, it's
one
a bird.
of many birds in this.
It's got wings. This makes sense. Giza. We'll come back to that later.
There are a lot of
bird.
Yeah, there are a lot of birds in this game.
That's something that was pointed out or asked a little while ago, and I'm just now getting back around to it. Someone asked if it's possible to get too much experience in this game. Kind Kind of. So the way this game kind of works is that there's a hidden mechanic where you actually get a little bit of a bonus experience points to each of the stats on the gear that you have equipped. So your strength, your magic, your spirit, and your speed. So depending on what you have equipped, and every level you get contributes to this little hidden pool. And whenever it stores up enough points, it will give you a permanent boost to that stat that you've accumulated on.
We also have someone. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that. So make sure that we don't level up too much, so we get get more value out of those levels to get more strength or what have you. So we're able to hit harder later and also get more HP because our strength is tied to our HP value as well.
Yeah, there's something called the Excalibur 2 Perfect Game Challenge where they actually try to keep all or most of their party at level 1 until they can have access to the best equipment in the game so that they can get the optimal stats.
Mm-hmm.
And Mythic got a crit finisher on Giza, of course,
Very
when
nice.
you don't need it.
Very swag.
Yeah, which was completely useless. So he was dying to a basic attack. Anyway.
Typical.
We have someone in chat who asks, how do killer abilities interact with enemies like Kuja if you have both Maneater and Bird Killer? Unfortunately, the killer abilities don't stack for enemies that fulfill more than one requirement. It would be pretty cool if they did, but they do not.
Otherwise, we could stack Bug Killer, Devil Killer, and Bird Killer in one-shot death guys with everyone.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't even think that would work because the damage cap is quad 9s.
Yeah.
Right. We could do some serious damage with more party members, though.
But yeah, so all that matters is that you have a killer ability for at least one of the enemy's type, and you'll get the bonus damage. Having multiple doesn't matter because they don't stack. However, there are other attack bonuses that do stack, including an ability that the runners will be getting at the start of Disc 2, as well as elemental bonuses and weaknesses related to their weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's very, very important to try and dish out as much damage as possible. So physical attacks are very, very strong in this game.
Yeah.
And also the fastest, as we don't have to wait for casting animations.
Yeah, once we get towards the latter part of the run, the last 90 minutes or so, it's going to be all physical attacks, basically. And rearranging equipment and abilities to maximize damage on each boss fight. So we've got Amart almost approaching the Giza Maluk boss fight, and meanwhile, Mythic and Bomb Bomb on Tonberry and Choco are at South Gate with Steiner and Dagger. So what happened in Lindblum was we found out that Alexandria was attacking Burmecia, which is Freya's home kingdom, and Zidane and company want to go off to help and to see what's going on. Meanwhile, they were urging Dagger to stay behind in Lindblum because it was too dangerous. So Dagger, not liking being told what to do, decided to put sleeping weed in everyone's food except for her and Steiner, so that she and Steiner could leave of their own accord and decide to make their way back to Alexandria to see if Dagger can talk some sense into her mother, Queen Braun. So that's what Steiner and Dagger are on their way to do right now. After Zidane and company beat Giza Maluk. Ooh, and it looks like Amart has a Lamia encounter.
Yeah, unfortunate. This
Able to get a
Lamia
quick flee, thankfully, but
is extremely stacked in disc 1. It has pretty much one of the highest speeds in the game, which is 50. And it has counters, it has confuse, it's just has a ton of HP that we just can't deal with right now.
yeah. Lamias are very tough enemies to encountering in this early in the game, and they can really mess with your run. But thankfully, Amart was able to get away from it pretty fast, and is on his way to fight Giza now. Giza is also not the first boss, but one of the earliest bosses where counting damage is really important. Basically, when running this game, for pretty much every boss fight, you want to have a calculator or something out to count the amount of damage you're doing to the boss. so that you can strategize accordingly. Like, it's important to know when you have one more round of attacks to take out a boss, for example. You'll play it differently. Like, oh, maybe I don't need to get this character up. Maybe I can play it a little riskier here without healing and save some time because we only have to kill. We only have to do one more hit to kill. And Giza's a really important one for that.
Mhm.
Yeah, because if you haven't silenced Giza, once it has a third of its health, it starts casting water on the whole party.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
and that's really dangerous.
It can just start spamming water all, and there's nothing you can do about it. You don't want to waste time healing every turn. And it looks
Thankfully,
like, thankfully,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not going to
second
see that.
yeah, just Soul Blade Giza is quite scary.
Yeah. So basically the backup on Giza, if neither of these tents land, and doesn't blind or silence, you can use Zidane's ability Soul Blade, which will blind Giza, which is better than nothing, certainly, but the water all when his health gets down below 1/3 can be really deadly.
And about what they said regarding counting damage, for some fights like this one, you could also just count hits. Basically count 2 Freya attacks as a Zidane attack, and I think 12 hits usually will do enough damage to kill Giza.
Yeah.
Unless you get really unlucky.
Yeah, you can under damage on not every single one, but you can. It's pretty rare.
I almost said Bomb because that's what Amar named Zidane, but he's close to trance here.
I think he's trying to bait the trance right now. Possibly, maybe not.
There is
he's just gonna go.
I used to see some runners go for where they choose not to tent Giza because tent inflicts blind status.
Yes.
Ideally, they want Giza to hit Zidane, and they'll actually put Zidane in the back row so that he can survive like the counterattacks and proc the trance. But it doesn't look like Amart's gonna get it.
That's a strat that I've seen. I've seen Resonance do that. I believe he picked up from Swed. So once again, just 100 different ways to do pretty much everything in this game, depending on the variance of things like trance bars and damage rolls and everything else.
Yeah, there's a lot of different preference.
Amart is getting torn apart. He's not getting many misses from Crash.
Yeah, Giza's landed so many hits.
Giza, just blindness is just a suggestion to him. He just doesn't care sometimes, but he's able to make it through.
Giza must be related to Squall from FF8 when it comes to blindness.
Yeah.
Over on Mythic's screen, I just noticed he tried to damage Freya with Vivi, but missed. Basically, you want Freya to have less than half of her max health going into the next boss fight, because this next boss fight is choreographed to end after 10 turns, and basically we want Zidane with his Protect Girl skill to take all the damage for Freya, so that Freya can possibly do a skip on the 8th turn, although that requires that you have good ATB and basically, well, I think it depends. If Zidane is level 5, it's a guarantee that he will kill or knock himself out from full health. But if Zidane is level 6, there's a 25% chance that he underdamages, so you gotta be careful. If Zidane underdamages and you jump with Freya too early, well, GG.
That's GG.
I hope you get a lucky miss.
Yeah, it's entirely possible we don't see any of the runners go for jump skip because it doesn't save a ton of time, and it can be risky. But we'll see what happens when they get there.
They're professionals.
There are some scenarios.
They're pros.
You just can't do jump skip as well.
Yeah. Beatrix around turn 7 or 8. If she just decides to just bully Zidane with quick attacks, then it's just not worth going for it.
Yeah.
Another thing about a lot of the late game bosses is that they have very high speed, and what we need to do is take advantage of their attack animations, because whenever a boss or an enemy rather initiates an attack, their ATB is frozen. If it's a long attack animation like a spell, which is what you'll see enemies like or bosses like Kuji use, it's not so bad because those are long animations, which means their ATB is frozen long enough that their max speed won't matter. But for Beatrix, she has this really fast quick attack, so her ATB is not frozen for very long when she uses that, and thus if she uses a quick attack, she's going to get another attack off.
She's supersonic speed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She's a speedy girl.
Yeah. It's actually kind of a general rule in this game. The female bosses are astonishingly fast.
Yeah, that's true. I've never
speed.
realized that before, but you're right.
It's like Beatrix 1, 2, and 3. Like, she's absolutely like amazingly fast. She can get 2 attacks in before one of your characters gets in 1. And Lani is also very fast as well. I can't remember her speed stat off the top of my head, but
It's 49 or
she will
50.
outpace. Yeah, she will outpace Zidane and get 2 attacks in if she uses a quick X attack.
Yeah.
And it looks like Bomb Bomb's got a unfortunate encounter right before the Beatrix fight, where both the basilisks seem to got a turn.
Oof.
And cast spells,
Seeing
of
that
course.
timer click down to 3, it's a bit
The
scary.
gradual petrify.
Yeah.
Now we're doing a safety save here because, yeah, again, Beatrix 1 can be a little sketchy sometimes.
I think it's a lightning rod in this room, but we actually don't bother with picking it up because it actually activates a cutscene, which is kind of lengthy. It's not worth it. At least Petro Realm, not 100% sure with Mythic, but it probably does as well. We do actually buy a lightning rod later to synthesize into another coral ring in Black Mage Village.
I think
Mythic's route does that actually.
No, he only synthesizes, or he only gets the free coral ring. He doesn't synth an extra coral ring.
Yeah. He does
gets,
synth 2 power belts, but that's a different story.
Petro also runs with 2 power belts as well. You get the free one in that in Trino, and you synth one in Alexandria Disc 3.
Even if this was not a marathon run, some runners might actually opt to go into that room just to split the screen.
Most runners do, yeah. It actually cuts the odds fairly decently.
Yeah, because the raceway to get to Beatrix is longer than it seems. So if you don't split that screen, you're just adding extra encounters and risking another fight. Yeah, we get some backstory with Freya down on Bomb Bomb's screen. There's this mysterious figure.
Also, who's this guy?
Don't know.
Freya's feeling a little angsty about her lost lover here, who went off traveling one day and never came back.
I'm sure that won't come up again.
Oh no, of course not. That storyline is resolved completely.
Yep.
Meanwhile, on Team Choco's screen, we are finally meeting the main villain of the game. We don't know his name yet, but keep an eye on that fella dressed in white, with the striking white head of hair.
It's probably a little cold.
Yeah. Meanwhile, though, Zidane and Freya are going to be confronting Beatrix for the first of 3 fights with her. And this fight, like TQ said earlier, is scripted to last for 10 turns. So the main prerogative of this fight is just to survive. You're going to see Bomb Bomb use the defend action with Zidane, in conjunction with Protect Girls, is going to minimize the chances of Zidane or Freya being killed. Of course, that doesn't matter because she opens with Shock and just immediately kills him.
Deletes any character pretty much at this level.
Yeah.
You want to know something really interesting?
Yeah.
For all the Beatrix boss fights, Shock is considered a magic attack, but when Beatrix, spoiler alert, joins your party later, it's considered a physical attack.
Interesting.
That's interesting.
But yeah, the purpose for defending here is it increases Zidane's evasion, and it also increases decreases the amount of damage he takes when attacks do land. Zidane is also wearing the Coral Ring in this fight, so if Beatrix uses Thunder Slash on him, or uses Thunder Slash on Freya and Zidane covers Freya, it will actually heal Zidane instead of doing damage to him.
Funny-
Mythic went for steal, got a Phoenix down.
Okay.
It's funny
I
how
haven't been keeping track of attacks, but I don't think Bomb Bomb is going for jump skip because he got a bad.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I was about to say, it's funny how Thunder Slash is actually pretty useful for Beatrix in all these fights, because you can actually learn Thunder Slash as an ability really late in the game, and it's bugged.
No, he can't do it.
Yeah, it's bugged. It has like a 99.9% chance to miss or something like
Zidane
that.
just
Yeah.
randomly crits himself.
Oh my gosh, a Zidane
Bomb bomb.
self-crit.
The troll crits are real in the marathon, man. So that's jump skip. That cuts 2 attacks from Beatrix out of the fight.
Yeah, we're just sorry.
Oh no.
We're taking
Oh,
advantage. Oh, uh-oh.
yeah,
Amart,
Amart's gonna miss out on the Germinus boots there.
Oh, I did not see that.
Yeah, he accidentally triggered the bridge to fall before getting the boots. We'll
Did
have
he
to see
try to
what
do? Did he try to do like the top right diagonal
up
run?
left trick. Yeah, I think he just wasn't holding the. So it looks like Amart's gonna take a reset there, unfortunately. Load a safety save.
You can synth the Germina's boots in Treno. I think it requires a needle fork and I don't remember the other item.
Desert boots
So-
and a fork.
Ooh.
So yeah, we'd have to.
Oh, so it was just a normal fork in Desert Boots.
Yeah, and then 900 gil. But yeah, and you have to craft a desert boots as well. So you'd have to get a leather hat and a leather wrist, I think, or a leather shirt.
Unfortunately, this does mean
Tricky.
that Amart is going to have to take the run back to the most recent safety save before the Giza Maluk fight. So, Team Mog is going to lose some time here, but still pretty early in the run. We'll see what happens. Things can still split 100 different ways for the next 7 hours.
Well, before that unfortunate instance happened, I was just going to say that the reason jump skip works after turn 8 is because Beatrix is so fast that her ATB is filling twice and instantly resetting. However, you have to be careful. You can't like instantly jump. If you haven't suicided a character because they were already dead, you have to wait like 3 seconds, I think.
Oh, he did the menu and he took a step and now he got an encounter.
Oh my
Right
gosh.
before
So
Jesus' ring.
this is a really good example of the way that FF9 can just be a little bit of a cruel speed run. Like, you know, one thing goes wrong and then like if another thing goes wrong on top of it, it can just stack up. But you know, the main skill of running this game is being able to recover from things like this, you know, and just roll with the punches sometimes, because there's no such thing as a perfect run in this game, no matter how much we all wish that we could achieve it. But it looks like Amart's able to get away from the Lamia without too much trouble, and is heading into Giza now. Round 2 with Giza.
He's going to have to play at the start of this pretty carefully, because I'm pretty sure he took a slash to Vivi in the Lamia, and he didn't have the opportunity to heal because it was right on the trigger where he got the encounter.
Someone in chat says FF9, improvise, adapt, overcome, and I couldn't agree with that more.
Yeah.
That is the way it goes in this game.
Oh, it was on Zidane that the slash was on. And he's actually opting to go with the trance strat.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to bait the trance now, but he didn't back Rosedane, so it's going to be a little riskier.
And that's gonna hopefully.
Alright,
not-
water on Vivi.
Well, meanwhile, on Mythic and Bombom's screen, you remember these guys? They were two of those Tantalus members that work with Zidane.
Yeah.
One of them's actually going to join us as a temporary party member.
Ooh.
Yeah, so as Dagger and Steiner make their way back to Alexandria, they meet up with Cinna and Marcus from Tantalus, Zidane's buddies, and they decide to temporarily join forces because they're heading in the same direction. Dagger and Steiner are trying to get to Alexandria, while Marcus is trying to get to a town called Trino to get an item called the Super Soft, which is an item that he is going to try to pick up in order to save Blank, who was petrified in Evil Forest earlier. We should also point out that Bomb and Mythic are both now officially on Disc 2 of the run, which is going to be around where things start to really get different between the two different routes that we're seeing.
Looks like Giz is just not playing nice without the Transtrant. Bullying both Vivi and Freya, and since he's not blind or silenced, and just not filling up the trance. There it is.
There's the trance, though.
So, anyone remember this guy? Yeah, apparently he survived.
Oh, Black Waltz 3.
He exploded.
I lied again when I said he was gone forever. I'm such a rascal.
We just saw A-Bomb's first miss.
And it looks like A-Bomb was able to get through Giza after that unfortunate trance build and bullying of Freya and Vivi, but he's back in it and heading on his way to Bermesia.
He's back in it. He's able to continue trucking forward. Meanwhile, once again, Bomb and Mythic, Tomberry and Choco are very close to each other. They're on the same fight. I believe Bomb is slightly ahead, but it's anyone's race still. Actually, it looks like Mythic is pulling slightly ahead now. He was able to kill Black Waltz 3-2 using ATB waiting. Garnet can ATB wait on this fight, but it's a really tight window, so you don't always get it.
Over on Bomb's screen, you might notice that he's choosing not to revive Steiner and Marcus. That's because, unlike the Black Waltz 2 fight, Black Waltz 3 will not put Garnet to sleep if she's the only party member alive. She'll just damage itself.
Yeah.
And basically talk in, like, malfunctioning speech until it just dies. So it's actually impossible to lose that fight unless Garnet is killed by one of your own party members. Mm-hmm. However, I'm assuming that Bomb is going to heal before he gets to the world map because he doesn't have any party members alive, and he doesn't have Zidane in the party, so you can't flee. And stutter stepping, while it's usually good, it's not perfect. There is, I think, like a 1 in 256 chance that you can still get a world map encounter. And if you get a world map encounter with only a level 1 or level 2 Garnet on the party,
it's bad.
You're probably going to die.
Yeah. It's not common to get an encounter on this stutter step, but, you know, especially in a marathon setting, you want to prepare for the worst.
So we saw that Mythic picked up the Gil chest, which is quite a sizable amount of Gil before heading to Cherno, because we're gonna both routes will be taking advantage of Cherno's shop.
Well, he's not healing. I don't think.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it.
No, he is doing it here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mythic needed to pick up that chest because, as we alluded to earlier, the Japanese version does not give you 10,000 Gil for when getting 100 nobles. So even though he did get 100 nobles, he still had to pick up the Gil because he didn't get enough as the nobles prize. Bomb, however, did get the 10,000 Gil, and so he was able to skip it entirely. There is another way you can skip that Gil, but it requires getting a 1 in 256 steal from Beatrix.
Yeah.
It's
the only fight where that Mithril Sword is useful, because you can just buy one in Treno here, so it's a extremely rare steal for one fight.
I don't even
So-
know if it saves much time on the Black Welts.
No.
Right?
No, it really doesn't.
I guess if you give it to Marcus, but I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't really save time because it's pretty common for both Marcus and Steiner to die in that fight. Obviously, it doesn't happen 100% of the time because we just saw Mythic make it through without Steiner dying, but yeah.
One thing we did not talk about that's another unique feature of this game is active time events. Now,
Yeah.
you've seen a couple of them already because they were forced. However, this and I think one other in Black Mage Village are the only optional ones that the runners are going to be viewing. And this one in particular is very important for the speedrun because
Yes.
what happens is Garnet's going to get mugged. You can actually cut the amount of gil she loses in half by hitting the confirm button at the right time. But what happens is a certain four-armed man who you might be familiar with from other Final Fantasy games. We don't know what his name is, but basically he takes the gil that Garnet had and he buys a power belt. And when Steiner finds him, he makes the man give him the power belt, which is arguably the most important accessory in the whole game because it has
extremely important.
It has the MP attack ability, which, much like the killer abilities that we talked about, will boost the damage of all physical attacks by times 1.5 at the cost of 1/8 of the party member's max MP. However, that also stacks up with the killer abilities, which, when you multiply 1.5 times 1.5, well, it just keeps going up and up in damage numbers.
Yeah. The power belt, as we've said, is a very, very important item, and definitely one you don't want to ever forget during a run. And
why does that cease?
I wouldn't know from personal experience. It's not like I have lost several runs throughout my FF9 speedrunning career to forgetting to get the power belt or anything. I've always gotten it every single time, so, I wouldn't know, but maybe someone else would.
Also, I think Bomb got cut across that NPC.
Oh yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, so, the power belt is very important. It is possible to do the run without it, but you basically, just the amount of time you lose to not having MP attack and the extra strength boost is just not worth continuing. If you're trying to do a PB attempt, you'll lose so much time over the course of the whole run, and you'll also waste a lot of gil trying to synth another one. So it's just, it is not good if you forget it.
Yeah,
and it's
even
really easy to miss too because you have to activate the ATE and then go meet the four-armed man in the hallway before doing anything else in the entire town.
It has to be activated on that very screen. It also has the counter ability, which Bomb and Amart are going to use. I don't think Mythic is going to use counter on his route.
No, I don't believe so. Not yet. Not in any of the upcoming fights. Let me look ahead. Meanwhile, we've got Amart back in Burmecia, fighting the Black Mage fights. Looks like he had a pretty clean Black Mage fight and is gonna have another chance here to get those Germinus boots. We didn't really get a chance to explain what happened, but basically there is a little bridge in that room that if you run across it, it will fall. So there are two strats to get across. One is to just hold down the walk button, the cancel button to make Zidane walk across, which is the dev intended way of getting the Germinus boots. And then, but we discovered that you can get across it while running if you hold down up and left, which is what we go for in the speedrun. And occasionally it doesn't work. It looks like Amart's going to take the safer option and just walk across this time, just to make sure he gets it. And he got the Germinus boot, so he's back on track, and gonna head across Burmecia to fight Beatrix now.
Meanwhile, looks like Yeah, they're meeting with Dr. Tot as Dagger and Steiner and Marcus. And they discovered... Oh, go ahead.
Dr. Todd is actually one of those troll characters in this speedrun where you have to make sure that you're not mashing with the square button to start the card games. You can.
Yeah.
He's one of the storyline characters that we have to talk to, where you can also prompt him to start a card game. I've definitely done that one before.
Yeah, for sure. When mashing through dialogue in this game, on the PSX version at least, it's different in the HD remasters, but on the PSX version of this game, you can use 2 buttons to mash through dialogue, both X and square, the confirm and card buttons. Basically gives you extra speed to get through the dialogue. Mythic actually on the Japanese version, the default confirm button is circle rather than X, so that's another small way that the game can be customized depending on what your preferences are.
Yeah, as there's a question in chat, do you need Germinus boots? Yeah, for the PSX version, the Germinus boots teach Flee and Alert, and we need that AP for Flee because we're gonna need to open up the that accessory slot, or we need to have that accessory slot on Zidane for Flee, and so we can have that AP, but also have the Ogre still equipped for damage. But also the Germinus boots also have +1 strength, so we can get a lot of benefit, as we mentioned before, with the hidden stat mechanic, where more levels you have with certain stats kind of gives you a permanent bonus throughout the run. The more levels you have with the strength.
Interesting note, you do actually get a Germinus boots automatically when a certain party member joins you. However, you don't get that party member until the end of Disc 2, and it's way too late to take advantage of it.
It's very late.
Well, down in Garganru is one of those places where you can't escape with Flee, unfortunately. So a lot of the times you'll see runners actually end up winning the encounters in this little dungeon.
I think Mythic's going to opt to just kill it because he has to fight Tantarian, and right now Steiner is level 3, which, I mean, you can do a Tantarian fight with a level 3 Steiner, but it's fairly risky, so he's going to take this encounter and hopefully get to level 8.
Yeah. He's not going to get all the way there because Steiner split the experience with Dagger and Marcus, but it is going to be a nice buffer, and if he gets another encounter here in Garganru, he'll probably opt to fight that as well.
And if he doesn't, he could always just force a guard fight later.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like they're also doing a safety save here in Garganru before the Ravu Rava fight, which can be kind of trolly / dangerous, especially if you have a low-level Steiner.
And if he uses, if he uses multiple instances of his poison bite, things can get scary.
Oh yeah.
With the low-level party, though, shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Mythic's running the Japanese version, and on the Japanese version, Ravu has a Super Blazara, which can one-shot Steiner even at max health if he's not fairly high level. Unless you have the Silver Gloves, but runners never go out of their way to get that. Silver Gloves cuts ice damage in half.
Yeah.
There's some free ones on the table in the Synth Shop in Lindblom, but it's not worth the time.
Yeah. There's another, this is another boss coming up that is another example of how it's really important to count damage. This fight, Ravu Rava, is basically a big old snake that you gotta fight, but you don't kill it in the fight. It flees after its HP passes 0. Ravu Rava has 2,296 damage HP, and you have to calculate the damage as you hit it, because if you queue up extra attacks after it hits 0 HP, the fight will still let those attacks go through, even though you don't actually need them to end it. So it just ends up wasting time if you queue up too many attacks.
We've actually got a question in the chat. As speedrunners, I'm going to ask, are there any tricks you can offer to a casual playthrough that'd be easy to remember? Do you guys want to offer your sage wisdom?
That's a good question.
I answered in a chat too, but yeah, MP attack on anyone that can use it, because most of the physical party members, so Steiner, Freya, Zidane, and Amarant all can learn MP attack, and that is extremely valuable because they're usually not going to be casting too many spells throughout the run, so their MP is just kind of going to waste. There's a couple situations where they can use it, but just having that on, and I think it's roughly 5% of their maximum MP is being used, so it's basically nothing.
I think there are certain boss fights that the mechanics are not really thoroughly explained in any walkthrough that I've seen, such as Transkuja being the second to last boss fight in the run, will counter physical attacks with a very deadly spell called Flare Star after a certain HP threshold is met. So I think that counting damage on boss fights, even in a casual playthrough, would be really helpful for avoiding things like that.
Also, one other thing to mention about Ralvu, you gotta make sure that you kill the boss before it poisons two characters, because Ralvu can use a certain spell that you're gonna see Mythic use later in the run called Night, and that is basically lights out, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, because you're likely not going to have Dagger equipped with Insomniac, and definitely not going to be equipping Steiner with Insomniac here either.
Yeah, that can be a real quick game over if you get knighted by Rava.
Over on Amart, though, he's actually getting a remarkably quick Beatrix fight.
That's pretty good so far.
Yeah, pretty good so far.
He hasn't had to use very many Phoenix Downs at all.
And now Vivi's getting bullied, of course.
Well, one shock is hardly anything to complain about.
Yeah, we have Resonance in the chat saying that he's never seen anyone survive Night from Rava, and I don't think I have either. It can be very deadly, very fast.
Yeah, it can just
slash hits Freya, but doesn't kill, which is also very convenient.
Yeah.
Because now it will protect girls from Zidane every time.
So we've got Mythic now, Team Tomberry, stutter stepping across the desert towards Clara, which is a city contained inside of a giant sandstorm that we're about to breach. Clara is, right before we fought Beatrix, the Burmesian soldier that we kind of rescued from Beatrix, told us that refugees from the attack on Burmesia that Alexandria carried out are fleeing to their neighboring kingdom, Clara, for refuge. So we're about to go there and kind of see, like, just, all right, what can we do about this? What do the survivors know about what Alexandria did? And just try to stop their plans, and everything will be just fine, right? Claire's great.
Wonderful. Yeah, everybody loves Claire Trunk, right?
Oh yeah, Claire Trunk is the easiest dungeon in the whole game that nothing bad ever happens in.
And looks like Amart wasn't...
Go
ahead.
There's kind of a theme in this game. Trees suck.
Yeah, trees are pretty awful in this game.
Yeah, the trees are rough.
Trees.
Yeah.
But Amart was able to finish
Claire
up...
is not too bad. Sorry, you go.
I was just going to say, Amart's able to finish up Beatrix 1 and is out of Disc 1 and on his way to Disc 2. He wasn't able to get Beatrix jump skip, unfortunately, because it looked like she was bullying Zidane at the end there.
So Mythic just equipped the alert skill, which is going to prevent back attacks whenever that is on. And I think, aside from maybe Desert Palace, it's routed so that alert will be equipped for the entire rest of the run.
A majority of it, yeah.
For Mythics, yes. Alternatively, on the Petro route, Steiner will actually have Barber equipped in Desert Palace, which has alert as one of its skills. So Steiner will be carrying alert for Bomb and Amart in that section. So they won't have the risk of back attacks in Desert Palace.
Yeah.
It's actually not such a bad idea to kill an encounter here, because Vivi now has the Ice Staff and the Magus Hat, which allows him to do Bazaar for over 1,000 damage to these enemies. since they're all weak to ice. And you can actually take out 3 dragonflies in a single Blizzara, and it's actually pretty useful to get some levels here, especially for Mythic's run, since he'll be fighting Tentarian, but also for the other routes, they ideally want to get a little bit of AP. If not, there's a backup where they can fight an extra enemy at the end of the Clara invasion.
That's right.
Which can be a little bit slower, but yeah, it's... If you get an encounter and Zidane gets bad ATB, you might as well kill it.
Yeah, for the Petro route, preferably we want to get at least 1 encounter for the 2 AP and a little bit of levels, so Freya and Zidane can survive a Fyra from the upcoming boss.
Yeah.
But
both Mythic and Bomb Bomb are kind of getting hit hard with encounters here.
Yeah, typical
But
Clara.
on the plus
Also-
side, Bomb Bomb is actually getting good ATB with Vivi, so he is taking the victories instead of the plays a lot of the time.
Yeah, I was just... It really helps if Freya gets to level 7 here, because we're going to be fighting some encounters later where if you under damage, you can out on experience and AP entirely.
Yeah.
Oh,
Another
encounter on the bridge.
Yeah, I think
Wow.
Bomb Bomb's gotten 1 on each screen so far, which is so annoying.
And the carrion worms are pretty awful. They have slow attacks.
Yeah. One thing we didn't talk about yet with Zidane's flee ability is that when you do flee, you lose gil. I believe, how much is it? Is it half of the
And
reward?
10%.
10%.
of the gills.
That's actually much better. Yeah. You get 10% of the like what you would be awarded for winning the fight gets deducted from your gil. I guess like they decided to put that in as a way of like balancing out the flee skill and not having to use Zidane's MP to use it. So sometimes in the run, if you're like running low on gil or like you're in a section where you need to keep careful track of it and you're getting a lot of encounters, even though it might be a little slower to kill an encounter, sometimes it's advantageous to avoid losing the gil and just fighting the encounter if it can be killed in one shot.
We in sync now, boys.
Yeah, we're in sync with Clara.
Oh my gosh, wow.
Yeah.
We gotta take the tour?
We are frames away. Mythic is ahead by like a few frames here. This is amazing.
Both of them got perfect sand pits also. So there was that one screen where you can't get an... I don't believe you can get an encounter randomly, but you can get an encounter if you get dragged into the sand. So you ideally want to at least avoid the first. It's impossible to avoid the second sand pit. However, which direction that you spin is entirely RNG.
Yeah.
So I believe both of them got the good RNG and just were bounced into the right direction. Because if you get the bad RNG, you have to go into that sand pit again.
Yeah.
Also, both Mythic and Bomb Bomb got the most important skip of the game.
Yes, the tour skip.
The tour. Yeah, Diesel, why don't you tell us about the tour?
I don't know. I've never actually been on it since I started speedrunning.
Oh, that's good.
I haven't made that mistake yet. So there's a dialogue option as soon as you get to Clara where you're greeted by 2 of the priests or priestesses. I can't remember. And they offer you a tour. Now, if you're not concentrating and you're just blindly mashing, the first option takes you on a tour. And it takes, I think it's about 4 minutes to go through.
It's very long.
Yeah,
I don't
know if it's 4 minutes, but it is quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
It's enough time that if you do it, it's enough time that if you do it, you just sit there the whole time thinking about how much you wish you hadn't done it. It does take quite a long time.
Someone asked in chat, I don't know what the answer to, maybe TQ knows, is the JP text faster?
I think a little bit, but because of how the text boxes open and close in the same frame, it would only speed things up on those few instances where the text auto scrolls.
Yeah, so basically it's the same amount of time. I mean, maybe it's like 10 seconds faster total for JP.
Both got preempt Blizzaros, which is good.
So this is Antlion. We're going to be casting magic.
Is this double sandstorm too? Wow.
Yeah, they both got
double open sandstorm.
Wow.
So the way Sandstorm works is basically when it uses Sandstorm, it reduces all of your party members to critical HP levels, but it cuts its ATB in half, which allows Vivi to actually get an ATB weight off despite having lower natural speed. And if you don't get Sandstorm after the before the first two Blizzaras, it will always use Sandstorm right after, because it's scripted to use Sandstorm once it reaches a certain threshold. But of course, the third Sandstorm wouldn't really matter since it's one Blizzara away anyway. You also 3 Blizzaras is also not quite enough, so they had to have Freya use her Lancer skill, which even though it does physical damage, it's considered an ability, so it cannot be countered.
Yep. Sometimes you might see someone in that fight, if they're counting damage and they're confident that they can kill with a Zidane hit, they'll do that, because obviously if you kill an enemy with an attack, it can't counter. But it's pretty rare. It's more often than not just what TQ described, the Blizzaras and the Lancer. So coming usually up on... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Usually by the time when Zidane attack can kill, he already has darkness inflicted.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty scary strat to try and do.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Team Tomberry and Choco, if we could get some rat jams in the chat for the dance.
Double dance.
The double dance. It really is remarkable how close together these two are right now.
Looks like Amarts and Cherno getting the power belt ATE now, so getting his money stolen so we can get the very cheap power belt. Only 500 gilds, quite a bargain for a power belt.
Yeah, how much does a power belt cost to synth?
You got to synth the glass buckle, which is a glass armlet, and something else, and then you have to synth the glass buckle with, I think, the leather wrist, and it makes the power belt, which is like another 2,000 or something like that. I can't recall.
Pretty expensive.
Glass buckle and the chain mail.
That's it, yeah. Glass arm and leather wrist for the glass buckle, that's right.
And to get the glass buckle, you need, as someone in chat mentioned, you need to synth the glass armlet and the leather wrist. So it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Also, Amart's about to enter the auction house. It's a pretty cool location where you can get some really rare items, but unfortunately we just don't have the time.
Go back in and get a reflect ring. I guess that's only in disc 3 or something, but
yeah.
Or you could get the dark matter. Does damage to any enemy.
Oh yeah. Or you can get all the key items you need to complete the Excalibur 1 quest.
Ooh. Baby Excalibur.
Yeah.
Amart's doing his little shop menu. Get all the items he needs before we head into Ralva Rava.
So, what's happening in the story now is Clara has been basically a neutral territory for many years. It's a civilization that sprung off from Burmecia because they wanted to just live in peace and like kind of an isolationist kind of idea. But because Burmecians needed their help, they let them in as refugees, and now they can sense that there's some big trouble brewing in the world. So they basically decide to dance it out. Just to do like this ritual dance to kind of ease everyone's nerves as a ceremony. And then as they're doing the dance, there's a bad omen. The strings on the harp break, and the sandstorm that surrounds Burmecia, or Clara, I mean, sorry. The sandstorm that surrounds Clara recedes for the first time in however long, and leaving them vulnerable. And meanwhile, as Dagger is back in Alexandria. She and Steiner and Marcus have all been imprisoned by Queen Braun. And Dagger is finally confronting her mother, Queen Braun, about what's going on, why she attacked Burmecia, and what she's trying to accomplish. And basically, Braun lies to her and says nothing's going on, like, we're all fine. Meanwhile, she and Kuja here are planning an attack on Clara.
Meanwhile, both Dagger and Marcus understand that Braun is like basically going evil. Steiner, on the other hand, he's just like he's locked in the prison with Marcus.
Yep.
Which is basically a birdcage hanging from the roof, and he's like, "Nah, this is a big misunderstanding. Everything's fine."
Yeah.
He's as Garland would say, completely oblivious.
And so now we have Zorn and Thorn, the Queen's evil jesters, performing a ritual to extract the Eidolons from Garnet. We didn't really get into it yet, but she is a summoner. She has the ability to summon, and actually throughout the entire game so far, she's had Eidolons available to her to summon in battle, but the MP cost of them has been way too high to use. I'm sure anyone who's played this game casually has always thought about, like, dang, if only I could get her to a super high level to use these Eidolons here.
Yeah, it's like 4 times the amount of MP normally. So it's like 96 or something MP to cast the first one or something, and it's just way too high.
Apparently, if you grind enough to a point where Dagger actually has enough maximum MP, you still can't summon.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I think so. I believe I've been told that. I've never actually done it myself.
I've never done it either. Maybe I'll do that now. Maybe that'll be a fun challenge.
Yeah.
A disc 1 summon %.
Summon Odin on, like, I don't know, Black Waltz 2 or something like that.
Yeah, right.
So Mythic needed to take a little detour to Burmecia and Dan, who escaped Burmecia back in Disc 1. Because again, this is the Japanese version, so the Gil route's a little bit more tight. So we had to rely on the Antlion Gil to be able to afford items. So we picked up a Partisan, Mithril Helm, and a couple other items. I believe it was a Mage's Hat, which can cast lets Vivi cast Fire, which is going to be important for Tantarian.
Mythic goes for the riskier Geisel Greens because you can get an encounter on that screen, and he gets the benefit of it because he doesn't get an encounter. There is an option of picking either that one up, or there's one in Black Mage Village that you can pick up, but that takes longer. So that will appear to be a time loss here, but that will actually work for him over the course of the entire run.
I think Bob Bomb's actually a bit over-leveled.
Yeah, I think he had to kill like 3 encounters or something.
Yeah.
He took a lot of fights in Clara Trunk.
So coming up here, Mythic and Bomb Bomb on Tonberry and Choco, respectively, have both begun the Clara Invasion segment of the run, which is basically a series of scripted non-boss battles with Alexandrian soldiers and Black Mages, where they're trying to siege Clara and take over, basically. And this is a really interesting and dynamic section of the run because there's so much variance between the fights as far as what your starting ATBs can be against these soldiers, and every enemy you fight in this section can cast spells, so you can really start to lose a lot of time based on your ATB RNG and stuff like that. So it's a really challenging section of the run to optimize, and like you have to be making a lot of these series of like really fast micro decisions with each fight to try to the best of your ability to optimize it with the hand you're dealt, basically.
Yeah. You've got a couple of trade-offs that you do at the start. Bomb Bomb actually isn't really facing these trade-offs because he already has Zidane at level 9.
Yeah, right.
I think he'd hit 10. But usually Zidane is coming in at this point at around level 7, and he's not guaranteed to one-shot soldiers until he hits level 9. And You want to prioritize attacks rather than Vivi's Blizzara. So Freya is guaranteed to one-shot them as long as she's level 7, which isn't a very big ask at all for this point in the run. But the problem is that Zidane, usually being below level 9, you can be put into situations where you have to take a risk where Zidane might underdamage and not kill. And if he doesn't kill, then they will actually flee. The soldiers will flee if Zidane doesn't kill them, and you lose out on the experience.
Yeah. So the way AP works is that no matter how many enemies are actually killed, you will always get the same amount of AP for whatever started the fight in battle. However, if all the enemies escape, you get nothing. So only one soldier escapes, you'd only miss out on the EXP for that soldier. But if both escape, you would miss out not on just the EXP for both soldiers, but also the AP, because there wouldn't even be a victory reward screen. It would just get out of the encounter. One safe way you can avoid Zidane under damaging is to have Vivi physically attack a soldier first, quicker than a Blizzara, and basically it will ensure that as long as Vivi doesn't miss, Zidane will do enough damage. Freya, as long as she's level 7, will do enough damage, so she's much more reliable. But once you get to the settlement part, which is where Bomb and Mythic are now, it's impossible to underdamage.
Yeah, and you also usually get faced with big questions like, if I have a level 7 Zidane, and I've got good ATB on Vivi and Zidane, but not good ATB on Freya, do I Blizzara and attack and risk Zidane attack underdamaging, or do I attack with Vivi first and then Zidane to guarantee the kill, but probably take an extra turn from the soldiers? So you constantly get a lot of questions thrown at you, and you have to kind of guess the best case scenario.
And also kind of comes down to like the hidden cup and ball game, you know, with 3 cups and there's a ball underneath of them, like with these 3 soldier setups where it's just like, all right, I'm just going to pick one and hope, you know, it's the one with the highest filling ATB, and
exactly.
try and beat them.
This is another series of fights where you're going to see some ATB waiting. Zidane is able to outspeed both the Alexandrian soldiers and the Black Mages if you ATB weight their attacks. So that's another skill coming into play here, like trying to line up ATBs in such a way that allows you to take advantage of that. Bomb said in the chat, "This invasion, LOL." I can't really tell if that's a response to it being good or bad. But
he's been beating on a lot of instant ATBs.
Oh,
so.
Okay. Yeah, gotcha.
But also, he's just ridiculously over-leveled for this point as well.
Yeah.
Amart is wrapping up Ralvu.
So, anyways, during this invasion, the game wants you to escort all the civilians to the top. If in casual play you selected the tour, the tour would basically tell you which directions you need to go to safely keep them all alive. Obviously, we don't need that because we're speedrunners and we know which are the right directions. So all runners will always pick the first 2 directions correctly. For the third option, there are actually 2 correct choices, which will keep everyone alive, although both can arguably faster. One of them will only give you 2 soldiers, but has a longer cutscene before it. The other gets you into the fight instantly, but has 3 soldiers. Runners will typically choose between one of them, depending on where their EXP and AP stands. However, some runners will opt to actually take what it can be the fastest option, but will result in a poor casualty, and that casualty means you don't get a free elixir. But if you choose that option, you only have to fight 1 mage.
That elixir is pretty valuable.
You're a monster if you take it.
Everyone in chat, I want everyone in chat to tell me Which side do you prefer? Save the mom or kill the mom?
Oh no.
Oh, no. How many monsters are there?
I'm team save the mom, personally. Because it's good to save her, and also it's advantageous to us because we get free stuff.
Yeah, I'll take the elixir, thank you. I'd rather.
I'll take the elixir.
I'd rather a safer disc 4 than a faster disc 2.
So it looks like both Bomb Bomb and Mythic are opting to do the 3-soldier fight. We got Amart rounding up, stutter stepping to Clara right now.
Actually, Mythic's taking the 2-soldier fight.
Oh, did he? Oh, you're right. My mistake.
Yeah, the third option. The
Yeah.
2-soldier fight.
You're right.
That is generally what most runners go for. And
Yeah.
we'll actually probably also see him cut down Vivi's HP in this fight as well.
Yep.
Yes.
We won VV in very low HP.
Actually, that might.
Oh, yeah, works out.
Actually, it kind of depends on the route. If Vivi has the silk shirt, he already has a thunder resist, so some runners might actually opt to keep Vivi at full health. But if you don't have the silk shirt, which cuts thunder slash damage in half, then it's best to have Vivi go into the fight at critical health and have Freya block all attacks, since Freya will have the coil ring and just absorb it.
Yep.
Yeah, so Vivi is going to be our main damage dealer for Beatrix 2. In Beatrix 1, we opted to mostly just outlast the fight and let Beatrix get her 10 turns in, because there isn't really a very good way to fight Beatrix 1. But now that we've got a bit of extra gear, Beatrix 2 can actually be faster to fight rather than wait out. And Vivi's going to be our main damage dealer with Blizzara. But he's also quite squishy, so in order to protect him, we get him down to critical HP, and Freya will tank for Vivi instead by using the cover ability.
She's also wearing... Oh, sorry. She's also wearing Coral Ring, which will absorb Thunder Slash.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, this next fight with Beatrix and the third one, it is possible to do it the same way as the first, where you just wait out 10 turns. However, the party is actually strong enough now that it's faster to kill her without trance. Whereas in the first fight, unless Zidane trances, there's no way it can be faster to kill. And even if Zidane does trance, you have to get really lucky. I was not so lucky in the last relay.
This is another fight coming up where it's really important to count damage, because once Beatrix gets down to, I forget the exact threshold, once she gets down to a certain HP threshold, she will do a cure ability for her next turn. And basically, we try to manipulate the damage, the order in which we attack, to get it so that she never casts cure, because by the time her ATBs refill at that damage threshold, we've already attacked her enough to reduce her HP to 0. It's also important to count damage here because it is another fight where, because the enemy doesn't actually die at the end, there's like a scripted event at the end of the fight. Queuing up extra attacks will just waste time.
It's like Amart got a 1 encounter Clayo Trunk and got a kill,
Nice.
so looks like he's good on AP and experience.
That is going to do some good work in helping him catch up, because Mythic and Bomb Bomb both had pretty rough Clara Trunks in terms of encounters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like we said before, although Team Mog has fallen behind a bit, it's a long run with a lot of variance, especially when you're in a marathon setting. So it is really still plausible for Team Mog to turn this one around. So don't count them out just yet.
We're still not on the scary splits yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen things happen to FF9 runners in this relay that could put them back 30 minutes. I don't know if I want to get into that, though.
Yeah, let's not wish for bad things, but you'll notice that Bomb Bomb actually opted not to put Vivi into critical HP. He said earlier that he didn't because the ATBs just didn't line up, and he also didn't want to overpower Freya and Zidane are already at a fairly high level, so if Vivi had died, they would have gotten even more experience. And like we said before, it is possible to get too much experience and level up too much. It can cause complications near the end of the game. It looks like Bomb Bomb is going to get that cure skip.
No, he doesn't.
Oh no!
Looks like he must have just
underdamaged.
He must have just underdamaged. Probably need to reload my feed. It sounds like y'all are a bit ahead of me.
Yeah.
It's fine. Another Blazzaron attack should do it in. She doesn't heal that much on Beatrix too, with the cure.
No.
Yeah,
Did
it's
we go
usually
over
not the
cure
end of the
skip?
world.
I was doing some back end stuff.
Oh yeah, we went over cure skip. It looks like he didn't get it, but like Rome said, it's she doesn't heal for that much, so it's not really the end of the world if you don't get it. It just costs you a little bit of time.
Amart's going to get cure skip though, because looks like Mythic isn't getting it either.
Oh really? Wow.
Yeah.
All right, Amart, keep our cure skip dreams alive. It's a bit of a tricky skip because it involves like really managing your turn order and counting damage precisely, so it can be hard to get the hang of. Sorry, TQ, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just about to reply to someone in chat that was asking why the runners aren't opening and closing the disc tray during cutscenes. It's banned.
Yeah, it's banned in the speedruns.
It can also mess up your discs and pretty badly.
Yeah, not really worth it if you're doing like 3 or 4 runs of this game a week to risk messing up your discs like that.
Yeah, and as Plexel said, it also risks crashing the game entirely. So if you try and risk it in like disc 3 or 4, and then just crash, and then, well, rip.
Yeah. Although, let me tell you about a version of the game where you can skip the FMVs. If we do have a fairly robust HD version of this game speedrunning community. I am one such runner. I run the game on PC more often than on PSX. Which, you know, some of the key differences between the PC version and the PSX version of are things like a lower encounter rate, being able to skip FMVs. There's completely separate categories on the leaderboards, though, because they are fairly different runs. There's also a version of the PC run that allows you to do menu buffering skips to skip past a bunch of boss fights in Disc 4 and other story triggers. So, that's something that I think is great for people to know. If you're interested in running this game, but like don't have a PS2 handy or don't have a capture card or any of that stuff, there is an HD PC version that has its own leaderboard, its own routes, and all of that. So there's a bunch of different ways to run this game, which is another thing that I really like about it.
There is also a separate leaderboard for HD console, so if you want to run on PS4 or Switch, you're not going to be at any disadvantage against PC, which actually uses a load remover.
Yeah.
I want to be the voice of reason here and also suggest that if you don't have a PS2, then emulator is also accepted on its own leaderboard.
Yep. That is honestly one thing that I really love about FF9 speedrunning in general. Like, it is pretty accessible. Like, the PSX run is by far the one with the most runners and probably the most like optimized and like competitive. Yeah, competitive's the word. Thank you. But it isn't really like I don't feel like we as a community are super invested in gatekeeping people from running the game just because they don't own a PS2 or something like that. So it's really nice to be able to have so many different ways of running it. Yeah. So unfortunately, we just watched Clara get destroyed. Queen Braun and Alexandria were able to steal the jewel from Clara and summon Odin to destroy the entire tree. So Freya, as you may imagine, is very distressed by this fact because basically most of the people from both Bermesia and Clara are all dead now. it's a really terrifying scene, and like really is a great way in the story to like raise the stakes to show like just to what extent Braun is willing to go to get the power that she seeks. But thankfully, our heroes, Zidane, Vivi, and Freya, were able to escape via the Black Mage teleportation, and they are now aboard the Queen's ship, the Red Rose, trying to figure out what's going on next.
They managed to eavesdrop on Beatrix talking to herself, basically. She's also starting to show her own doubts towards Queen Braun's rule, and showing that she actually might have a conscience as well.
Mm-hmm. A little bit.
Coming up
character.
next. Yeah. Coming up next, we've actually got probably the hardest skip in the game to execute for the PlayStation version, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Known as guard skip. Not to be confused with guard skip from FF7. This one's a bit different. when you take over control with Steiner and Marcus, there'll be a little bit of a sort of mini game to break out of the prison where you just swing your cage back and forth. And then there's two sets of guards that try to run down Steiner. And it is actually possible to evade those guards, but it's quite difficult. Getting one is fairly consistent. Getting both is a different matter entirely. So we'll see if the Mythic and Bomb Bomb are able to get a single or a double. Actually, Mythic may only go for one. He might need to take.
Yeah, I think he's
one
only going to go
encounter
for one.
because- yeah, he actually needs the experience for Tantarian, so he may only go for one.
Yeah, and as Sonic is pointing out, this is where their paths diverge.
Yes.
About the cage swing, there's a way to get through this slightly faster, but it requires very precise inputs.
Mhm. Yeah, it's something called a task cage, where you need to do 4 single inputs for each direction, so 1 left, 1 right, 1 left, 1 right, and then for 2 inputs, so 2 left, 2 right, 2 left, 2 right. And
I think Bomb Bomb might have gotten it.
Well, I think you got it. But yeah, with enough practice, you should be able to get it pretty consistently. Oh, he's gonna get caught. Yeah.
That was some really bad RNG.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a rough guard pattern right there. So, TQ, since you are also a fellow Tantarian runner, do you want to take this time to kind of brief chat about what Tantarian is, how it works, and what are the benefits of fighting it?
Yep. It would be my pleasure. So, basically, after Mythic gets past these guards, he's actually going to take a 4-minute detour to fight an optional boss. Looks like he tried to avoid the first, so he's probably just going to kill this for the EXP now and attempt to avoid the second. But anyways, if you ever play this casually, Tantarian is an optional boss that you can fight either on Disc 2 or Disc 3. There have been runners that have fought the boss on Disc 3, but the difference is that you don't have Steiner in the party. Instead, you have Amarant, and you have to rely on his spare change skill, which requires that your guild be in a very specific threshold. Although, arguably, it can be better for AP rooting, because you can have the ability up skill on Zidane for that point, and also it gives you an extra fight to get AP on Amarant, which, depending on your route, can be quite difficult and also necessary. But anyways, the way the Tantarian fight works is that it starts closed, and when it's closed, it can do one of 3 things. It can cast Doom, which inflicts Doom status. It can just do a single target attack, or it can use an AoE attack called Paper Storm, which is why it's really important that Steiner be at preferably level 8, but at the very minimum level 7, although at level 7 there's a chance that he can die to a high roll. And also, we'll be putting all of our party members in the back row, because we don't want to use physical attacks on this fight anyway, because first of all, we have to open the book, And then even after we open it, if you ever use a physical attack on Tantarian while it's open, it will just go back inside. You have to use magical damage. So anyways, the method in which Mythic will be opening the book is using a skill called Minus Strike, which is probably not something you used a lot in casual play, but basically Minus Strike is an ability that does damage equal to the difference between Steiner's max and current HP. So what he'll be aiming for is, well, first he has to make sure that Steiner is at full HP, and he might not be if Tantarian gets a turn, so he'll need to heal him up if not, and then he will be physically attacking Steiner with either Zidane or Freya. Zidane and Freya have like specific equipment setups and stat setups so that they will always do damage in the correct range that will allow Steiner to use Minus Strike and open the book, because you have to damage it between 150 and 199 to open Tantarian. The other part of the fight is you need to focus Vivi 5 times. Focus, if you're familiar with the skill, will multiply Vivi's magic stat by a certain amount. It doesn't go away if Vivi gets knocked out, which is very good, because you can go for the early focus and oh, is he going for it? Wow.
Looks like he's going for it. He got it.
For the YOLO, and he got it. That's pretty awesome.
Very nice.
Tantarian didn't even get a turn, but basically, you got to focus Vivi 5 times and then cast Fira, which Tantarian is weak to. Vivi will get extra damage from all the focus multipliers and the boss's weakness. However, the boss doesn't stay open long enough that you can kill it before it closes again, so it's important that Steiner stays at that HP threshold.
Mm-hmm.
And
sorry.
Okay. And as you're noticing, he's also stealing with Zidane, because Tantarian carries a pretty cool weapon called the Silver Fork. It's actually a fairly strong weapon for this point in the game. Unfortunately, the only character that can equip it has a random damage formula, but the Silver Fork can be very useful as a throwing item, and I believe all runners will be using Silver Forks in their route as throwing ammo in some fight. But for Mythic, he can actually equip it and possibly get a faster boss fight. So yeah, in this phase, Tantarian can only use poison, so as long as everyone in the party has antibody, and I think usually most party members do, maybe Zidane probably doesn't, but he's got a lot of health. And as long as...
on Mythic's route, he does actually have everyone with antibody, so it's a pretty free fight once you get the book open for the first time.
Oh, I didn't even do that.
Yeah.
But anyways, so it's very important for Tantarian routes that everyone gets the EXP and AP from this fight, because one of the whole points of fighting this is to cut down on the amount of encounters that you have to farm for experience and AP. And also, this boss drops a running shoes, which gives the auto haste skill. Auto haste basically increases a character's ATB fill, which will make it easier to ATB weight bosses that otherwise would be impossible to ATB weight due to their high speeds. And also, it should make it easier to escape from random encounters, ideally, because it allows Zidane to get his ATB up faster.
Yeah.
Do you folks have the JP translations? I don't know if he got the Silver Fork.
He got the Silver Fork, yeah.
Yeah, I believe he did get the Silver Fork, so that's going to be good. Yeah, so like TQ was saying, Auto Haste is a really useful ability. You may be thinking right now, like, why does he decide to fight this optional boss in the middle of a speed run? Tantarian usually takes about 3 to 4 minutes extra time to kill, but the benefit of fighting this boss is the auto haste ability that TQ mentioned, as well as experience and AP. You get a lot of it from this fight. So, it's basically like the idea is you're taking a bit of a time loss here in order to potentially save a fair amount of time later. So right there, what we saw was a pretty textbook fight, Tantarian fight. Mythic was able to get the book open before Paper Storm or Doom or Edge which are all really annoying, and then was just able to carry that through to the end of the fight. So,
According to
There's
Wetzel,
the-
he got the Ether, Elixir, and Fork.
Very
Tantarian does have one other item, but it's an item you don't want to get.
the Demon's
Yeah,
Mail,
it'll-
yeah.
It'll optimize over random things and just
There
mess
is-
up your menus.
I found there is one thing you could do with it if you accidentally steal it. You could equip it on Beatrix for the Mistodon fights, and it will actually allow her to
Oh.
it'll allow her to absorb the mist attack that they
Yeah.
use, which can
Interesting.
put Beatrix to sleep, and it will basically get it out of your inventory for the rest of the run. One thing I don't think he opted to do is Mythic did not have Freya attack Steiner to try and put him into critical health. So Steiner can be targeted by Beatrix. But if you have multiple party members in critical health, which is very likely if you do this Tantarian fight, it actually makes the Beatrix fight quite simple. I think Steiner was just a little bit too low on HP for him to go for it.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't know. I think Freya only does like less than 200 damage. So unless Freya crits, I think Steiner would have been fine.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we've got Bomb Bomb heading into the third and final fight with Beatrix, which I've heard him describe before as the closest thing that this game has to like a real-time combat situation because of how quickly the ATBs flow here. Beatrix is very fast, and you have to basically hope that she doesn't kill Steiner, because he's the main damage dealer in this fight. That was a very nice crit from Steiner, 3,350 damage, so that was a nice, fast fight there.
That's
we've
pretty
also-
awesome.
We've also got Mythic about to fight Zorn and Thorn, which we kind of missed when Bomb Bomb was doing it because we were talking about Tamp, but this fight is interesting because Zorn and Thorn don't have any physical attacks. They only cast spells, but they also only they start out with like giving each other power to cast spells, and you can neutralize those powers by attacking them. So basically, you're going to see them give each other power, and Mythic's going to have Vivi attack the blue one, Zorn, in order to neutralize that power. And now, basically, you just need to attack until the fight's over. It's a very easy fight, but if there's like a miss or something, you can get Zorn can cast Meteorite, which can do a fair amount of damage.
It's a little baby meteor, does random damage.
Yeah. And we've
Handy
got
for putting Steiner in crit, but otherwise, just annoying.
yeah. It's actually possible in that fight to never have to attack Zorn if your damage rolls are high enough. You can do attacks from everybody in the party and then have Vivi finish Thorn off. But most of the time, you're just going to use the Vivi attack to attack Zorn to neutralize the Meteorite, especially in a marathon, just for safety. And meanwhile, we've got Team Mog, Amart, coming up on the Beatrix 2 fight shortly.
Yeah, so no more synced runners, unfortunately.
Yeah.
due to the different route by Mythic.
We'll see what happens, though, as the run reaches late game.
So, Bomb Bomb's running into these Bandersnatches, which are adorable, but they can actually kind of end your run without
Demon
you
puppies.
doing anything. Yeah.
Or just cause huge problems.
Mhm.
Um,
Wonderful.
Oh,
miss.
the miss.
And the miss.
The double miss. That was a big, literally FF9 moment, huh?
Yep.
So here, Beatrix temporarily joins the party after she decides, after she sees the light, basically, that Braun is not the leader she used to be, and is actually actively harming the princess. So Beatrix temporarily joins us to fight off the queen's demon puppies, and she can one-shot that first Bandersnatch, and coming up there's going to be a double Bandersnatch fight, in which we'll use one of Beatrix's skills, Clim Hazard, to kill both of them in one shot.
One thing we didn't mention yet is that aside from the first 4 party members who all join the party at level 1, whenever a party member joins, they will always join at the average party level of whoever's in your current party at the time. So, since technically Freya is the only party member when Beatrix joins, she will always join at whatever level Freya is. So, for Mythic, Beatrix is actually going to join, I think, at level 17, whereas for Bomb Bomb, I think she joined at 13. And for, I think, well, more so for Mythic, but for all runners, in these fights, you actually do want Garnet to get some experience. Not because we want Garnet to be high level, but because we're going to be getting some other party members later, and if Garnet is lower level, they're not going to be at a very optimal level. Like, ideally, we want Quina, if you're fighting Tantarian, we want Quina to be at level 13, and if not, ideally, it's the level we want is 11.
So, Bomb Bomb fighting these Bandersnatches is a section of the game that we call the Alexandria Escape. This is like the Clara Invasion, a similar section where you face a series of unscripted scripted battles. Ooh, that miss from Steiner hurts. You face a series of scripted battles that have a high variance. Like, you have to make these decisions in the moment. Like, an example right there, actually, is Bomb Bomb attacked the Bandersnatch and had to waited to see if Steiner killed or whatever happened. And because Steiner missed, he opted to use a Blizzara in order to make sure that the Bandersnatch didn't get another turn. So it's just like a lot of like really small decisions like that in each fight that there's a high variance of gaining or losing time in this split.
Meanwhile, Amar is attempting to do a full cure skip.
Should get it.
Yeah, Amar looks like he had a better setup for cure skip than Bomb Bomb and Mythic did. That shock on Freya is a little rough.
No, Zidane just needs to not miss unless it's enough. Cool.
Nope, looks like the Blizzara was enough. Nice. Overall, that was a pretty good Clara invasion for Amart.
So for Mythic, since his party is higher level, it's actually possible, or I think it's still possible without Tantarian, but it's more likely on Tantarian routes that Zidane will one-shot the Bandersnatches with a physical attack, and the Vivi will one-shot with Blizzara, although there is still a small chance that they underdamage, and if you run Tantarian and you see Zidane get that 896, you just hate yourself.
And it looks like in chat, Amart just shared that he got a sub 20-minute Clara invasion, which is very nice.
Ooh. A Thundara on Beatrix in this fight on Bomb Bomb is actually kind of scary because it cuts down a lot of Beatrix's HP here.
This is actually one of the scariest fights in the entire run, because you have two party members who don't have the Insomniac skill equipped. Or, I mean, I guess it's technically possible to give it to Freya, but I'm pretty sure most runners don't do that anymore. And you have two Bandersnatches that can both inflict sleep status. And so if you get the dreaded double sleep, well, I have seen runners game over to that.
Yeah. Because yeah, when you're asleep, magical spells do not wake you up, but physical spells do, and the Bandersnatches can just use a tongue on both Beatrix and Freya, and just cast spells until you're dead, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Physical attacks will wake up a sleeping target, but it will also do bonus damage, which you will see quite a bit of on Mythic side, since he will be running Night Root.
No random encounter for Bomb Bomb. That one screen with Zidane, I never knew this until I started speedrunning this game. That screen has encounters enabled on it.
Yeah,
And it's actually
like
really annoying if you get one because you don't necessarily have Flea finished learning at this
unless
point.
you're unless you did Tantarian, which has Flea learned with the Germinus boots. But
You can have Flea learn at this point. It depends on how many. Actually, Bomb would almost certainly have Flea learn.
Oh,
at this
right,
point with
yeah.
the amount of
Because of all
Clara
the Clara,
encounters.
yeah, all
Yeah.
those extra encounters.
Yeah, those Clara encounters would contribute to Flea through the Germinus boots.
But something to point out on Mythics, Mythic on Team Tonberry, the yellow ATB bar is the character that has auto haste. So VV / my boy, it's got increased ATB speed.
Auto haste is a really useful ability, not as we mentioned, for being able to flee faster from encounters later in the game, but also there are certain bosses now that can be ATB weighted that wouldn't be possible without auto haste. One of which is actually coming up. Vivi is the one currently wearing the running shoes with auto haste for this next boss fight because he can ATB weight Ravu Mago, the big green snake that Bomb on Team Choco is about to fight. Whereas I believe in a route without auto haste, you cannot ATB weight this fight. Is that correct?
You cannot. You don't
can't.
have auto haste. You're basically just hoping that Vivi gets the first turn.
Yeah. And then
We have
throughout Disc 3, Zidane and in Mythic's route, Quina will both be able to ATB weight most boss fights as well with auto haste on.
We have a split coming up for Bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Alright, this is the snake that we actually do kill in this run. Thankfully.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Ultrasound
Pink
wave.
snake. Right on dagger,
Great.
so it's useless.
So, under the mini status, you do significantly less damage either as a magic spell or a physical attack. So, having Ultrasound Wave on Vivi or Zidane means that Dagger would need to use Remedy before they do their action.
Mini, I believe, only cuts magic damage in half, but it reduces physical attack bonus to 1. So, you could just opt to go for like a triple was R and I think he Bomb under damaged.
Yeah, that looks like under damage somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
What you may have noticed is that this boss actually has a counter to physicals where if you physically attack it and it doesn't die, it will curl up. And if you attack it physically while it's curled up, it will counter with this dangerous earth elemental attack that will actually heal the boss and quite possibly wipe your party. But if you attack on the last hit, that shouldn't matter since the boss should die. However, only on Tantarian route, I believe, is it guaranteed that Zidane will kill the boss with a physical. Although Zidane can obviously still miss, but on no Tantarian routes, it's possible to underdamage if you get bad Blazara rolls.
Thankfully, it wasn't so much of low rolls that the Blazara after the curl was enough to kill, because you saw there it only did 73 damage.
Mm-hmm. And something we learned is that the spells don't trigger the counter attack, so you can cast spells, but yeah, it just does reduce damage.
So hoping Amart actually gets one of these guard skips, because if he does, he would gain some time on Bomb at least. It's kind of hard to tell whether or not he gains time on Mythic at this point because they're running different routes. But Bomb didn't get either.
Yeah, Bomb got double guarded.
Yeah, those that auto haste from the running shoes will be gaining a lot of time, so we'll be seeing Mythic catch up over the course of the run.
Yeah. I see someone in chat says Zorn and Thorn theme is the best. I agree wholeheartedly.
Amart got the task cage, it looks like. So
very nice.
Let's see if we can get double guard skip.
Oh, he got caught.
Unfortunate.
And this guard pattern is, unfortunately, it's going to be pretty hard for him to recover and not get caught by the second one. But we'll see. We'll see if he manages to pull it off. Meanwhile, story-wise,
D-pad movement. I always swear by D-pad movement.
Yeah.
The thing
D-pad movement is. Sorry, go ahead, Rome.
I don't think we've mentioned yet, but D-pad movement actually gives the full benefit of your character's movement. Using analog on at least most controllers, besides the Kiwami, I believe, that you don't run the full movement, because it's like the threading around the stick doesn't give you the full range of movement for the PlayStation controller.
Mm-hmm.
And you actually run a little bit slower on analog. There's some screens you can still use analog on, because I believe if you just use up and down, left and right, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But D-pad, you get the full movement speed.
Amart manages to skip one guard, so
Mm-hmm.
we got one guard skip in this. Meanwhile, on Bomb Bomb's screen, the party has managed to escape and get to Pinnacle Rocks. Basically they ride the Gargant out, but the big snake chases them out of Alexandria and into this area near Lindblum, where they wash up in this kind of nature rocky overpass place, and are greeted by this old man who is actually the summon Ramu. And he is one of Dagger's Eidolons, and he is offering to join them on their journey if they're able to pass his test, which involves running around the area and collecting pieces of a story and then telling the story back to him in the correct order, which, if you've ever read a story in your entire life, you'll be able to do. But we actually are going to skip right past that, not get the item that allows us to summon him at all, and just get through as quickly as possible.
Oh, and one thing you might have noticed on Amart's screen is even though Amart did not fight Tantarian, he still chose to go into the screen where you would fight him, and he does that to basically kind of distract the guards on that are next on both sides of that staircase. Because those guards are kind of weird with how they move. Like, if you try just going right in, it's very likely you're gonna get caught. But if you enter from either the left or maybe the right side, and then just swerve into the same direction on the stairs, you should avoid both of them. And also, he's picking up the Ice Brand, which is ultimately what allows Steiner to do so much damage in the Zorn and Thorn and Beatrix fights.
Yeah. Also,
it's extremely strong.
Yeah.
With MP attack.
Also, Amart trolling us a little bit in there, running up to where you would trigger the Tantarian fight and teasing us before leaving the room. I was gonna say, are we getting another Tantarian fight? A impromptu? And yes, as Bomb Bomb says in the chat, the story that Ramu tells in Pinnacle Rocks here in this game is part of the story of FF2. Meanwhile, Lindblum is now under attack by Alexandria, so Alexandria has officially attacked all of the other kingdoms on the planet, and they're invading with the Black Mages, and Zidane and Garnet and Vivi are arriving just in time to try and stop them, but it looks like it's already too late.
Yeah, I like how, as Chad's pointing out, and you mentioned before where Ramu is like, oh, listen to my story and you can use me, and we're just like, nah. Bye.
Sometimes in speedrunning, it's just faster to be a jerk.
That's the rule, isn't it? Not sometimes. People usually stop talking to you when you're rude to them.
Yeah, you gotta go to all these different ghosts, talk to them, get all the little story pieces, and then solve the puzzle. And it's just like, you get a Peridot, which is easily you get from the Mystodons later that you fight in several of, so it's like, why did I even do this?
It's also important to note that we never use summons in this run. The obvious reason for that being that they're very slow attacks, but also they're not really all that strong in this game unless you grind to get all of the correct gemstones per summon, like they're really not all that worth using, especially not in a speedrun.
There actually is one summon that
There
we
is
use.
one, but it's unfortunately we don't have a choice in that one.
So yeah, you can get Ramu from.
No, I'm not talking about Medine.
Oh yeah.
No, Petro Rat uses Carbuncle.
Oh, you're right.
Mhm.
You're right.
Yep.
I completely forgot.
Yep, we use Carbuncle. But yeah, you don't miss Ramu because you can get Paradots from random enemy drops. It's just you get one Paradot for solving a little riddle early, but you get plenty of them at the end of Disc 2 and early Disc 3.
Steth also points out, and before Phoenix is summoned. Valid point.
True, yeah.
Alright, well, second visit to Plot City.
Yeah, everyone's
This
favorite.
one, yeah. This is actually our shortest visit in Lindblom, the one in Disc 2. We basically just mash through the text with Sid, do a shop, and then leave. Actually, we do 2 shops, but we do a quick synth in the business district, and then we do a shop just before leaving at the Dragon Gate.
There's also a skip that Bomb did that we'll get to see again when Mythic and Amar get there, but at the very first screen in the business district in Lindblom, there's a bunch of Lindblom citizens gathering around a dying black mage and kind of deliberating about what they're going to do about it. They all want to kill it, and if you walk past them, you'll get pulled into the cutscene. But if you hang to the left of the path and kind of hug the wall of the inn as you walk past it, it'll skip the story trigger for it and save you about 30 seconds or so.
We got a question in chat. What's the commentator's run Ender's experience that's most memorable?
Oh man, okay.
Who wants to go first?
Oh,
I already
I
know
have to think
mine.
about this one. Go ahead, Diesel.
All right, so I had a random encounter outside Esto Gaza of double Garuda.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
For those of you who don't know, in the speedrunning community, we refer Garudas as murder birds
Yes.
because they can, particularly in Esto Gaza, they have a proficiency to cast Stop. Now, I got one encounter outside. They cast Stop on Zidane. Now, there is a way to fix this. You throw a remedy onto Zidane and then immediately queue up Flee after that, and you're fine. And I was fine for the first encounter. I ran 3 steps, and I got another encounter of double Garudas again. And they got first turn, and it was Stop on Zidane, and I didn't have any remedies left, and I died.
Amazing.
Vivi got Faraged, so he was dead. The other 3 characters got stopped before I could try and get away from the fight. So that's mine.
My favorite run death that I've ever had was I was fighting Giza Maluk. This was the second time I ever did a run of the game. I was fighting Giza Maluk, and Zidane underdamaged. Giza had 80 HP left or something like that, something in the double digits. So it was one more attack from anybody is gonna do it, and both Zidane and Freya missed, and then he cast a water all.
Wonderful.
And killed them all.
Before I answer, it looks like Amar wasn't able to get Cure Skip on Beatrix 3.
Mm-hmm.
But he made it through. He's on his way to Alexandria Escape. But for mine, this was actually offline. Whenever I did my first PSX run, I did it offline, just to test all my discs and the route I was running. And my run died at Abaddon, where both Steiner and Quina had awful ATB. He went first, he did High Wind, killed Quina, of course.
Yep.
And then, so I had Steiner Elixir himself. He High Winded again, so I didn't do anything, because I had to survive, and I didn't know about the change rose back then, because it was my first run. And Zidane shows up, he Thundagas Zidane, and I was before he could go, somehow, and I elixired Zidane, or I didn't. Yeah, I elixired Zidane. He did high wind, or no, I did high potion on Zidane because I had like 2 elixirs at that point. High potion Zidane, then you did high wind, and both Steiner and Zidane wiped, and it was just like, well, high wind, Thundaga, high wind. It's like
There's nothing you can do about that. Yeah.
That was a fun 8 hours. Good night.
Yep, but it's stuff I know now. I'd probably be a little more safe because you can just change rows, which reduces the high wind damage and puts Steiner at a better safe points. But just a little bit of a learning experience as well.
Before
Before
I answer the question, I just want to make note. Something Mythic just did is he actually, when going across the first screen in Linoleum, he actually hugged like the left side of the wall, because if you're too close to the dead black mage, there's actually a small piece of dialogue that you can't skip. But anyways, I haven't run this game that many times, so it's kind of hard for me to pick. The one that I can remember actually was like one of my first few runs of the game, and it was on disc 4. I made some sort of a menu mistake that I had to, after I equipped Autolife on Freya, that I had to correct, and somehow the Autolife skill came off of Freya without me realizing it, and so when I killed Moliris, if you've ever played this game, you might know what happens when Moliris loses all of its HP, and if you don't have Autolife in a speedrun, and you're not prepared for it, well, it's all over.
It's big GG time when that happens.
I was actually doing a marathon run a few months ago of this, and I didn't get Rebirth Ring, and I run Petro Rat as well, so if I don't get Rebirth Ring in the card tournament, I don't get it at all. And I slightly miscalculated the damage in that fight to the point where it had 800 HP left after Freya had jumped. So Freya's jump killed Meliris.
Oh wow.
That's pretty funny. Also,
on HD, if Freya's jump kills Meliris, she isn't targeted by Sword Rain. Another reason HD is a good run.
What? I didn't know that. That's wild.
I found that out by accident once.
Here's an interesting thing. I learned recently that if Meliris is asleep, which I don't think Mythic is going to be using Queen of Fur after Nova Dragon, but if Meliris is asleep and you kill Meliris with a magic attack while asleep, Rain Swords doesn't happen. Apparently.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
It's just skipped.
Oh.
But what I was about to say earlier was that Mythic did take a slight detour in Linoblum to synth the Exploda. It's not an overly important weapon. Like, there have been runners that have skipped it, but it can make it can do 2 things. Well, a few things. It depends. Some runners like myself actually opt to throw the Exploda in Desert Palace if I get an encounter, so it can also save some gil. You do get it in Explode automatically later, but this gives you an extra run. It makes the Lanny fight possibly faster, and it can help. Well, actually, it depends on if you try to go for a specific skip, which Bomb will be going for momentarily. And also, for Night Roots, it makes learning Night a little bit easier, because it makes it so you can physically attack an Abomination once, and usually it'll put the Abomination into the right threshold. But also, we're getting chased by this quote-unquote boss.
Scary boss.
There's actually a unique little trick you can do to guarantee that you get a small animation skip. Basically, on the last screen here, if you just hold down and right on the D-pad, as you'll notice with Bomb, he's gonna bump into the last. He didn't even bump into the last guillotine. But basically, it makes it so you don't get the. I don't know. Did he actually get the skip? I think that was he got the small weight animation. I think if you get the skip, he may jump instantly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he got the skip on that. It's pretty tight, but it was you can kind of save a few seconds there on the Armadulahan is the name of that monster.
But even
having
though,
that like spinning out of control animation there.
yeah, but even though that the boss music is playing, like if you get the encounter, you can flee from it.
Yeah.
It's just gonna usually it uses level 5 death as its opening move, and none of your party members should be susceptible to that. Although I've seen the boss use something else, and it's always a back attack. So if you don't have well, actually, even Tantarian roots don't equip haste here. But hey, we're about to meet someone on Mythic Screen.
Someone important.
Oh, Quina. We also have a Lonnie boss fight on Bomb
Just on that note, yes, he's doing it. Bomb Bomb is going for Lucky
the
7.
Lucky 7.
Lucky 7. So Lucky
Oh,
7 is a... And he got it! Nice! That's a pretty big time save right there. So Lucky 7 is an ability that when Zidane's HP ends in the digit 7, you can use it to roll instant damage against the enemy that is one of 4 values, either 7, 77, or 777, or 7,777. In the case of the Lonnie fight that Bomb Bomb just fought, quad 7s is enough damage to end the fight instantly. So he just was able to use that and got lucky on the die roll, basically, and instantly ended the fight. That's a very, very nice time save there.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's going to get 5
chance.
encounters in Fossil Root to balance it.
Yeah. Because literally FF9.
But yeah, if the HP value doesn't end in 7 on Zidane's HP, then you do 1 damage.
Yeah.
Oh, and the spell, get this, costs 6 MP. Biggest mistake in the game.
It makes me so mad that the spell doesn't cost 7 MP. Oh, and there we go. Literally FF9 getting a first encounter check.
Oh, and it's 4 feather circles as well.
4 feather circles.
This is
an annoying encounter.
Yeah, this is such a bad fight.
Quickly, though. Very nice.
Good.
He was very lucky there because Zidane had no ATB.
The past approximately 45 seconds of Bomb Bomb's run have been an excellent example of how all over the place this game can be when you're speedrunning it.
Yeah.
Oh, it actually it looks like for Mythic, Queen is only level 12, so he opted to equip the headgear, which is something you would normally only equip on no Tantarian fights, because what it does is it halves water damage. The way that the Lonnie fight is scripted is that she always has a specific target. She always starts targeting Garnet. Like, she'll always open with that quick physical attack on Garnet with instant ATB, and since Lonnie has max speed, she can easily get another attack off. She's going to focus on Garnet for multiple turns, and then after the fourth turn, which the speedrun shouldn't ideally get to because we kill her before that, if you attack her physically, she'll change her target. She'll say, like, what do you think you're doing? She'll counterattack, and then for the next few turns, she'll focus on that target, and then she'll go back to Garnet. So the way we can usually stay safe on this fight is just by continuously reviving Garnet so that she'll always attack her. However, she does have... Well, first of all, she can cast Scan, which does no damage, but it just wastes a lot of time. And second of all, she has one AoE spell called... I think it's just called Water. I don't think it's Water.
Yeah. It's just water, yeah.
But basically, it does damage to the whole party, and Quina doesn't have any equipment and is fairly low on health, so it helps to have that headgear on to have the water damage. But Mythic is going to be going for a slightly different strat than Bomb Bomb went for, because since Mythic fought Tantarian, his max HP is not 617, so Lucky 7 is unfortunately not an option. So what he's going to do is, I'm assuming, he did equip the Silver Fork, so what he's going to try to do is attack with Quina, and what he's going to attempt to do is put Lonnie into a certain HP threshold where she'll say this dialogue, well, you won't be able to read it since he's running Japanese, but she's going to say, why aren't you giving up? When that dialogue appears, any command that she has in the queue is kicked out the same way that the command for Black Waltz 3 is kicked out when you physically attack it and put it into the air. And so if you already have another command in the queue when that happens, you can get an additional attack. So I've actually, in practice, I actually got a 2-round Lonnie fight where Lonnie only got 1 extra attack after the initial physical. But to do that, you either need the Silver Fork or you need to attack with both Quina and Garnet and hope for good damage rolls. Ooh, a 688!
Ooh, 688's pretty good with the Silver Fork. Good damage.
Meanwhile, over on Amart, he just finished Ralville Margot and literally couldn't complain at all about that fight. Didn't have to use any remedies. No troll curls where he had to, where he underdamaged. A nice, smooth fight.
Alright, it looks like Mythic didn't get the extra Zidane attack off, but he got another really good roll from Quina, so I think this fight is over.
There it is.
Really, really nice Lonnie fight for both Mythic and Bomb Bomb. So, unlike Bomb Bomb, who was aiming for a 0 encounter of Fossaroo and, of course, didn't get it because FF9, Mythic actually wants to get at least one encounter with either Abominations or Bats. The other, it's like 50-50 because you can get... There's a chance of getting a Griffin, and then there are 3 different encounter formations of Feather Circles. He needs the Abomination or the Bats in order to learn Night, which is a spell that will be used in his route for a good portion of Disc 3, and I think 1 boss on Disc 4. Basically, it puts all targets on the screen to sleep, although it won't affect his own party because most, or at least the important characters, will have the Insomniac skill. For Abominations, you can usually put them into the right threshold HP. I think it's 659, and if you do at least 659 damage without killing it, Quina can eat it because you need to do... Oh, ouch! Bomb Bomb just got an encounter after the switch.
Yep, that's pretty rare. Because it's you're not like on the ground very much of the screen to get the threat level increased, so that's that early. Like, because you can get it when you're leaving the screen too, but getting it on the platform is pretty rare.
But anyways, the Abomination is the preferred encounter because it's usually pretty fast, and Zidane won't kill it unless he crits. But if you get Bats, you can put them into the right HP threshold by casting Blazar All with Vivi. The thing you have to watch out for with Bats is that they have the Absorb ability, so they can actually heal back some of the damage that they take. One thing I used to do is I would often see if a bat takes its turn, and then if one bat takes its attack, I would always eat that particular bat because I know Quina would get its turn before that bat could use Absorb.
And there's the Trouble Tails.
Double trouble.
Preemptive Bats. Really
Ooh.
nice night encounter.
That's really good for Mythic. Meanwhile, Bomb Bomb's getting
Did Bomb Bomb
blasted.
just
Trouble
get
Tails.
rocket?
Bomb Bomb got trouble status. Should we talk about trouble status or should we wait
Not
till
yet.
3?
But we can talk about it now.
Maelstrom already posted the clip.
But yeah, so Trouble Status is a unique status effect. I don't know if it's in other Final Fantasies, but this one, if the character is inflicted with trouble and takes a single target physical damage attack, it deals damage percent of that attack that was done to all your other party members that are alive.
Yeah,
And so it's half the damage. Yeah, so
yeah.
It's only physicals though. Magic attacks damage is not applied.
It's only physical, so it's not bad. But yeah, the Trouble Tails can still proc the Trouble Status, so it's just like.
There is another enemy on Disc 3 that can inflict trouble status.
We don't talk about him. And I think this is Bomb Bomb's 5th encounter in Fossil Rose, so I think I just cursed him.
Yeah.
I regret nothing. No, it was 6. Okay, good. Not my fault.
Jeez.
Diesel over here is on team close race.
That's boring. I'm on Team Tomberry.
And once again,
the
we
Tom
see
Berries.
the title screen card on the world map as you see Bomb Bomb running. That does not increase the danger value, so you can't get encounters while you're running, while that title card's up. But once it fades away, you're open to get encounters.
Bomb Bomb getting a lot of... I'm sorry, not Bomb Bomb. A Mythic getting a lot of night encounters. Fortunately, he got the preemptive bats, which is nice because normally in a preemptive encounter, like if you got a preemptive abomination, you wouldn't actually be able to attack with Zidane to put into the threshold because the attack would actually do bonus damage and kill it. So the only backup in that instance would be to back row Zidane and then attack with both him and Garnet to put into the right threshold. But bats, however, since you're using magic, the bonus damage is not applied.
Do you not be able to do a Vivi basic attack and then Zidane?
You might. Usually you attack with Vivi if Zidane under damages from the front row in a normal encounter. Also, I think Bomb Bomb did this. I'm not sure if Mythic is gonna try this, but on the one of the first screens, you can challenge this person to cards, and looks like he's going to. This actually resets the danger value for this particular screen.
Yep. Yeah, and this is another... Bob just finished up. We mentioned earlier that when you're on the world map and there's a title card up, you can't get encounters. This is the second of 2 instances in the game where you can run on the world map while that title card is up to save some time on stutter stepping. Unfortunately, it doesn't last long enough for you to run all the way to your destination, but it does cut the stutter step in by about a third, so it's pretty useful.
Mythic, interestingly, opted to save on that screen and also got a few free items from Stiltskin. I'm not sure why Mythic is going for that.
He decided to save there because he forgot they have a safety save outside of Fossil Roo that he forgot to do.
The safety save for Fossil Roo is kind of outdated, though, because usually it's intended for the Lonnie fight. I don't think there's really anything bad that can happen in a Fossil Roo encounter.
I think he's also just
for the circles can be pretty brutal if they.
Yeah.
Maybe he just wants to play. Maybe he just wants to play on an even playing field. Since
I think that's what it is. Yeah, just take the time to save. Yeah.
Yeah, and so he has one that's in the approximate same spot in case anything happens between now and the next save. But I think you're right, TQ. It's a pretty safe stretch of the run right here. So yeah, Mythic is finishing up. Team Tomberry is finishing up Fossil Roo, getting that last switch before they leave. Meanwhile, Team Mog has made their way to the second instance of Plot City, Lindblum, and Team Choco is riding Choco to... they were just in a village populated by these funny dwarf creatures who said that they've been seeing black mages, people that fit the description of what we know as black mages coming in and out of town lately. So the gang is off to investigate what's going on. Meanwhile, Mythic is almost done in Fossil Roo. He's getting his 4th encounter that he could get Night from.
Please, learn Night.
Learn Night 4 times. Come on, Mythic.
Well, Mythic certainly didn't have any need to force an encounter. If for some reason you don't get the night encounter here, there is one other enemy that you might encounter later in the run that has the spell, but it's one of the worst encounters to try.
They're awful.
The Grimlocks.
They're awful.
Meanwhile, we can see... Excuse me. We can see Mythic taking advantage of that title card and stutter stepping the rest of the way to the Chocobo tracks to call Choco to ride to the village Conde Petit.
I see Bomb Bomb's name say Choco Hot Dog, and it sounds like a chocolate hot dog to me.
Chocolate hot dog.
Chocolate hot dog. Interesting.
I don't know how I feel about that one.
I'm not sure how I feel either. It reminds me of Neopets. Anyway, I'm not going to go off on that tangent, though. So, as Mythic rides the Chocobo to Conde Petit, I'd like to know if we could get a couple of rally hoes in the chat. Oh no, we can't. Never mind, because of moderation settings. I'm sorry. The villagers of this town, their greeting is rally ho. And they won't let you into the chat, into the village without saying it. Rally
Wait.
Kupo, rally ho. Thanks, everybody.
Rally ho? I thought it was lolly ho.
Oh god.
That, I believe, was actually a mistranslation. In the Japanese language, basically anything that is spelled with an L has an R sound. So in later releases of Final Fantasy games, they actually corrected it to lollyho. But in many early Final Fantasy games, characters and words that had the L letter got mistranslated to have the R. Like if you've ever played the first official English release of Final Fantasy V, Lena, I think is the name of that character. Her name was translated to Rena or something.
And yeah, we're in Black Mage Village, where Bomb did a big shop menu, and we're opting to synth later after we do some story cutscenes, because if we go in the shop or the synth shop early, there's a cutscene with Dagger there that just is overall slower, because she's sitting there talking with the Black Mages in there and wastes a lot of time. So we just synth at the end after we do everything we need to do here and run back. As Mythic is riding Chocobo to the forest as well.
Here, Vivi gets to learn a lot about other Black Mage villages. It turns out he's not the only one that actually wakes up. They are a little bit lacking in knowledge. They're very inexperienced and naive, but they're trying their best to figure out how life works, basically. It's a bit of a common theme in this game.
Yeah,
and Zidane actually starts opening up as well about he doesn't know where he grew up or where he's from.
And an unfortunate piece of news that Vivi learns here in Black Mage Village is that the Black Mages have all, even the ones like him, appear to have fairly short lifespans. They are only living for about a year after they gain sentience. So obviously to Vivi, this is very troubling because suddenly he has to reckon with his own mortality, and in a way that becomes like a major theme of the entire game, reckoning with mortality and finding meaning in life despite the fact that it is short. Meanwhile, we've got Amart picking up Quina in Q's Marsh, naming them after Chef. After the Chef PMT, another FF9 runner. I also want to shout out that we got a lot of love in the chat a little bit ago for Amart, saying here to watch Amart catch up, and I just want to repeat that, lots of love for all three of these runners. I think they're all turning in some really nice runs right now, and the fact that this relay is still, not completely ridiculously far apart all this time into it is pretty wild. So shout outs to everybody. I'd
actually like to give a very special shout out to Amart, who actually raised money for charity by offering name incentives for his run. So let's all hear for Amart and cheer him on. I know he's gonna. What's the term I'm looking for? He's going to catch up. He's going to tighten the gap, shorten the gap.
We've still got more than half of the run left, and that's plenty of time for FF9 to be FF9, so...
Pretty much.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
We'll see over on Bomb Bomb for Team Choco. He actually got off the Chocobo at the halfway point to Condepedi, and it seems a little bit counterintuitive now, but this is actually to save a bit of time later on in Disc 3 when we have to head back, because it's quite a distance to start a step all the way to the Chocobo tracks again. So it actually works out a little bit faster to leave the Chocobo there and start it back to Condepedi rather than going all the way back to the Chocobo tracks. And the second reason is this way we need one less Geisel Greens for the entire route. So because we only need one less Geisel Greens, we can just not have to go back into the Chocobo Forest after the first visit, because on previous routes we would actually go back into the Chocobo Forest again and buy the Geisel Greens that we needed, but it actually works out a little bit faster to pick them up along the way as long as we stop there, like what Bomb Bomb did.
Also, I just noticed Mythic going into another ATE. I mentioned that there were 2 optional ATEs that the runners were going to do. One of them is technically not optional, and that's the one here in Black Mage Village. It basically becomes mandatory if you enter a certain screen that's required for story progression. However, it's actually slightly faster to just view that specific ATE on your own. And also, after these cutscenes, Mythic is going to go into the synthesis shop and synth a rune tooth and maybe a few other items. So if you try to go into the synthesis shop before these cutscenes, you get a short cutscene sequence with Dag. I don't know why I'm calling them cutscenes, because they're really not cutscenes, they're just dialogue, but basically there's just some extra dialogue with Garnet, and I don't know how much time it saves to do it later, but yeah, you still have to go back to that shop to get the rune tooth. It's also why the runners bought a few extra weapons in the weapon shop that they are never going to equip, because they need them to synth a few weapon upgrades for Zidane. I believe both will be getting the Angel Bless on Disc 3, and pretty much every route gets the Rune Tooth. The Rune Tooth, just like the Exploda, also has Lucky 7, so we'll probably see Bomb Bomb go for that again. Also, on Amart, I think he's gonna. Let's see if Amart goes for the Lonnie ATB reset.
Meanwhile, on Bomb Bomb's screen, we are meeting Aiko.
I think Mutski might have something to say about Bomb Bomb's choice. What do you think, Mutski? Or Aiko's name?
This is a shout out to Mutski's sub 9, where he named Aiko God.
Alright, looks like Amart didn't get it, so Amart's just gonna get the standard Lonnie fight.
Mm-hmm. Bomb Bomb, meanwhile, doing a safety save before this next boss, Hilgagars, which can be a little, with no pun intended, can be a little trolly. Rome, do you want to talk a little bit about Hilgagars and Kiraga Skip?
Oh boy, yeah. So it's a fairly standard fight, assuming that, he doesn't decide to Earthquake over and over again and kill off Aiko first turn. But essentially what we want to do is we have a very specific setup. It's the same for the Tant route, I believe, as well, where you do a physical attack with Zidane, a Blazara from Vivi, then you wait for Vivi's ATB to fill again. You do Blazara, so this lets Hilgagar's ATB fill to full. Because the animation for Blazara is slow enough to where it can fill up to full, and he'll have a whole different action queued. So Zidane will attack again. And so then Hilgagar will do his turn, and then while he's doing his second turn, or third turn, Zidane will attack again, hopefully get a crit and end the fight early, but if not, we'll just follow up with a Blizzara from Vivi and end the fight. Assuming that Zidane doesn't miss, or... Yeah, I think it's under extremely rare circumstance, but I think you can also under damage, but it's fairly rare. I've only seen it like once.
The biggest concern here is Zidane actually just getting punched in the face and being knocked out.
Yeah, the hip hop
That's the most
from
likely way this goes wrong.
yeah, hip hop from Hilgagars can actually one-shot Zidane at full HP if it high rolls. Otherwise, he should be able to survive everything. And you can just Kiro with Aiko.
There's actually a cute little ATE that you can choose to watch where Vivi and Quina get married.
Oh yes, it's good.
I really wish there was some sort of reward in there to justify including it in the run.
Mm-hmm. And there's the miss. And that's why he checked.
There's a miss. Yep.
So that's why he checked before he started going for the damage.
Yeah. So
Now,
now,
for some reason,
yeah,
Hilgagars is very evasive, even though it, like, statistically it shouldn't be able to miss this much, but it just feels like it happens so often. I don't know why.
yeah. You also want to be careful in this fight to not be shy about healing characters when they need to be, because it's very easy for Hilgagars to get someone down to a damage roll where, or an HP value where Earthquake will just completely wipe them out. So Bonbon here is opting to use Dagger to cure Zidane, because Cure is a shorter spell animation than Aiko's Cura, and since Zidane is the only one who needs it. And for her trouble, Dagger just gets punched in the face and KO'd instantly. Poor Dagger.
So yeah, as we see, Helgiar's HP is full. So the next turn that that comes up, he's gonna cast Kiraga, but he's gonna be dead by then. Because unlike the some like the Black Walls 2 fight where it's a counter, like he doesn't have Kira counter. It's just an actual action.
Oh, but it looks like
it was
Mythic. Yeah, sorry.
I was just gonna say, that was, besides the miss, that was pretty standard. We don't really need Aiko or Dagger to survive for the AP. We just need Zidane and Vivi, hopefully.
I just want to point out that Mythic is right behind, about to head into Hilgagars, and he opted to catch an Oglop on the mountain path for good luck.
He also named Aiko Oglop. So,
amazing.
Good job on that one.
So Rome alluded to this, but basically from this point forward, we're not really worried about any characters except for Zidane, Freya, Steiner, and Amaranth surviving fights, because those are going to be the four main characters that we care about AP-wise.
Double trolls? Okay.
The double trolls are pretty scary.
They are very scary. They can berserk.
He actually lost a run to that exact encounter yesterday, so I'm glad he was able to get away without any trouble.
If Zidane has empty ATB and one of the trolls decides to solution, which is a berserk on Zidane, you are just kind of stuck in that and trying to get quick fleas and survive as long as possible, because there's nothing you really can do, because we don't have a spare guy show green and another double troll.
It's not as bad when you get one troll, because Zidane Berserked will kill one of them in 2 hits, I believe. But when you get double trolled, it can be pretty rough.
Yeah.
The fight should be a little safer for Mythic because Zidane's a higher level, so the hip hop attack can't one-shot him. But anyways, as the other commentators were alluding to, getting the cure skip is a lot more consistent because Hilgars, although Hilgars has very high speed, its attack animations are long enough that you could properly get the right pattern in to get it consistently. whereas Beatrix is just so fast and she's so dangerous that it's really hard. And did I just see a 0 encounter Fossil Roo?
I believe you did.
Was that?
I'm gonna check with Amart if that was correct, but I believe that was a 0 encounter Fossil Roo.
All right.
Everyone in chat, let's hear it for Amart. He is going to catch up. Log.
0 encounter Fossil Roo. That's
That's pretty great.
So, as we mentioned before, FF9 doesn't have a step route or anything like that to predict encounters, but it does take a considerable amount of finesse to move through hostile screens without getting encounters, because it's pretty much random when you get the encounters, like when your danger value increases as you move through a room. Precise movement and knowing muscle memory through hostile screens is really important because it minimizes the amount of likelihood that you're going to increase that danger value. So getting through Fossil Roo with really good movement is pretty hard, so definitely give it up for Amart for that. That was a very, very nice time save. And thankfully he's running a route that doesn't require getting Knight in Fossil Roo, so
Yeah, not having any encounters of Fossil Roo on a Knightless route is a very good blessing. And here's a kind of like a Plot City Light with the Madain Sari, where there's a whole lot of dialogue and only one real fight in here that we'll get to later, but yeah, we're just gonna have a lot of dialogue where which is Madain Sari, which is the village of summoners, which is where Aiko lives with all these Muggles, and Dagger's getting some vague memories here, and she's not sure why. But Aiko's going to start cooking with the Muggles, cook food for everyone. But yeah, they're just going to start learning about the Summoner's past as Amart makes his way to the Black Mage Village.
Did we talk about the order in which we have to trigger events here in Maiden Sari for optimal movement or story progression, I should say? So basically, this is similar to when we went into the bar back in Dali. Here we go to visit all of the story triggers in Madain Sari in a specific order. In order to make sure everyone spawns where they need to be. Once again, we're trying to make Dagger spawn in a specific place as quickly as possible. So first we go and talk to Vivi, with whom we have a little bit of an existential conversation about him mulling over the meaning of life now that he's found out that his life is going to be so short. Next, we leave that area, and we trigger an ATE, another mandatory ATE, in which Aiko is preparing food with the Muggles. And that ATE actually has some interactivity in it, in which we have to choose which Muggles are going to do what for the meal. For the purposes of the speedrun, we just mash through, because it has no effect on items or anything. It's just a difference in the outcome of the cutscene where they eat dinner. So we just mash through, and then after that we go back to Aiko's house to trigger a Moogle asking us to meet them at the Eidolon Wall, which will be the event that's needed to spawn Dagger in the entrance of Maiden Sari, so that we can talk to her and bring her to the Eidolon Wall, where she begins to feel like a connection to the place, because she's recognizing the Eidolons as some of them are the ones that she can summon. And basically, Dagger's just has this overwhelming sense of, like, thinking that she's been here before, even though she doesn't, like, she thinks she hasn't, so. And more on that will be revealed later. So that's just a small bit of sequence breaking that we do, similar to the Dolly one, where we just need to make sure that everyone is spawned in the right order, as optimally as possible.
Yeah, knowing where to go is probably some of the biggest time save for this run.
Absolutely, yeah. There's also another small time save that Bomb just did and that Mythic is about to do, where you can leave a cutscene with Aiko early. The cutscene that's about to happen on Team Tomberry's screen with Zidane and Aiko talking to each other actually is scripted to have a lot more dialogue than what you're going to see. But it's not mandatory to trigger it, so we just leave the scene as soon as we get movement back.
I never knew you could do that.
Oh, really? Yeah, I only learned that one recently as well, actually.
There's actually another small skip you can get right there where you actually skip the Moogle entering the room, but you have to like enter it, or exit the kitchen on a very specific pixel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's very, very tight.
Yeah, there's no real way
like
to get it
2 seconds.
consistently, yeah.
The biggest risk is opening that ore chest right next to it, but...
Right. Meanwhile, we got Amort trekking through Black Mage Village, keeping good time, closing that gap a little bit. And Bomb is now heading towards the Aoife tree, which Aiko has referred to as the Sanctuary. It's a place that her and her tribe of summoners, of which she is the last one surviving, they've sealed it with magic to prevent people from entering or exiting, and now Zidane and company are going to try to get in there to see if they can discover something about the mist that's covering the Mist Continent where they all came from, in order to stop Kuja, who is using the mist to manufacture black mages.
Before we talk about the Aoife tree more, can I just say, how good does this mountain path look? It's got so much attention to detail. The developers, they love it so much that they force the players to go through this path 4 times.
Yeah.
And they made it this whole world map 100% glitch proof, so you can't skip it no matter how hard you try.
No matter what, you have to go
that
through it
pass.
4 times. It's ridiculous. Is it the most revisited like hostile screen in the game?
Yeah, because I mean, I think it's probably one of the most revisited screens in the game. Period.
Yeah. Aside, the only ones I think you might go to more often are like the upper floor of Lindblum, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, the plot bedroom.
Yeah, the plot bedroom, and then Sid's chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, it's one of the most revisited screens in the entire game.
Also, on Mythic screen, he attempted to do a little bit of tech there, where he moved Vivi to the front row to try and buffer a quick escape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's something that you can do in random encounters, where if you're holding down the escape buttons and you are trying to get a quick flee, you can have the characters do change in order to extend the amount of time that the game is checking for quick flee escapes. It's also handy anytime that you're in a situation where Zidane's not in the party for fleeing purposes, so just another way that you can kind of try to manipulate the game into letting you get away.
Oh, that was some bad luck.
Oh
World
no.
map encounter for Mythic.
Mythic got a world map encounter.
Meanwhile, Bomb Bomb got through the first 4 Aoife tree screens without a single encounter.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Nice.
There's also another way to buffer flea checks that you can do that Bomb Bomb just did, where you can have characters attack instead of change. That also extends the amount of time that the game is checking for fleas. Just kind of a way to see if you can sneak a quick flea in before Zidane casts the flea spell, because being able to escape without the flea, without using flea, is both faster and saves you gil, as we talked about before.
But that screen that Bomb Bomb was just on, with the one with the very wide shot where you're running away from the camera, that on the PlayStation 1 version, it's almost guaranteed you're going to get an encounter there. Like, all you need to do is just hold up. There's no movement tricks or anything like that. You just hold up on the D-pad and just hope you don't get an encounter.
Yep.
Bomb Bomb only got 1.
You only got 1, which is really good. I think there's only like 4 recorded instances of people not getting an encounter on that screen.
Yeah, in an RTA on PS1
Yeah.
anyway, yeah.
I think it's Karkarn, Rev, Amart, and Resonance, I think are the 4.
Yes, I believe you're correct.
I saw Just Incredible get it on YouTube.
Oh, Just Incredible did? Oh, wow.
Okay, so there's probably a few more than we know off the top of our head, but it is pretty rare. It's even rare to get a 0 encounter screen there on HD, for perspective. HD having a significantly lower encounter rate. That screen in particular is one of the ones that you can almost always rely on getting an encounter on.
And the mushrooms, which we can't really fight, they are just annoying.
Yep.
Everything else is undead or made out of stone, so we can toss a soft, which is a consumable that instantly kills a stroper, which is what Bomb Bomb ran into here. So they're a stone enemy, and you can just toss a soft and it kills it instantly, get free experience and free AP, which is really nice for the Pretro route, because we do need a little bit of AP and experience here while we can.
Yeah.
So we're equipped to deal with any of those, but mushrooms we just can't do anything with.
Yeah, it's also useful on Mythic's route as well. Being able to get encounters there, or a quick stroper encounter. I believe it's if you kill 4 stropers on Mythic's route, it allows you to equip counter for the Amaranth fight, which is very useful, especially in conjunction with auto haste. Normally, in most routes, you have to choose between auto haste and counter for Amaranth. But if Mythic kills enough encounters here in Aoife Tree, he can do both, because Zidane will be a high enough level to have enough ability stones to equip both.
We're having a bit of a discussion in chat about what text boxes do you prefer? Are you Team Gray or Team Blue? I'm Team Gray.
I'm Team Gray.
I gotta be honest, I'm a bit of a coward, and I just go with whatever I'm feeling that day. I usually
text boxes save time.
I'm a
can't prove it.
I'm a fluid on my text box colors, but I usually default to gray. But if I'm having a bad day, like getting a run going, I'll switch to blue to see if that gives me extra luck.
So it looks like Bomb Bomb actually got, what is that, 2 Aoife? 2 or 3 Aoife?
Yeah, it was either
encounters?
2 or 3, which is
That's
very good.
Very low. 3 impound, 3 mountain path though, but
3
Aoife
mountain
itself,
path encounters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Aoife itself was pretty nice.
But 6 encounters overall for the split is not too bad, right? I'm actually unfamiliar with what is considered good or bad on PSX.
I'd say just like 5 or 6 in Aoife is fine.
Yeah.
So on the split itself, but the fact that they're on mountain path with the trolls, but it can eat up a lot of time, because the Aoife encounters are typically pretty quick unless you get 3 zombies or double mushrooms. And then we also have these 2 force fights, so if for some reason you weren't able to kill anything on Aoife, we have a zombie fight, which is either 2 zombies or 3 zombies, and then a zombie dragon after it. So that's some mandatory experience and AP we're going to get across the board for everyone.
So this, like Rome said, this zombie fight can spawn either 2 zombies or 3. Bomb had 2, so he opted to cast Life with Ico on one of them and then Fyra with VV on the other. If that were a 3 encounter zombie fight, it would be Fyra all on the zombies and then Kira all on them.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about for no Tantarian, but for Tantarian routes, I believe Ico can actually one-shot a zombie with Cura, which is nice because Life actually has a chance of missing.
Yeah. Oh, did I say Life? I meant Cura. That was my mistake. Alternatively, if he had better ATB from Zidane, the zombies are also one-shot by Zidane attacking them.
And there's a level 5 death from the zombie dragon, so Zidane's gonna go down.
Good thing he
And
threw the
Vivi.
elixir with Zidane, though, so that it got cancelled out. So he
We
can
need
revive.
Yeah, we need Zidane alive, but VV is whatever. So Zidane's gonna get a little extra experience here, so he's gonna have a pretty beefy Zidane, because VV's gonna...
The good
not
news
get
is
a cut
that
of that experience.
the good news is that Zidane should not be level 15 for the boss, because the boss can open with level 5 death. This enemy also can use zombie breath, which can inflict the zombie status. Zombie status makes it so all healing items and abilities damage party members. And also, although we never get the spell, the death spell actually fully heals a zombie party member. Well, that's not really much of a concern. What is a concern is the fact that zombie characters cannot get experience or AP. And for this next boss, AP is quite important because Bomb's about to pick up an item called the Brigandine, which will give Zidane the ability up skill. Ability up doubles all AP earned in battle, and with ability up equipped, this next boss will give 18 AP, which is very important no matter what route you run.
Yeah.
So it pretty much all runners will talk to Stiltskin at least once in the mountain path, because Stiltskin will always give a magic tag. So you always have that emergency magic tag in case Zidane gets zombied. Although you can also get zombied from a random encounter, and if that happens and you have to use it early, then you're kind of hoping for a magic tag drop from the zombie fights, or you can just accept that you're not going to get experience and AP from those 2 forests, just to make sure that Zidane doesn't get zombied again before this boss.
Yeah.
And Mythic is having some trouble in the Aoife tree.
Yeah,
He's having a rough time.
Hit with a lot of encounters here.
Something to point out.
Finish on
Yeah, I
Hilgagaz.
was gonna mention that. Yeah, Amar got the dagger kill on.
Oh,
Hilgagaz.
nice. That's swag right there.
I think he was calculating damage and noticed that
Yeah.
he was under damaging, so he did an Ico basic attack and then followed it with the dagger attack, and that was enough to push it over.
Another example of why it's important to count damage on boss fights, knowing that you're under damaging on that fight, so that you can still, you can kind of compensate for Zidane not rolling high enough with attacks from dagger and Ico. Ooh, but Amar getting the double troll encounter now.
Yep.
Oh, and he doesn't have flee.
Didn't
Oh,
equip
God.
didn't equip the Germinus boots.
Ugh, that's rough.
So this is a little unfortunate, but should hopefully be able to do changes and
Yeah.
if you focus with VV and then do a Blazara, you can kill a troll. And There we
Okay,
go.
good. He
Okay.
got the quick flee. So over on Bomb's Team Tomberry, it looks like Zidane got with level 5 death, so he's going to need to revive Zidane before casting Life on Soul Cage here. Soul Cage is the obligatory FF Final Fantasy boss that has undead, so you can kill it with an elixir or a life spell.
Oh, I thought
And not,
we would get enough experience from that last fight. Guess not.
yeah, I guess not.
There was actually a really fun thing you can do with this fight if you really want to make it a challenge. And you can have Vivi cast fire on it.
Yeah, if you
it's a
want.
tree.
It's a tree. It's a plant. It's like Bulbasaur. It's weak to fire, right? Up on Team Tomberry, Mythic is fighting 3 zombies, so you're going to see him do the Cura all and then the Fyra all on them for a pretty clean fight. And Amart has just made it to Madain Sari, so pretty close behind. And Bomb Bomb, having defeated Soul Cage at the bottom of the Aoife tree, has discovered that Soul Cage was the one generating this mist. So now we see all of the mist receding away from the Mist Continent, and it appears that we've taken away Kuja's main source of energy to make the Black Mages. So surely that means that Kuja's gonna be defeated soon, right?
Oh yeah, easy.
Yeah, easy. Kuja's nothing. The last 4 hours of this speedrun are just us playing Chocobo Hot and Cold.
Mythic also gets level 5 death. Yeah, his Zidane's so high level that it won't affect him. But
yeah,
pulling
wow,
out
he's
anyway.
got a beefy Zidane in there.
Mm-hmm.
A beefy Zidane who's just about to get beefier because Aiko's down. Meanwhile, after the gang defeats Soul Cage and clears out all the mist, they are going to wait at Aoife Tree to see if Kuja shows up. But they receive word from the Mughals back in Madain Sari that there's some trouble going on back in Aiko's town. So they're going to go investigate what's going on.
Looks like Bomb Bomb's opting not to revive Vivi. Not worth it.
Yeah.
We're just gonna try and get fleas.
Yeah, generally, having one dead character here is usually fine, as long as it's not Zidane, obviously, to get in those fleas. But, I mean, if Dagger or Aiko dead, you've got the other white mage, and Vivi only doesn't really serve any purpose unless you're actually trying to win the fight, so
Yeah.
there's not too much point.
Yeah, and you don't really need Vivi or any of them up. The only one you need up for sure is Zidane because he has Flea. And we're about to get a free heal anyway. So it's not really worth the time investment to revive any characters besides Zidane.
Yeah, as Mythic mentioned, a level 18 Zidane at this point, he can equip counter for Amarants. And so that should help cut down some turns if we get the counter procs. As well as auto haste, I believe. So
yeah, auto haste plus counter is a pretty fun combination when the counters actually get triggered.
When or if?
If. Because as we all know, FF9 will teach you that 99% does not equal 100%. So if there's a possibility that something won't happen, it won't happen sometimes.
I don't think it's actually possible to equip both auto haste and counter without like removing something very important, because both auto haste and counter require a lot of stones.
17 stones for both of them, I think.
9 for auto haste, 8 for counter.
Yeah, 17. And that's a lot.
But yeah, we're going to be seeing 2 different strats for the Scarlet Hair fight. Bomb Bomb, who does not have haste, is going to be hoping for some counter attacks, because Scarlet Hair not only has max speed, but his only damage attack is a quick physical, so Scarlet Hair can actually get 2 quick physical attacks in between Zidane's turns. Although the fight is completely choreographed regarding his AI. He always starts with a physical attack, and then he starts moving around the field. There are 2 positions where if you attack him, the attack is guaranteed to miss, and then there are 2 positions where if you attack him, he will counterattack with a more powerful physical than his normal one. And then there's one position where if you attack him, it does, I think, preemptive damage. But it's unlikely that Mythic will get to that point since he has haste. Bomb Bomb, if he doesn't get very good counter luck, may have a longer fight.
Yeah, I think at that spot you mentioned, I think it just removes his defense entirely.
Yeah, I think you're right. He has a defense of 0.
Also, we actually get we get 2 items from the storyline here: an exploder, which is quite handy for later on, and an elixir, which will probably be used on disc 4. So, actually, 2 very good items that you get from the storyline, which is kind of rare.
All those gems that clutter up our inventory in disc 3.
Yeah, we sell those. These were your mother's gems. It's
Yeah,
like,
take good care of them. And just pawn them
get
off
'em.
with some Moogle. No alert.
For 1 gil. Sell them for 1 gil. Except ores. Ores sell for 250 gil. Yeah, Bomb's going into the Amaranth fight very shortly. Amaranth fight has actually got a bit of a weird mechanic tied to him. He'll go into these phases where he starts jumping all over the battle screen. There are some locations where you can actually hit him throughout the fight, so we'll probably see that.
Yeah.
From Bomb.
He'll also, if you attack him when he's somewhere besides his default position, he'll get a counter attack. So you kind of have to weigh the risk reward of attacking him when he's in one of those spots.
That happened again.
Oh no. Amaranth outsped.
Yeah, if your ATB is awful,
says Amaranth.
yeah, if your ATB is too slow, then yeah, you won't be able to get an attack in. But thankfully, it doesn't counter at that spot. But
yeah,
it's just annoying.
Some spots he
gets a
does
free
counter,
attack
and
in.
some he doesn't. Some spots you can hit him, and some spots you can't.
Yeah.
There's actually a position coming up in the next cycle where you can hit him, and he doesn't counter attack.
Yeah,
there's
that's
counter.
the sweet spot. Nice counter for Bomb. So there's a free attack. What is Amaranth's... Oh, I'm sorry, Scarlet Hair's max damage here on Petra Route? Do you know?
I want to say like low 200s.
Yeah, okay. So it's a reasonably safe fight as long as you don't take like unnecessary risks when your damage is low.
Yeah.
But
unfortunately, Bomb had to heal, so he wasn't able to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
Sweet spot.
Because he wasn't able to get that attack in before he jumped away, and couldn't hit him in the counter spot.
You are able to die to this fight. There are very few fights in this run that you can't die to, or where it's like really uncommon to die to. It's pretty common to die to a lot of, like, for runs to end a lot of different fights, which is part of what makes this run exciting. Like, it's not the same thing over and over again, but it can also be like a big challenge. Like, okay, like I have to be on point, like, for the next 9 hours in order to avoid as much death as possible.
Right.
My last run actually died here on Amaranth.
Yeah,
I
I believe
the last turn miss.
Yep.
That's unfortunate.
Sometimes things like that can get you.
And it looks like a Mart is heading into Aoife, so he's going to be trekking through. Again, this is the Petra route, so 1 or 2 Stropers is pretty preferable. But we gotta just keep pressing on with what we can.
It's like he's getting his first Stroper here. Oh, and he's opting to flee, actually, instead of throw a soft.
It's pretty early, so you can kind of bank that you're going to get more encounters down the road. So if you kill it, and then you get 2 more Stropers, and it's kind of banking that
sweep though.
One thing you might have noticed is that when Amart saw that the Stroper was going to use sweep, he stopped running with all of his party members. When party members are running away, they actually take back attack damage from physical attacks, and that can be very bad in certain encounters, especially a very specific encounter on Disc 4.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, yeah. There are certain enemies that have AOE, AOE attack, AOE physical attacks that are really devastating when you're running away. Stroper is one of them. It has an attack called Sweep, and then we have an enemy in Disc 4 that TQ just alluded to called Iron Man, and he can use an attack called Cleave, which can wipe an entire party if you're running away.
He hits real hard. And let's not forget the Murder Birds with the Aerial Slash, which is
Oh yeah,
also considered physical attack.
that aerial slash is brutal, and not the brutals.
Looks like he's at 3 so far on Ipa, as Mythic's heading into Scarlet Hair.
And this fight is actually going to work quite differently compared to Bomb strategy because of that auto haste advantage.
So let's see how that auto haste and counter combination works out. With auto haste on in this fight, Zidane is less likely to get outsped by Scarlet Hair. When he does his physical attacks. So, and Mythic also opting to attack while he's in one of the spots where he can be countered, just to get that extra attack in because he knew he had enough HP to tank it.
And yeah, with the auto haste, you can go toe to toe. You can just trade turn for turn. While without auto haste, you
nice
kind of
miss.
just have to.
That miss might actually go a long way.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mythic might be able to get away with not healing again, depending on.
Will he do it? He did save, so.
He did save. Oh,
No,
and
Mythic.
Mythic goes down to Amaranth. Bit of a risky play, but
Yeah, that's the risk of going for that attack in that position. Even on Tantarian routes, if as you just saw, he had full health, and he even dodged a single attack and still didn't survive. One thing one thing I like to do instead of attacking when Scarlet Hair is in that position is because since Zidane is haste, he can fill up his ATB fast enough that I could just try to steal an Ether. Because Ethers are kind of hard to come by. In fact, there's only one place you can buy, or rather synth them, and it requires fighting an optional boss. But you can basically get a free one if you steal from Scarlet Hair, and that's actually a good opportunity to steal, because if you're not going to go for the attack that procs the counter, you can, and you have haste, you can still get Zidane's ATB up in time before you have an opening to attack. Although you can also get the Poison Knuckles, which I don't think it messes up inventory. It's just an extra item you'd have to sell.
yeah.
Get some gil. Maybe you can skip some, like a Phoenix Pinion later. Because I don't know how many they've picked up so far, but there are Phoenix Pinions, which are basically, in this game only, Phoenix Downs you can only use in combat, and they sell for 1,000 gil. They also are the item that can teach Aiko the Phoenix summon, and if you have a lot of them in your inventory and you have Phoenix learned, there's actually a chance that, and Aiko's in your party, there's a chance that Phoenix can revive you. But that's obviously never going to happen.
Yeah, your entire party needs to be wiped.
Mythic.
I think that was a.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Diesel.
I think there was a one encounter screen on the last screen for Aoife on Amart.
Yeah, I believe
It's
so.
actually-
He was pretty
it's
close to
quite
a
common
0
to get
encounter,
too.
he said. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to point out that Mythic said he just died to Amaranth because he underdamaged by less than 100 points, which is pretty frustrating. You know, sometimes the game just, the dice don't land the way you want them to. So it really came down to just getting a bad damage roll there. I would also say someone in chat asked that they know that Tantarian routes involve fighting the optional boss, but what difference does it make in the long run? If anyone wants to speak to that.
Honestly, it really depends on what kind of encounter luck you get. Like, if you get, like, very few encounters, you'll probably wish that you didn't get the running shoes because it only can make back up a certain amount of time to have it, and if you're like on world record pace or world record level, ideally you don't want to fight Tantarian. You just want to get not a lot of encounters or encounters where Zidane just gets really good ATB. But if you're not at that level and you want like an easier route for AP and experience, and if you want to do some boss fights a little differently and make them more interesting, Tantarian's still a very viable run. Like there have been sub 850 times with Tantarian.
Yeah. I believe the highest ranking time on a Tantarian route is 841. The Japanese runner Zeke got that a few years ago. So you can post a very competitive time with a Tantarian route. There's never been a world record in this game with Tantarian route, but you can get really close.
Actually, the NA world record was Tantarian at one point for like a year.
Oh, it was? Okay.
I think Lisbel got an 849, and Zeke's Japanese run was actually the Japanese world record for a while until MPU got the record.
Excellent. So yeah, even better. You can see that Tantarian routes, while having that built-in like time loss when compared to other routes, like it can gain it back when you have a highly skilled runner and the right run. So
a lot of people who run the PC no major skips run, I think, still do Tantarian because it's really hard to get random encounters which are needed for AP routing. So some runners just on that category just opt to fight Tantarian as it's a less competitive category. I think the Petro route, there is potential to actually, if with some AP swapping or equipment swapping rather, there is potential to possibly make a route that doesn't require fighting Tantarian or mandating any unnecessary encounters, although you're obviously going to be a little underleveled and you might miss something like accuracy plus on Amaranth or distract on Freya, but those abilities aren't like run killers if you don't have them.
Yeah. The current PC no major skips world record is actually a modified version of Petro's Nightless no tant route, so it is possible to run PC without it, but it really kind of boils down to what your goals are in running the game as well as what your preferences are, because there's no way to realistically do everything in this game completely optimally and still be able to post like a good RTA time. You have to decide like what kind of route you want to run and where you're willing to make compromises in order for the things that you like about running the game to work. Like I can speak from personal experience in running the game that I really love the ability auto haste and what it allows you to do in late game. So I'm willing to take the like 4-minute time loss in disc 2 in order to have those things available to me at another time. And like TQ was saying, like there have been past world records that use Tantarian routes. Zeke's Tantarian run, that was an 841 Necron kill. That's only 2 minutes and change behind the current NA any percent world record. So I don't think that this game is necessarily solved enough in order for there to be only one good way to run it. You know what I mean? And that's part of that's part of what's beautiful about running this game. There's just so many different ways that you can do it. Yeah,
there's a lot of personality, a lot of preference in every single route and runner. Like everyone has a different preference.
Never mind.
At least it's not like FF10 where if you want to compete for world record now, you have to basically play the game near perfectly for 7 hours and then hope for a 1 in 256 drop.
Yeah.
Bless the FF10 runners.
Oh.
But yeah, I like Tantarian because it makes things a little more consistent. It also makes boss fights, in my opinion, a little more interesting and fun to work with.
And we get another level 5 death on Soul Cage. Of course, it's Zidane. And he's not going to risk the life cast, just going to throw an elixir just to end it. Because as mentioned before, life has a 10% chance of missing. So elixir will just get the guaranteed kill. And Amart will be done with Soul Cage.
That's a good call on his part. Meanwhile, Bomb Bomb is back at Aoife Tree. The party has returned to intercept Kuja. And Amarant has joined the party, actually. Zidane has convinced him to travel with us, and he's going to be one of our final 4 on all 3 runs, one of the final 4 party members. So, and since he joins the game so late, it's important to he's going to have a lot of equipment swapping and ability changing in and out in order to get him up to learn all the abilities that he needs in time for Disc 4. While over on Mythic's screen on Team Tomberry, we're getting a flashback now. Dagger is realizing that she has been here before, and we're flashing back to the scenes that we saw at the very beginning of the game in the opening FMV, where Dagger is realizing that this is the reason she feels like she's been here before to Madain Sari is because she has. She was born here.
Did I see an eye in the sky?
Is that an eye? Creepy little eye?
A big red eye. I'm sure that's not foreboding, and I'm sure that's not going to come back, right?
Big scary monster in the sky?
So coming up here at the end of Disc 2, Bomb Bomb's heading into a series of fights with Mystodons, which are these scary-looking demon things that Kuja summons. This is another series of scripted fights where you just kind of have to roll with whatever hand you're dealt as far as getting the what your ATBs and such are.
Here's the Mist.
Ooh.
Here comes Mist.
Okay.
Somebody want to talk about the FF9 fan favorite Ralph?
Oh yeah. So we get a couple of scripted fights that we have to go through with Mystodons. There are 3 scripted fights. Basically, the first fight will always be 2 Mystodons. The second fight will always be 1 Mystodon solo. The third fight can either be 1 or 2, and you'll get him on the long, at the very start of the long branch where you're running down for a long time. And there is a 4th fight that you might get. I don't know what the exact odds are. It seems to be around about 1 in 4 from my experience.
I would say that's around, where I've seen too.
Yeah, but there's about a 1 in 4 chance that you get Ralphed. We call that Mystodon Ralph, and you can also get either 1 or 2 Mystodons in that fight as well. So there's a chance for that to happen. Another one of those small differences between NA and JP is that on the JP version, you basically always get Ralph.
Yeah.
It is possible to not get Ralph, but it's so rare that apparently the JP runners remove 1 encounter from their live split.
Oh,
if
that's
they don't
funny.
Get Ralph.
Yeah.
It's just assumed that you will get it.
Mm-hmm.
It is possible to get 0 Mystodons on that branch. It happened to me one time on PC. I think it is extremely unlikely to happen. I
think Reverb posted a video of it.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a pain in the neck if it does happen because you miss out on some essential experience and AP for Amarant.
Yeah. I think that's another case of 3 recorded runs. There might be more, of course, but it was I don't know how to pronounce the name. It was Kaine, Kaiine, a long time ago, and then Reverb recently with this segmented run, and then Resonance again.
Wow,
got a rundown branch 0 encounter.
Rezo is just the luckiest
Ico.
FF9 runner.
I'm the flaming Ico.
Oh, another miss for Bomb Bomb. Missed, not missed.
Oh, missed. Okay, I was like, oh no, not miss. Oh, and there's a miss.
But there's a miss.
And then he gets a miss.
Oh,
Commentator's curse.
1 HP.
Of course.
My gosh.
Yeah.
Was there seriously 1 HP?
Yeah, with the Phoenix down.
They have I believe they have 1473. Zidane rolled 1472, and then Amaranth missed.
So, as Bomb Bomb makes his way down the branch, we're gonna see a series of cutscenes and FMVs here at the end of Disc 2. Basically, what's happening is Braun and Kuja are fighting each other at the Eva tree. Braun has basically decided that Kuja's no longer useful to her, so she's gonna continue without him, while Kuja has kind of been manipulating Braun this whole time into trying to fight and invade other countries on this planet without really revealing his motivations yet. But now they've both basically realized that the other has outlived their usefulness, and Braun is trying to sick the entire Alexandrian Navy and the Black Mages on Kuja, but Kuja is able to ward them off with magic and just being able to avoid them. But now, coming up in this next cutscene, or this next FMV, Braun is going to summon Bahamut to try to kill Kuja once and for all.
Honestly, one of my favorite.
It's a pretty cool FMV,
Bahamut.
yeah.
One of my favorite Bahamut designs as well.
It's very, I like
it's a very good one, yeah. And for the first time in the entire game, it looks like Kuja is actually facing a worthy adversary. But it won't. Spoiler alert! It's not gonna last long. Meanwhile, Amart's about to head into the Amaranth fight over on Team Mog.
And Mythic gets the Stroper encounter, so he has 2 AP on Amaranth. A lot of Amaranth abilities, specifically the killer abilities, so Maneater, Double Killer, etc. He learns them really quickly. He only needs 10 AP, so he can actually learn all the like a lot of the core abilities as soon as you get them. Because we just need to get this a couple AP here, and then the Mastodon fights. And he's pretty good for a while until we need to get, accuracy plus and empty attack and anything else.
HP plus 10% is another one that's only 10 AP.
With the Grimace boots.
So unfortunately for Braun, Kuja has managed to summon this giant red eye in the sky to turn Bahamut against her. And things aren't looking good for Braun or the Alexandrian Navy. So yeah, I was lying last time I said we weren't going to see the eye again, but we're definitely not going to see it again now.
Yeah, I don't know if I can trust this cease. They keep leading us down the wrong path.
Yeah, well, maybe one of these times I'll be right.
Have to guess
and
which one.
Kuja flies away again.
Yep, Kuja getting the upper hand at the end of the disc once again. And coming up, we've actually got one of the more, in my opinion, heartbreaking scenes in the game, where Vivi is standing on the beach watching Dagger stand beside her dying mother, and despite the fact that he's hated her for so long for what she's done to the other Black Mages, Vivi takes no joy in watching Braun suffer like this and watching Dagger lose her mother. So it's really kind of a nice scene for hammering home the kind of the themes of the game and some of the ideas that, like, most of the villains get some kind of redemption, even the worst ones. So. And that's pretty much it for Disc 2 on Bomb Bomb's run. Just got to get through some cutscenes and some FMVs here.
Sounds
and we'll
like,
be... Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it sounds like Mythic has 37 encounters by end of disc 1, or end of disc 2, sorry, and
Woof.
Bomb Bomb is at 31.
Wow.
PSX average is probably around 27 or so.
Yeah, so both of them are getting hit pretty hard.
It's a lot of encounters.
Not for Marathon. I think you guys reset disc 1 a bit too much to see 27 average.
That's
Considering
fair.
no reset, I would say 30 is average.
That's fair for a marathon.
True, yeah, for a marathon, yeah.
And pretty much. Oh, did we see a 6th encounter before we leave in Ice Cavern? Reset.
Yeah, that's true. It looks like Bomb Bomb's off into disc 3, Plotland.
Yep, just at the end of this FMV.
Where we have one of the more notorious sections of the run, where there's the old card tournament, but that's not for a little while. Got a lot of plot to go through first.
Good old Tetramaster.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, Mythic is going to be going into Mistodons very shortly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So hopefully get some good ATBs.
Yep. And Amart's not too far behind, getting ready to leave Madain Sarg after the Amaranth fight.
Yep, just gotta learn a little bit more about Dagger and have her see the eye in the sky from her memories.
There's some good copy pasta going on in chat.
Yeah.
Here to watch cutscenes before my boy Bomb Bomb loses cards. Oh my goodness.
Although with that auto haste on Zidane, that might go a long way to cutting off some of the turns from Mistodons.
Yeah, with the auto haste running shoes on Zidane, he can ATB weight the Mistodons.
Yeah. Plus,
Without
it's just more likely to get first turn.
Yeah.
However, with the running shoes, you're losing out on some strength because on the Petro route we have the power belt, so more reliably able to one-shot the Mistodon, so we're missing out on some strength, but
Just
it's still
another
fine.
example. Yeah, just another example of kind of the compromises you have to make when choosing one route over the other.
Mhm.
This is one of the best tracks in the game right here.
Yeah, I love it.
So many bangers on this OST. So, here we are kind of getting a little bit of a lighthearted reprieve from the main story of the game. Everyone's back in Alexandria. It's safe to be here again because Dagger is about to be coronated as the queen. So, they're no longer being persecuted by Queen Braun. Tantalus is here. Everyone's kind of just hanging out here in Alexandria at the beginning of Disc 3, trying to figure out where they go next. Especially as we're about to see in a few minutes, Zidane is going to be a little bit of a sad boy about the fact that because Dagger is going to be the queen now, they're not going to be traveling anymore together. So, yeah, this is kind of a lighthearted section with a lot of hijinks that ensue. So, it's one of the more it's one of the longer periods of downtime in the run from the beginning of Disc 3 to to when you finally get to go to Oilvert is almost an hour.
It's
hang on.
quite a lot of time.
Before I know the answer to this question, and someone just posted it in chat. He's trying to quiz us. Do the commentators know what Garnett's real name is?
Yep.
I know the answer to this.
I know the answer.
Yep.
It's Sarah.
Yep, Sarah. You find that out by doing the returning in Disc 4, and you have to enter without Amaranth and Dagger, so you can talk to Lonnie. And then she says some things. I think you talk to her a couple times, and then you return with Dagger, and you go visit the Eidolon Wall, and you have to do this whole little runaround thing, I think 9 times.
Mm-hmm.
And then you view the wall, and you can see her real name.
I've got a trivia question for chat. Why is Vivi's grandfather raising him? What's the real reason?
I think I know this one.
Oh, we got Cappy Gamings who says to eat him. That's correct.
Yeah.
Did we talk about the last mini quest discovered? No, we did not. Are y'all familiar with the Nero brother?
Yeah, I heard about that
quest. Yeah, it's a for anyone
I
who
do know
doesn't
that
know,
one, yeah.
it's a side quest in the game where if you return to the Tantalus hideout in Lindblum after every major story trigger in Memoria, Disc 4. So it's a lot of backtracking to Lindblum.
So much running back and forth.
You get another member of the Nero family showing up at the Tantalus hideout for basically the Nero family reunion. It's pretty funny. It was something that no one discovered in the game until the last few years.
And you get like a protect ring, I think, is
Yeah, I believe so.
like the reward for doing all of them.
Yeah, I think you have to go back like 8 times or something like that.
Yeah, it's after each boss fight and major story trigger in Memoria.
Yeah. But you can actually like the side quest is also really weird because it doesn't actually have a solid end state, because you can actually go back after you get the protect ring, and the whole side quest just starts over.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah. There aren't enough story triggers in Memoria to actually get a second protect ring.
Damn.
So
That's
it's
a shame.
pointless.
Bomb Bomb's coming up to some of the sickest gameplay.
Oh yeah,
and-
sick gameplay. Oh yeah,
Done.
Oof. That's the best gameplay right there.
I don't know if you all mentioned this, but when you have control of Vivi here at the start of Disc 3, you can play the second best minigame in
Oh,
FF9. The only one that's better is the jump rope minigame, but you can actually race this hippo, where the objective is just to press 2 buttons alternatively as fast as possible, and it just gets harder and harder each time.
Yeah.
And if you do it like 80 times, you get a key item for it.
Yeah.
Yep, Athlete Queen.
300 jumps for Tiger Racket card.
And that racing minigame, there's actually a turbo anti-cheat built into the game, to where if you try and use turbo for the square and circle buttons, if you do too well, the game will actually not progress at Paul's level at all. So you actually have to like either manage your turboing or do the mashing yourself.
So over on Team Tomberry, Mythic is wrapping up the second visit to Aoife Tree. We're about to see the same progression of Bahamut turning on Brawn, while Amart on Team Mog is stutter stepping back to Aoife for the second visit. So he's catching up, and
Not too far.
Mythic is has a small lead over him, and Bomb Bomb is a little bit further ahead. We've got a lot of stuff coming up in Disc 3 that can really skew the run all over the place. So we'll see. We'll have to see what happens.
Most importantly in Disc 3 is that Aiko has written this love letter, but because she kind of got stuck, she gave it to Baku to give it to Zidane. But Baku is useless, so he lost it immediately, and now Beatrix has gotten hold of it.
And she thinks that it's from Steiner.
Yep.
Meanwhile, here's Zidane being a sad boy in the bar. This is one of my favorite character moments for Zidane because he just gets really angsty and kind of childish about the fact that he's not going to hang out with Garnet anymore. So he's like, "Come on, boss, let me rejoin Tantalus." And then when Baku says no, he's like, "Fine, I'm going to Trino to play Tetramaster."
I'm going to become a pro. Actually, we're not going to have enough time to talk about Tetramaster. Tetramaster is a bit of a meme.
That's
people
true.
who have played FF9. A lot of people.
It's
hate
everybody's favorite part. It's the best part of the game.
It's where all the Twitch chat predictions live and die.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Everyone a lot of people think it is just nothing but RNG, which is not really true. There is actually a lot of strategy that you can.
It just feels like it's true.
Yeah. There is a lot of strategy that you can apply into how to win cards based on the arrows that you get. It's not just about getting as many arrows as you can, because often that just works against you. Because you have multiple ways in which your card can be attacked and comboed as a result. But also, a lot of people don't understand the stats behind the cards as well.
Yeah, that's something they don't really explain. Because even in game, they're just like, there's some funny characters on the card. That's weird, and then they just don't tell you what they do really.
Yeah.
I wonder what the numbers on the cards mean.
Yeah.
Don't know. Yeah. So the first number is so you have a number, letter, number on each card, and the first number corresponds to the attack power of the card. The letter corresponds to the attack type of the card. You'll typically see either P or M on the card, which stands for either physical or magical. And the next two numbers are physical defense and magical defense. So when two cards enter a battle, the attacking card determines how the matchup is determined. It uses the attacking power to determine its own score value and compares it to the defense of the attacking types card. So if you have, for example, a 2P card attacking a 1M10 card, for example, the attack power is 2 for the attacking card. It's a physical attack, and it goes up against a physical defense of the defending card, which is a 1. So that makes it that gives the 2P card the most favorable outcome as a result. And if the two numbers draw, then the defending card wins. And that's basically how you draw to it. The RNG comes into effect from how many points you can lose, how many points you lose. So your HP will always start in a specific range based on either the attack power, if it's the attacking card, or the defensive number, if it's a defensive card, and it'll fall into a specific range. And then a random number between 1 and the current points that it has is subtracted from that, and then whichever card has a higher number after that is the winning card. And if it's a draw, then the defending card wins. So you can you can use strategy and knowledge of the mechanics to try and get the best result you can. You can just kind of get screwed though by bad RNG rolls.
Yeah. It's kind of funny the way that Tetramaster is sort of a microcosm of FF9 in general. I think that there's a perception of FF9 about how, it's just a bunch of RNG. It's like inconsistent run. It's all RNG. It's bad RNG if you lose. Like, it's true that the game is extremely RNG heavy, but there are things that you can do to mitigate like bad luck and to kind of steel yourself against unlucky things. Like Diesel was saying, obviously, like there's a little bit of RNG that goes into whether or not a card will win a battle. And because of that, one of the main strategies of Tetramaster is to avoid battles as much as possible, to just try to steal cards that aren't that you don't have to do battle with direct head-to-head arrows. So there's stuff that can go into it that is genuine strategy, and like I do think that you can get better at it and like build skill, but unfortunately there's always the possibility that you're just gonna get boned a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could have, as they mentioned before, a card that's statistically supposed to win, 10-1, but the dice just roll in favor of the defending card, or, the other way around, and it combos all the arrows into yours, and they claim a bunch, and it's just like, well,
yeah,
fun.
Yeah. And one strategy that's... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Diesel.
Yeah. Yeah, like one strategy that kind of gets overlooked is actually blocking in cards. Like it's only something I've recently thought about. I've never like really thought too deeply about this because it's not like a PvP card game where you're trying to compete against other players or anything. It's just kind of something I did for fun when I played this casually. But blocking combos is honestly one of the most overlooked strategies.
Yes. Yeah. Denying the arrows and denying them, and claiming others, especially anything that's blocked off into a corner or somewhere where your arrows can't really reach, is very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of different strategies, and being able to develop one you're comfortable with, and one that's consistent, and one that's that works, goes a long way.
The unfortunate thing about Tetramaster is that, from how it fits into the wider game, is that unlike FF8's Triple Triad, for example, excuse me, sorry. Unlike Triple Triad, getting cards doesn't really have any rewards in and of itself, like the way that you can use cards. I believe it's in the junction system in FF8. Yeah. I'm sorry if I'm making a mistake. Correct. I don't know anything about FF8.
Yeah, you can break down cards into junction magic, and that's how you get triples early.
Yeah, so there's nothing like that in FF9. You can't use the cards for anything besides playing cards. But winning the Tetramaster tournament that we're about to see Bomb Bomb enter into does yield you the Rebirth Ring, which is a very handy item.
Yep. Especially for a marathon.
Yes.
Having a Rebirth Ring for Disc 4 is going to be very beneficial in a lot of fights.
Yeah.
Because we will probably see at least one runner die take a death on Disc 4. I'm willing to bet.
Let's hope not. I'm betting now that we're not going to see any Disc 4 deaths.
All right.
I hope neither of us just cursed them.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you the odds of getting completely wiped if you're on for death guys, if you're on normal levels. I'm not sure what Mythic's levels would be for that fight, but I can tell you that for Bomb Bomb and Amart, it's around about 13% for Meteor to knock out all 4 characters.
Yeah.
I actually sat down and did the math one day.
Oh, that's funny.
Yep.
I have to do the math to know the exact probability of getting screwed.
Yep. I like figuring that out.
Hey, that's FF9, honestly.
Yep.
What's the statistical likelihood of me dying right now?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to exactly pin down because there are scenarios where you can survive from a meteor wipe, but the odds of you surviving from a meteor wipe are pretty low. You need to Death Guys will use either one of 2 attacks, either spin, in which case you die because you can't dodge it, or he'll use Devil Cut. Devil Slice?
Demon's Claw.
Demon's Claw.
Yeah.
That's it. And you need to dodge that, but you can dodge it. And that's about a 50% chance.
Alright, so now that Bomb Bomb's in the first round of the card tournament, he's going to be looking for cards that cover all of the directions, but he doesn't want to have too many cards with too many arrows on them individually, because that can spell trouble later on with combos. So he's going to try to cover all of his bases and then just get as many cards out of the danger area as possible before before the end of the round. And that was a very clean first round. So yeah, it moves quickly. We did a lot of explaining and it's hopefully going to move pretty quickly.
Something to point out is that there was a spot in the very top left corner where it was just kind of blocked off. It didn't have anything. You really want to secure those little pockets that don't have anything, because that's just kind of guaranteeing that you're going to get those 1 or 2 cards your way. And so the NPC kind of does the same sort of strategy.
What an astonishingly troll board.
This is a pretty awful board.
Yeah, wow, this is awful.
But you should be able to... There you go.
Very nice.
Yeah. Oh, this could...
Forced into a fight.
Okay, nice. He was forced into a fight and it ended up working out for him. So the the way that the card tournament works is you have to win the first 2 rounds before the story progresses, but the 3rd round, you only get 1 chance. So they're about to go do, Bob-Bomb's about to go do a safety save, has a backup for, in case the Mistodon fights coming up in Alexandria go badly. But I do believe he's going to do. Is he going to do no rebirth if he doesn't win, or is he gonna?
I'm sure he's with the safety saves. He's probably just gonna go no rebirth.
Cool. Yeah. So this last round, you can win or lose, and the story will progress. If you do win, you get the rebirth ring, which is really handy. If not, both routes, both Mythic's and Petra's routes, are going to proceed without it, using a couple of backups along the way.
Yeah, not having Rebirth Ring is a little bit riskier, just because we don't need to, stop by DeGuero and craft the Rebirth Ring. With the extra diamond, it's a little bit more pricey too, so we need to manage Gil a little bit as well. So this is just faster for the sake of, going for more risk. But yeah, with good hands and good play, we should be able to win this last round.
Yeah, in a weird way, the last round is often easier than the first 2 rounds.
The second round can just kind of block you for a while for whatever reason. Not sure if it's just the enemy AI or the cards or anything, but this is pretty good.
Also, to note about this last round, all the Oglup cards are full attacking cards, and they have no magic defense.
Yeah.
So it's to your benefit if you have any cards with the magic attack that you should use those.
Yeah. So Bomb just went win-win-win. Nice, easy, quick card tournament.
Tetramaster's no skill.
Yeah.
That was just all luck.
Yeah. Anytime someone says Tetramaster's no skill, I'm always a little like, well, you're half right. But yeah, so Bomb had a nice quick card tournament. He got the Rebirth Ring, and now we are basically moving on. Like this is where the run really starts to pick up. There's a little bit more downtime before we get really into the meat of it, but I always feel like I experience a bit of a sigh of relief when I make it past cards.
Yeah. We are past the halfway point. It's usually a Soul Cage that's roughly halfway. But yeah, now that cards is done, we're going to go into the Siege of Alexandria. And Amart is just finishing up Disc 2 now.
Yep, now, so pretty soon we're going to get all 3 runners in Disc 3.
Now, remember that little side quest I talked about at the start of Disc 1?
I forgot about it.
It's back!
So, if you, in casual play, if you actually talk to all of the knights, or they will actually kind of tell you what their strengths are as Pluto Knights. And so, what you're asked to do here is you're asked to give certain knights specific orders based on those strengths. Obviously, we skipped all that, so we don't know what their strengths and weaknesses are, but fortunately, there's a little bit of a code we can use, a cheat code. Select the first option, then press down, then select the third option, and then just hit X and you win.
Yep.
It's pretty easy. Otherwise, it would just... Imagine if that was, randomized every run. It's just let's just give them different responsibilities.
We speedrunners sure do ruin everything, don't we?
But the reward for getting all those correct is the Angel Earrings, which aren't used as an accessory, but they sell for 10,000 gil, which is kind of important because we don't have a lot of money options, and the runners are going to do a lot of shopping on Disc 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need that 10,000 gil.
Yeah. Coming up here, we've got the first of 2 Mistodon skips. Basically, we can skip past that first Mistodon by manipulating it to run around the ticket booth there and then going the other way since we are faster than it. This next one, let's watch it in action first. Oh, he didn't get it.
Oh
gosh.
Farther. There we go.
There you go. So that skip basically involves lining up Steiner's sword with a specific spot on that fence there, and then running immediately to the left. And if you line it up correctly, you will trigger the transition to the other screen without triggering a story trigger that would send a Mistodon battle down onto the street that you have to fight before progressing. It's a pretty simple trick to pull off as far as like the kinds of skips you've seen in other Final Fantasy games go. It is a little bit harder on the HD version of the game because movement is different and the hitboxes are bigger. But here on PSX, it's pretty consistent to pull off.
Yeah, all the characters gain weight in the PC version.
Yeah, they just got a
my
little,
understanding.
you know.
Yeah,
They're social distancing. They have bigger hitboxes.
like Freya on the Red Rose will block you from talking to Vivi, so you have to like kind of wiggle through it.
Yeah. And now coming up on Bomb screen is 4 back-to-back Mistodon battles that will conclude with the final scripted trance of the run. Also, this song is a banger.
Yeah, Steiner's theme.
Yeah. Bum 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 bum. It's one of my favorites.
And a mist open.
A mist opener. Wonderful.
Was Steiner put to sleep?
Thankfully, Beatrix has access to life, so we can, cast it for the 90% chance.
Yeah.
And get the kill.
That is the downside of Petro route here. It doesn't have Insomniac available for Steiner.
Yeah, we need to have the cross helm for Devil Killer AP, and that's extra point in strength for whenever Steiner levels up. He'll get, that mechanic we mentioned where the gear stores more strength into the pool, so you can hit a little bit harder and have more HP late game.
As chat was saying, the song is called Protecting My Devotion. It's basically, as a Puexil mentioned, it's a remix of Beatrix's theme.
Okay. Oh,
Who
yeah,
said it was
okay,
fun?
Yeah. It's got the same melody.
Yeah, it's not the same.
No, Steiner's theme is the goofy one. Beatrix's theme is the brave and courageous one.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, but on Mythic screen, we're hearing Zorn and Thorn's theme. Who said your favorite?
Me. It's my favorite.
Clowns on the Dark Night, I think it's called.
Yeah. Something like that. I never remember any of the names of the tracks. I just know, it's that one that plays at this time.
Yeah. Yeah, most of them I don't know, but I think I
Yeah.
looked up Zorn and Thorn's theme because that's one of my favorites as well.
Yeah. It's really cool. One of my favorite parts of running this game is just how good the OST is. Like, I am infamous for not being able to make it like a whole minute in my.
I've been corrected.
Oh.
It's Jesters of the Moon.
I see. Jesters of the Moon. I'm
It's
infamous
basically
for
the
not
same
being able to
thing.
make it like a minute in a run without humming along to the music that's playing. It's just such a good OST. Meanwhile, Bomb here got the last scripted trance of the run at Steiner's.
Good.
He was holding ATB there while Beatrix cast life to in order to be able to attack with Steiner in case it missed. But thankfully it did not, so that was a pretty smooth Mistodons, besides the one troublesome sleep.
There's actually a bit of commenting in chat about the lyrics of a fan rendition of Beatrix's theme, Roses of May. It's a lyrical version where they quoted the lyrics. I'll find it. Wally's its trail in moonlight so pale, in shadows they flow in rivers and rivers. I actually can't remember what the actual name of the fan rendition is called.
Mm-hmm.
But it's on OC Remix, and if you guys have never checked out OC Remix before, it's a great website where people make fan versions of video game music, and I 100% recommend you check it out if you haven't before. And Final Fantasy 9 and Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9 are actually some of the biggest collections that they have. So definitely recommend that if you haven't seen it.
Looks like Mythic's having a little bit of a rough cards.
Yeah.
Just really unfortunate. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
He just
two
lost
magic versus a
twice
one
there.
magic defense. Yeah. It was in his favor, but that's how it goes.
The name of the song, Diesel, is Rose of May by Erutan. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but Eurutan. Yeah, so Mythic's having a bit of trouble with cards. He's also running out of cards, which is a problem. When you lose a game of Tetramaster, the opponent gets to take one of your cards, and so if you're in a card tournament and you're losing several times, you can start to run out of things to play, which can be really problematic for progressing. It's almost like the more you lose, the harder it becomes to win.
Yep.
Which is rough.
If you are almost completely out of cards, or you just didn't get any good drops, there's an optional strat you can opt to go for where you basically toss all your cards and then you talk to Todd and he gives you 5 really good ones.
Yeah.
Like he could give you a Save the Queen, which can be really good. However, well, first of all, you still want to buy a bait card, either a Goblin or a Fang or something. Although you should have at least one of them from when Vivi talked to the ticket booth person. But anyways, Tot strats can go well or they can backfire.
Yeah, and again, they're kind of randomized, in terms of you're gonna get the same cards every time with Tot strats, but you're not going to get the cards are going to be randomized as far as what their arrows are, what their stats are. Wow. And Mythic just got trolled hard there with that board. Yeah. That wasn't any board that doesn't have that's just all open spaces can be so rough to work with.
Bosses do drop some pretty good cards, but it's not guaranteed they will. I think Tantarian has a chance of dropping a Ramu card.
Yeah,
and Hilly has a chance to drop the Antland card.
And there's a couple of fights where you can pick up a Gargant card as well, which is also a good one.
I think the Ravu card is
And also a couple, the two of the civilians that are saved in Akora, they can give you some cards, but those are pretty weak. And over on Amart's screen, he just sent the Angel Bless, and I think he sent did he send the Gold Choker?
No, the Power Belt, the gold glass buckle into the Power Belt.
Oh, that's what he sent. Angel Bless is the next weapon upgrade for Zidane.
Yeah.
It's pretty important all the way up until the second to last weapon we get for him, because it not only it hits really hard, but it also inflicts Confuse with the Soul Blade, which is 100% success rate, which is fairly important later on, and we'll see that. And unlucky, of course.
Wow, what cards? Triple Triad is so much better than this.
Yeah, you can actually manipulate it in FF8.
I don't know if Mutsky is still in chat, but we can't post it here because of the PG-13 rule. But Mutsky's got a pretty good guide on how to play this.
It's pretty accurate.
So I think this is a really good illustration of what we were talking about how a Tetramaster. So Bomb Bomb's card tournament was a really good example of how Tetramaster can require some amount of skill to play really well, and then Mythics is a really good example of how sometimes it can just completely screw you over and you lose so much time to it just because the game isn't cooperating.
Oh, I don't think he meant to play that one. I think he meant to play the other one. Yeah, sometimes that's how Tetramaster goes.
Yeah, it would be one thing if he lost to the to the last round, because then it would be at least it would be over, right? But because he keeps getting stuck on the second round here, it's
Amart's got a chance.
Yeah.
Amart does have a chance of catching up here.
Gob Mob. Let's go. Look at that. My first goblin. He's ready to go.
Yeah, Mythic is just going all goblins now. I was about to lose it if that goblin won that fight. Oh my gosh,
draw.
draw. This is one of the harder card tournaments that I've seen in a while, but Mythic, to his credit, is doing a decent job of handling it, just trying to get it back on track. Oh my gosh.
Good? Nope.
Yeah.
No. He had to
And
go
again-
for it though.
Again, we have to win the first two tournament matches, and then the last one we can win or lose and progress the story. We have to win, like, the second one. So he's at one win. He just needs to win one more, and we can get going. But
We're Mythic's already at 9 games.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
That's really rough. Meanwhile, over on Team Choco, Bomb is progressing the story. Zidane and company have arrived in Alexandria to try to help Dagger and everyone evacuate from the castle now that it's under attack by Kuja and the mysterious red eye in the sky, which we'll find out more about shortly. But basically, Zidane's just running around trying to save Dagger and Aiko now as well, because Dagger and Aiko both used their combined summoning power to summon the Eidolon Alexander to defend Alexandria from the attack.
Not sure if you all mentioned it, but since Amart's about to finish up Alexandria, there is one very important accessory all the runners had to pick up before this cutscene sequence, the Lapis Lazuli. It's technically not an accessory. It's a jewel, not a summon jewel. Like it doesn't actually teach you any summons, although I think it's linked to the arc summon as far as damage is concerned, but it does teach the ability up skill and, more importantly, the accuracy plus skill. So we alluded to earlier how, like, once we get to the really late game, most of our damage output is going to be physical attacks. Well, there's one thing that could be a problem with that, and that is the fact that endgame bosses have very high evasion. However, accuracy plus bypasses all of the evasion checks, so it will ensure that all physical attacks hit whenever a character is equipped with that skill.
Yeah, accuracy plus is a pretty important ability, as well as ability up. So the Lapis Lazuli is like, if you miss that, that's another item that if you miss, it's pretty much run over by default.
There is another Lapis Lazuli that can be picked up in Lindenblum, like in the room where you get one of the potions, but most routes require 2 of them for optimal AP grinding. If you only have one, you would probably have to take detours for like extra grinding, like maybe encounter a friendly monster. Oh man, this is so rough.
That one was a complete scam. Mythic played that last one so well. Like,
it's just every now and then it seems like the computer AI for Tetramaster just answers everything you put down and wins every single fight, and you're just like, what do I do?
What am I supposed to do about any of this? Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go.
Okay. At last, he's made it.
Here we go.
All right.
So now he's on to the last round.
And this one doesn't. This one you can win or lose either way. It will progress the story. But we're gonna do this safety save here, and then Mythic's gonna take a shot at it. Hopefully get that rebirth ring, but if he doesn't, then it is definitely not the end of the world. And like we mentioned before, there's both of these routes that they're running, Bomb Bomb and Amart on the Petro Nightless route, and Mythic
interesting.
on his own route are gonna be able to progress without the Rebirth Ring.
Mythic actually
Alright.
opted to buy the Coral Sword here instead of in Lindblom.
Oh, interesting.
Gotta save some time because we got safety saves, so you might as well make use of it because it is faster to buy it here than in Lindblom.
Very nice.
It's only faster if you actually come into that room. Usually in
Yeah.
an attempt, you wouldn't even go into the area with the Moogle, and so it would be faster to buy it later. But Mythic can possibly make up some time on the Mistodons with the Coral Sword, although with Tantarian EXP, Steiner usually one-shots the Mistodons.
I'm not sure. But with MP attack, he should, especially with all the levels he has.
Yeah. And as Mythic is heading into his last card tournament round, Amart is heading into his first. So Team Mog biting on the heels of Team Tomberry here. With Team Choco enjoying a significant but not insurmountable lead.
Ooh, Amart has
Wow.
an Antlion.
Nice. The
There we go.
Antlion card is always good.
Looking good so far.
Mhm.
Nice. And the win for Mythic.
Nice. Mythic gets Rebirth and can move on. Ooh, Amart got...
He should be okay.
Yeah. Okay,
There we
very
go.
nice.
Yeah. At the very least, you can draw to prevent the the little animation of Zidane running out and saying you lost, go back in.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
if you
yeah.
draw, you can.
Can anyone count how many games that was for Mythic?
I think
I
it was
didn't.
11. Which is very rough.
And an
That's
open
alright.
board.
7 losses and 3 draws, so it was a 13-game tournament because he won 3.
Yeah. Wow.
That might be a record. I don't think I've ever seen that many card games in a single run.
Yeah. Amart getting his first draw. Amart getting another one of those boards that's just a wide open with every space open. Those are really hard to work with.
This
Oh,
is a
I just
little awkward.
involuntarily hummed along, sorry. Like I was saying before, it's hard to go a full minute in this run without humming along.
Yeah, it's a little awkward board for Amart. A lot
Yeah.
of diagonals that we had to work with, so the options were pretty limited.
Meanwhile, over in a Zemzalet card.
Oh, rare. There we go.
Okay, looks like A is
And we have
gonna
another
make
win.
it through this one. Very nice. Let's
Nice.
see if we go 3 for 3 with rebirths. Meanwhile, Bomb Bomb is progressing through the story. Kuja just got his rear end kicked a little bit in Alexandria by a new character named Garland, who has been revealed to be piloting that ship with the big red eye underneath it. So we don't really know what exactly is going on there yet, but they are adversaries for some reason that we don't yet know. We see Mythic, Team Tomberry lining up for the first Mistodon skip.
Got it.
Got it. Nice and
Something
easy.
to note is that the Mistodon can actually, if the Mistodon gets close to Beatrix, it'll actually catch the encounter. So we need to make sure that we make sure Beatrix is with us. And something that is a benefit of Turbo is you can down stutter with Turbo and get the skip that way, so you avoid the encounter pretty consistently as long as you're holding down the walk button.
It is also possible to skip the encounter that way without turbo, but it is extremely inconsistent. Or at least theoretically possible. I don't know if it's human possible or just Taz possible, but either way, it's not consistent at all.
Yeah, it's basically you can only be walking 1 frame down. Otherwise, if you do 2 frames and hit the trigger, like it'll catch it.
Yeah.
Emart is in the final round for the Tetramaster tournament. Making sure he gets it.
Looking okay so far.
Mm-hmm.
Is he gonna try to...
Gonna try and get that.
Yep, there we go. Should be
okay, even with this
okay
claim.
here.
Yeah. Ooh, that was close.
Great. Nice. 3 for
GG.
3.
Yeah, 3 for 3 on Rebirth.
The Rebirth rings. Nice cards from Amart.
Yeah, it's doable, as Mutsky said, to do down, and I've done it in I've done it in RTA as well, but yeah, it's very hard.
Yeah, it's
depending on the D-pad, it could stick and whatnot.
Right.
Not do it properly.
It's almost always advisable to just go for the other way of skipping it.
It's more consistent.
So as we make our way through the Mistodon fights and the Bahamut attacking Alexandria scenes, we're gonna have a good deal of cutscene time coming up. And I'd love to open the floor to a question for both chat and my fellow commentators of just like, what are some of your favorite moments that have happened throughout the relay so far? I can start with one if you'd like.
I was gonna say the Final Fantasy III.
Oh
ending.
yeah, absolutely. The ending of
Right
Final Fantasy
before.
III was unreal.
Oh, yeah.
The Final Fantasy V race was really good.
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to say the start in your Final Fantasy VIII.
Oh yeah, FF8
And
was
the
such a good opener for this marathon.
And the end with the end.
Yes,
Oh, that's
well,
right.
it's
Must
the
be got
end.
the end.
Yes,
Oh, that was
that's
great.
right. I
Speaking
really
of
enjoyed the FF7 remake race as well. I believe
Yeah, that
all
was
three
great.
didn't all 3 runners get PBs.
That's correct. Yeah, all Final Fantasy VII remake runners PB today, or not
pretty
today,
awesome.
but this marathon.
Speaking of FF8, I would like to give a shout out to Mutsky and whoever was the runner on Team Choco for having good sportsmanship and waiting the 10 minutes because the Team Mog runner was having hardware issues.
Yeah.
I believe
sure.
there was also a little bit of that going on during the FF13 run where someone's game crashed.
There was indeed. I do remember the FF13
Yeah, I'm seeing some
game crash. Yeah.
I'm seeing some shout outs for the FF2 run. Yeah, there was a lot of good moments. This has been a really good relay. This is actually my first FF relay. I wasn't around for the one last year, so being around to participate in this one has been a lot of fun.
Yep. This is my second. I commentated FF7 last year. I did FF9 this year, so I guess I must be commentating FF11 next year.
Yeah. You only get to commentate the odd numbered Final Fantasies.
Yep. I guess I'm gonna have to learn either 5 or 3 then, or 1.
So
I don't want
Bomb.
to play 13 personally.
So Bomb's back in Lindblom. So we talked with Regent Sid, and he really wants to get an airship going again, but he needs to get his human body back. So with Dr. Totentoe, they're trying to figure out a solution to fix Oglop Sid and restore him back to his original form. And so we're tasked to find these 3 potions around the town to give to Tot so he can make a concoction to cure him. It's a little bit of a fetch quest, but he's able to buy a coral sword while he's getting a potion.
Yeah,
There's also
the potion, the strange potion, and the unusual potion.
Mm-hmm. There's also a new mechanic, a new temporary mechanic that's been introduced. Dagger, being so devastated by the death of her mother and the destruction of Alexandria, now has lost her voice. And because of that, it's both a storyline thing that she is not able to communicate with anybody, but it's also a gameplay thing where from now until near-ish the end of Disc 3, Dagger has a percentage chance of not being able to execute any of the commands that you give her, because she can't concentrate. It's kind of a rough mechanic to work around. Thankfully, Dagger is not like a super important part of any fight between now and then, but it can still be a little frustrating to work around.
Dagger isn't really used a lot at all.
Yeah,
in general.
Outside of Disc 1.
Yeah. I mean, she kind of does something at Shell Dragon, but then we immediately kill her off so she doesn't hog half the HP.
Yeah, the can't concentrate is something. It feels like it's got to be like 50% or something like that. I can't remember the exact percentage, but it's very high, and it's just you can't rely on her to be a part of any viable strategy. Maybe not viable, because there's still some people that use her for Berserk strats. And PU, I believe, still uses it.
Berserk strats on Valia Pyra are still used by some people, but it can be a little flaky because of that Dagger can't concentrate problem.
Amar's just going for a safety strat here, where he's healing up before the next fight, because he doesn't have Insomniac, the double Mistodon encounter can be a bit risky when you're not at full HP.
Oh, one other big moment from the relay was the FF5 run that finished despite losing step count really early. I apologize, I don't remember who the runner was, but it was pretty amazing being able to clutch your way through FF5 without step count for so long. So here we see Bomb picking up the last of the potions, as well as the second Lapis Lazuli that TQ alluded to earlier. And that concludes the fetch quest, so he can go ahead and head back to the castle to see if this combination of potions will help turn Sid back into a human.
Emma just got a double life miss.
Oh wow. That's rough.
Dinah had to kill both.
Good thing he healed.
Yeah. That's a bit rough. Well, Bomb is almost finished with his Limblom run around. This is the longest visit to Plot City that we see in the game.
Yeah. Just a lot of running back and forth.
Yeah, the second longest is also on Disc 3 as well. We actually have to come back here. It's to make up for the visit to
a really
Limblom
short
on
one.
Disc 4 that doesn't exist.
Yeah, we don't have time to sit around with Plot on Disc 4.
No.
Yeah, we got our goal and just got to go do it.
Okay. Well, Garland is getting ready to cast Kamehameha on Mythic's run now. It does take a while to build up in true Dragon Ball Z fashion.
Yeah. There are a fair number of Dragon Ball Z parallels in this game. I mean, Trancing is basically going Super Saiyan. Like,
Garland's wave attack is also kind of reminiscent of it as well.
Yeah, that's right. We have a question in chat. Do any of the runners have to make a trip to the Island of Shame?
Quick answer, no. Long answer. The routes that all the runners are running have cut out any trips to Daguerre if you don't get Rebirth Ring. All of our runners have got Rebirth Ring anyway, but if they didn't, they wouldn't be going to Daguerre. They would be running without it, and in order to make up for not having Rebirth Ring, they pick up the Maiden Prayer instead to help out with the holy damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, older routes pretty much mandated the Rebirth Ring because it was used for a fight later in Disc 3. However, recently runners have found a new, potentially faster, but also slightly riskier method towards getting through that fight. And so really the only thing the Rebirth Ring would do is make some fights like Death Guys and Malaris on Disc 4 a bit safer. Although it can basically save your run if you get really bad RNG on the final boss. Because, I mean, older runs, like from years ago, they used to give Freya the Reflect Ring to ensure that she didn't get killed. And then that got routed out because it was just too expensive. So later routes started equipping Freya with the Rebirth Ring, not just for the auto life, but also because it boosts holy elemental damage.
Yeah.
It's because there is a chance the boss can kill Freya with a spell. So these routes, if they don't have the Rebirth Ring, they just kind of YOLO it for those 3 bosses. Although I guess Malaris isn't that much of a YOLO because you can play that fight a little safer if you actually count damage.
Yeah. We also have another question in chat. What is the Island of Shame? Basically, it's a hidden like side quest town in the game that you never have to visit it for any story purposes, and we don't need to visit it for the speedrun in good circumstances. It's called it's a town called Daguerre, and it's a little bit of a meme in the FF9 speedrunning community that if you have to go to Daguerre, it's you're taking a trip to Shame Island.
Because it's the only place in the game, I believe. I don't think you can craft it anywhere else where you can craft the Rebirth Ring, because it has a unique synthesis shop.
Yeah.
And also some unique weapons and items there as well.
Yeah. It also causes some extra time loss because you need to pick up an anklet in Desert Prison, and to synth the Rebirth Ring, you need that anklet, plus you also need diamond, but diamond is also pretty essential to the route, so you have to get another diamond by going through the Stiltskin, buying Stiltskin's package in Bramble.
It also costs a fair bit of money. So you have to do some guild pickups and such. Also, Diesel, your FF7 is showing. You said Desert Prison instead of Desert Palace.
Oh, damn it.
So right now, all 3 runners are kind of in a spot of just lots of plot happening, because they've all finished Mistos and Card Tournament. Right now, Bomb Bomb is ahead, returning to Black Mage Village, where the party returns and unfortunately discovers that most of the Black Mages have left to go be with Kuja because he has manipulated them into thinking that he can extend their short lifespans. The only people who have remained behind are the de facto leader of Black Mage Village, who has accepted his fate, and then 2 Black Mages who stayed behind to raise a chocobo egg. Bobby Corwin, who is a reference to Boko from FF5.
You know how long it took me to realize that Bobby Corwin was a reference to FF5? Way too long.
Yeah. We mentioned this a lot earlier in the run about how there's just a lot of references to old Final Fantasy games in this one, and I feel like we haven't even really scratched the surface of like calling them all out. But if you're a Final Fantasy fan who has somehow not played this one, I so highly recommend it. It's such a wonderful game, and such a great story, and there's a lot of little Easter eggs in there for people who are knowledgeable of the franchise already.
Yeah. So, so this on Bomb is picking up the the last Geisel Green that he's going to need in his run. I believe Mythic and Amart have already picked theirs up at Clara. There's a bit of a you can either take a riskier route where you can pick it up in Clara, which is slightly faster, but it has the risk of getting an extra encounter. Whereas you can get one here, and you don't have the risk of the extra encounter, so it's more consistent, but a couple of seconds slower compared to not getting that encounter in Clara. And if you were paying attention, because we kind of missed it, but it made it a bit more obvious why we parked the Chocobo where we did on the way back to Condopedi in Disc 2. It makes it a much shorter starter step here.
Yeah, we'll get to see that again in both Mythic and Bombs, or Mythic and Amart's runs as well.
Yeah.
We also missed one of we'll see it again, but one of my favorite moments in the game is when Quina sees Sid turned into a frog on the blue Narcissus and considers eating him.
Yeah, our attempts at turning Sid back into a human were not very successful.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
we turned him into an hors d'oeuvre for Quina instead.
So Bomb's opting to take a save before going into the quicksand because you only get one chance to choose your party, and that party select decides the party for 2 boss fights. And if you make the incorrect choice, you have no opportunity to fix it, and that's probably just going to kill your whole run. Although I've seen some runs finish with like maybe one incorrect character, but anyways, another thing to note is that for basically you can enter this area, Kuja's hideout, by selecting one of those a certain quicksands. Like there are certain quicksands that'll let you go in, and then there are other quicksands that will give you an antlion encounter. I don't remember if the ones with the antlions are easier to tell apart. However, the first one that you can find by stutter stepping from that direction is always one that will get you into the hideout. Also, I believe that the sand on which you have to stutter step across has like the same threat level as the forests. Like I've gotten a random encounter on the world map in that area.
That does feel like a spot that's pretty common to get a world map encounter. I've definitely had that happen before too. And the sand pits that contain the antlions, you can tell that they're not the ones you want to go into because they're gonna be shooting out little like streams of sand from the center. But yeah, so basically what's happening here is that Kuja has taken the entire party prisoner, and told Zidane that in order to spare everyone's lives, he has to take a party with him to a place called Oilvert, which is a castle, I guess you could call it. It's like a castle-type place that has an anti-magic barrier around it. So
I always
Kuja
thought it kind of looked like a astronomy tower or something.
Oh, like that. Yeah, you know what? That's a much better comparison. Yeah, so it's like this observatory on the other side of the world, basically, that they're gonna fly to. Yeah, observatory, astronomy tower. We worked together to get there, Diesel.
Yep.
And we have Steth in chat saying that Oilvert is where the run begins, and it kind of like it's obviously not where the run literally begins, but it is where the most like action heavy and like execution heavy section of the run begins. So from here forward, we're gonna have a lot of like multifaceted boss fights with that are really dependent on good execution in order to in order to get a good time here.
Yeah. Also, Bomb Bomb is also going to aim to get to kill a single ogre on its own, both for AP and experience. He's probably not going to take this at all.
No. The back attack is nice, but 2 ogres just takes too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't really have the action economy to take out 2 ogres with this setup.
This is actually one of the longest encounter screens in the whole game. You're almost certainly going to get at least one, and you have to go through the screen 3 times. So that's like 3 expected encounters minimum, and that's with good luck. Average luck is probably 2. Bad luck would be like 3 or more. If you're running the HD version, it's a 0 encounter Hildegard screen is more common. But I mean, I have seen a 0 encounter Hildegard screen in a PS1 run, but certainly no more than on 1 trip.
So here's that 1 ogre that Bomb Bomb's gonna need to kill. I believe Mythic's route is the same, that it's gonna need to kill 1 single ogre on the way out.
As to a crit on Zidane there, so he's probably going to have to heal up.
Oh, we got Trouble Knife.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh boy, there's that trouble.
Which crit? Unfortunately. So it kind of forces him to do a quick menu.
Keep in mind, Trouble status does not go away after battle, although he does have an anointment that he's choosing not to use. You get an anointment drop from the Antlion fight.
Yeah.
Having trouble if you're only expecting 1 encounter max before the next shop, that's not too bad.
I don't think there's a free heal before going into Oilvert, though.
There isn't, but you do buy a bunch of high potions, and he'll probably buy a couple of anointments as well at the next Moogle shop. And then he has to do a menu immediately after that. So that'll be a good opportunity to do it.
He's also going to be going into his item inventory anyway to call the Chocobo, so maybe he's waiting. Or maybe not.
Yeah, he's so Trouble's kind of annoying, because remedies in this game only cure specific status effects. They don't cure like a lot, like several other Final Fantasies. So there's like a lot of things that just doesn't cure.
Yeah, it's always the status effects that cause the most problems, like virus, trouble. What else?
Zombie, and probably a couple others, like heat and freeze and stuff like that too. But
yeah, they're not permanent at least.
No, it's just like little baby status effects like poison and silence and darkness and stuff. That's all it really does. And stop. I guess the stop is the most useful.
Yep.
I guess it does also cure Venom, which is handy for a couple of late game bosses.
And we get a little bit of a passover of a certain island that may become important later. Yeah, I think Trouble was like the evolution of the sadness status effect, but everyone hated it.
Yeah, it's just kind of like, it's not great. Yeah, Trouble never killed anybody.
And that looks like Mythic and Amart are moving towards the end of their long cutscene section after
wrapping up
tournament.
their emblems.
For calling the Chocobo here, I believe there are actually 2 tracks you can use. The one Bomb Bomb is heading to is the one most runners go to because it's easiest. The other one I think is a longer stutter step, but might be closer to where you have to go anyway, because as you see, Bomb Bomb has to go in the reverse direction now.
It's like Bomb Bomb's rat jamming to the song.
I always love this music cue specifically because it's like the really intense, like desert palace music, like this like foreboding evil theme from Kuja, and then you get on the chocobo and it's like, oh, what a fun little jaunty ukulele song. Like,
Let's take a moment though to appreciate this music.
oh, it's so good.
Little flutes. I love it.
So Bomb Bomb has a relatively, he's gonna do a safety save here. Has a relatively big shop coming up. Not as big as what we're gonna see from Mythic when he gets to Oilvert.
Speaking of Mythic, he just got through an ATE that for whatever reason is mandatory, but it's not really like related to the plot. I don't quite understand why they force you to watch that ATE with Freya and the two Burmesian survivors.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird ATE choices, especially in the start of Disc 3 with Aiko's little love letter. Like, that whole scene could have been tucked away in an optional ATE, but they kind of forced it on you.
But it's so
It's cute.
fun.
It's cute, but it's like, is this part of the story? Like, necessary?
They just need to give us a little bit of a reprieve between Dagger's mom is dead and Dagger's
Yeah,
entire
I
kingdom
guess.
has been destroyed.
You still have trouble on Bomb Bomb.
Because he's a troublemaker.
Yeah,
Yep.
he might be opting to
Hey, yeah,
He's gonna
Yeah.
wait. Okay.
yeah.
It should be noted that trouble status can only carry over half damage from single target physical attacks, and there you can encounter Garudas in this area, but they will only use Aerial Slash, which is a multi-target move. They can also use Maelstrom, which is a demi-type move that just reduces a character to critical levels, and they can also use, I think, Faraga, which is magical. So
Yeah.
the only thing that Bomb Bomb needs to watch out for are the ogres.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's
I
also
think,
worth noting that the boss in this dungeon, Arc, does not have any single target physical attacks. He only has AoE physicals. So, if you still have trouble on a character heading into Arc, it's not the end of the world.
Looks like Amart's going to grab some potions. Mythic's got his potions ready.
Very nice.
So we're splitting some screens to use optimal movement so we can reduce the amount of encounter checks on Bomb Bomb / Team Choco's screen.
People in chat are reacting to the fact that we said Maelstrom. One of the event organizers.
Oh.
So does anybody want to talk about what the gang is discovering here in Oilvert?
I have no idea at the moment.
So when they get an Oilvert, it's all in this like cryptic language, and for some reason Zidane can read it. Like, so all these little holograms and stuff appear that are very foreign in nature. And this place is sealed in magic, or it seals magic, so no spells can be cast here. So even though we have Gwenna, we can't use any of their blue magic at all. If we brought Vivi or anyone else, there's nothing we can use on them. So we just have bring in a couple physical people and one for support.
An interesting attention to detail is that that rule doesn't just apply to your party. If you've ever played this and you fought the enemies, you might notice they never use magic attacks. In fact, the Garudas in this area, I mentioned how they cast Faraga. They don't do that here. They only do that in another map.
Yep.
Yeah, they only
And
do
stop
Maelstrom
as
and
well.
Arrow Slash. Yeah, and they don't do stop either until a later area. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But Zidane's seeing all this cryptic text, and he's able to kind of decipher some of it. So he's not sure why he's able to read some of this, but the rest of the party's like, you're making this up, dude. And he's like, no, I can read it. He's kind of figuring out that there's a whole other world out there.
And another encounter on the way back, unfortunately. He had a good start, considering he didn't get an encounter on the full projector screen. But we get an epitaph here.
Easy kill. Easy AP. And as long as the epitaph doesn't spawn any enemies, there's no experience, so we don't have to worry about, getting too much experience, we just get the AP.
It's actually better in this case. It's slightly better. It's kind of marginal, but it's actually slightly better in one way to kill the epitaph after you've won an encounter, which Bomb Bomb did in against that lone Garuda. When you win, you can win encounters to make up your AP and experience requirements in Oilvert under the Petro route. Instead of having to rely on getting single ogres only on the Hildegard screen.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yep. After you win the Garuda fight, you obviously get the Gill as a reward. Fleeing from encounters in Oilvert is actually quite expensive. They're worth quite a lot of Gill, especially epitaphs, because the epitaphs are not worth anything. They're worth 2 AP, but they're not worth experience, and they're not worth any Gill. But the mirror images that they spawn are worth something, and that's taken into the calculation.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you lose about 500 Gill.
You lose quite a bit,
flee.
yeah.
Yeah. So it's actually quite damaging to your Gill route. It's not like super. It's not going to like end your run or anything, but it's definitely something you should think about when you've facing a choice between either using a soft to one hit kill it, or if you're going to use flee instead.
Yeah, most routes I would imagine at this point just buy a lot of softs and use them here, as long as they didn't spend too much in the Aoife tree. If you run Tantarian and didn't lose the card tournament, you have a lot more money to work with. So, under those circumstances, it's not such a bad thing to use flee.
And some people in chat were asking why too much experience is a bad thing. And that is something that someone else pointed out. It's because level 5 death is a thing in this game. Some of the final bosses in this game can cast level 5 deaths, so we try to keep our experience at specific levels, so we don't reach those points. And we have 3 characters that are fairly in risk of reaching the levels that are divisible by 5. So Freya and Amaranth will end up on level 24 on the Petro route, and Steiner will end up at level 29. Zidane is typically around level 33, sometimes level 34 if you kill a little bit too much. So he's not in too much trouble. Like, getting to level 35 requires way too much experience. Not just that, but also we want to get the most benefit out of our levels. So if we kill too much stuff while we have under par gear, like kind of bad gear like a Lapis Lazuli, which doesn't offer any stats, we want to try and get the most experience and levels out of items that offer bonuses to strength. So we want stuff with power belt and cross helm and various other things, because as we mentioned before, this game does have a hidden mechanic where you want to get the most out of your levels by equipping strength gear, because that it goes into like this little hidden pool every level of your strength gear that you have, and once it reaches a certain amount, you get a permanent stat upgrade for that stat that you're accumulating in.
Bomb Bomb has Zidane dangerously close to trance, so he could get potentially a really good arc fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is one of the fights in the run where if Zidane trances, it can actually be very useful, because he can use one of his trance abilities to do several attacks worth of damage to this fight real quick. I do want to point out, we've talked about the ability Bird Killer. This boss that we're looking at, this giant flying like mechanical boat thing, is a bird, because it's a flying enemy. The game lets Bird Killer do 1.5 times damage to it. So yeah, look at this beautiful bird, everybody.
Okay, I could get behind Gizmo like being a bird.
Yeah,
because like it had wings. Okay,
yeah,
it looked more like a blue bat, but it had wings. So it's
Yeah.
a bird. This, I think, is starting to push it.
Yeah, this is starting to stretch the limits of what I'm willing to consider a bird, but
So Propeller Wind is a free round of attacks because all it does is spin your characters around and try to inflict Confuse. But if everybody's immune to Confuse, then big deal. Like, just gives everybody a chance to attack. And
yeah, everyone
it's
is everyone is immune
There's
to
the trance.
Confuse. Yep, there's the trance. Everyone is immune to Confuse, thanks to the ability Clear-Headed, which is an important ability on this fight.
Bomb throwing out all those silver forks and a diamond sword with scarlet hair. Or did I call him Scarlet Hair? He's Amaranth now. So, anyways, yeah, he has Amaranth in the back row here because silver forks and other other weapons thrown as ammo are considered long range. So, Row does not affect that, and thus Amaranth can tank more damage. Unfortunately, that trance was not too useful. He got a little bonus damage on that Zidane attack, but I don't know if it actually mattered.
That was a very solid arc fight overall, though.
That was good.
Yeah, Bomb played that well, and he got lucky with the attacks. There was no photon. Oh wait, or was there? No, photon was cast on Quina, right? Yeah. So Quina is not a party member that you have to really worry about surviving that fight. If that photon attack had been cast on Amaranth or Zidane or Freya there, then you would have had to worry about healing them up. So that they don't miss out on the AP from that fight, but because it was on Quina, he got to skip healing because it didn't matter if Quina went down. If you look over at Abart's on Team Mog real quick, you'll see the stutter step we were talking about before, where there's that chocobo that they left behind earlier on disc 2. So it's right there, much shorter stutter step than going to the tracks again and calling the chocobo again.
Everyone's
and here's one of the
favourite
best.
minigame.
Here's one of the best tunes in the game. Ooh,
Yeah,
looks like
I was
Bomb's
going for the
gonna
first
go
try.
for it without failing.
Yeah, Bomb's pretty consistent with this.
We had some pug pleases in the chat.
So this is not the normal way that runners will usually do this. The way the script for this minigame works is that the Hedgehog Pie can do these quick turns, like we just saw, but if you fail this minigame 5 times, those quick turns are removed, and it can only do those like slow turns where it just stares for like 3 seconds. So what I've found is that if you run Turbo, you're probably just better off failing 5 times and then like auto-firing a button that you can hold until you see it move like that. But if you are not running Turbo, you're probably not going to mash quick enough for it to even matter. So it's not actually such a bad thing to just go for it. And then this part here with the scales, it's just pick the third option, the fourth option, and the second option. Never pick the first.
No, never pick the first. Removing the weight from the scales will make you very sad.
I totally did not do that in my relay run last year.
Oh no.
Alright, meanwhile, Tonberry's got Mythic on his way to the Hildegard, fighting an ogre, getting that essential AP for Steiner, and Amart on Team Mog is about to do the journey over to Desert Palace. Bomb's taking a safety save here. At the beginning of Desert Palace, gonna head into the palace to there are a couple of candles and things, and bloodstones are what they're called in the game, hidden throughout the palace, that you need to collect some of them in order to weaken the boss that appears at the end of the dungeon. So in this first screen here, Bomb's gonna light that candle to the left. and then pick up the Bloodstone that reveals itself. This is the Promised Ring. What is Promised Ring? Lowers magic defense, right? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. It
So-
lowers magic defense and also removes the freeze and hot or the mustard bomb attacks from Valley of Ira.
As long as you extract, I think, here's the way it works. If you extract 1 Bloodstone, it removes Holy and Flare. If you extract 2, it removes Heat and Freeze.
That's it, yeah.
I believe Mythic is only going to be extracting 1, so
Yes.
he might actually get Heat or Freeze. And
Yes.
if it's on the wrong party member, it could be a problem, because it's not very easy to remove those status effects. You cannot remedy them. You can cast, I think, Fire on a frozen target, but unless Vivi still has the original Fire spell, it will likely kill the target.
Yeah.
And for Mustard Bomb, I think the same works with Ice.
Correct, yeah.
And so, we're also going to see Bomb Bomb start to light these candles, these candelabras in this room in a specific order to open these stained glass doors as well as remove these statues. This is a puzzle that in casual play is kind of notoriously hard to figure out, but obviously, again, because we speedrun the game, we know the pattern by heart by now.
We're a bunch of dirty cheaters.
We're a bunch of dirty cheaters.
A-Mark got a world map encounter before entering through his hideout.
Oh no. Does that count as commentary, Curse, because we talked about it before?
No, because it didn't happen on the sand.
That's fair. Okay. So throughout Desert Palace, we're gonna see this is one area where the Petra route is gonna differ fairly significantly from the from Mythic's route. You may have seen in that encounter that Bomb Bomb had with the 2 Grimlocks, he queued up Carbuncle, and Diesel actually mentioned it before that we might summon Carbuncle a few times in Desert Palace. Do you want to talk about why?
Yeah, so we don't have access to Flee because Zidane is in the other party. So we either have a choice of trying to push for fleeing the natural way, getting a natural escape, or winning the encounter itself. The way you get as many flee checks as possible is to have your characters go through animations, essentially. Whenever the ATB is openly flowing, or your characters are taking their turns, is when flee checks are successfully going through. If the enemy is doing turns and their ATB is full, then you're not getting any successful. So you can basically go through Carbuncle, you can use Scan from Dagger, having Vivi use a black magic, usually Blizzara in Desert Palace, is the way you maximize your odds of getting a natural escape instead of having to actually try and win the encounter, because some encounters in Desert Palace are hideous to try and win against.
Yeah.
So you can you can spend like a couple minutes. Like if you get back Tactor Cons, if you don't have alert, like it can just be awful.
Bomb Bomb getting the library encounter here.
Drakans aren't too bad on Petro route because he has the Coral Sword equipped on Steiner instead of the Diamond Sword. Petro actually uses the Diamond Sword and throws it against Arc instead. The Coral Sword will one-shot Drakans, and the blue-headed... what do you call them again?
The Grimlocks?
Grimlocks. Yeah, Grimlocks. So that's the strength of the Coral Sword, but the cats absorb Thunder, so they're the biggest problem. If you get one cat, it's not too bad, because you can actually cast Carbuncle to get those extra flea checks, and if the flea checks don't work, you can cast Blizzara all on your own party, and that counts as a 4-strength Blizzara against the enemy cat, which Coel, but I have a feeling it's called something different in FF9.
Yeah, I keep calling it Corels as well, but it's something different in this.
Yeah.
That's it.
Toriyama. Yeah, it's enough to put one on its own. Toriyama, that's it.
Yeah.
But double Toramas are horrible to fight.
Oh yeah,
in this.
They're rough. It's pretty awful.
So
You've seen
Bomb Bomb's
Mythic
about.
doing Mythic's doing his menu in Oilbird too.
Yep.
Needs to buy some stuff before heading in.
Mythic's route, as we may have talked about this earlier, is gonna have a slightly longer shop there because just because of the way mapping out shops has worked out, but kind of the same essentials. Stocking up on high potions as well, because once again, Oilvert is a dungeon where you can't use magic, so once you get inside, you have to rely on high potions for healing. And Bomb Bomb is about to fight this next boss, which is also a bird.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm
yeah.
not.
I mean,
think
the little head thing's like wings, right? Don't you see it? It's got wing design on the. I can see it. It's a bird.
Please tell me it at least dies to soft.
Yeah, it's definitely not stone.
It's
Don't
not
be
a stone
ridiculous.
though. That's the thing.
Imagine if this was actually stone, where Stone Killer would actually have a use.
I know. But nope, it's a bird.
Yeah, Stone Killer is the most useless ability in the game, because you can just throw soft at anything that's weak against it and it kills it.
Yeah.
And it costs 4 stones
Yeah.
to equip. It's so bad.
Yeah, it's awful.
So here
So
we're
the
gonna
strategy
see...
for-
Oh yeah, go ahead, Diesel.
Yeah, the strategy for Valiapira is to use Carbuncle at the start of the fight to have reflect on the entire party, and then we also pick up the Enkai Armlet for Vivi, and he's going to use Water All on his own party, so that it gets the 4 times strength again, and that is going to be enough to kill him, because he's only got about 12,000 HP. Can't remember the exact amount.
It's a 12120.
Yeah.
Abomination 12120, of course.
Yeah.
So yeah, nice quick
Anyway.
fight for Bomb Bomb there, taking advantage of the Reflect All. We're hopefully going to see from Mythic a different take on that fight, like an entirely different take, once he gets to it. I'm excited to talk about that one. But for
And
now...
he's definitely doing a different one, because
yeah.
Aiko is over in...
Oh yeah,
He's over in Olvert.
Yeah, I say hopefully because I'm just saying hopefully it works. But we'll talk
Yes,
about it.
true.
We'll talk about it more when he gets to it. But for now, Mythic making his way through Oilvert, getting an encounter here, unfortunately, but it looks like a single ogre, so shouldn't cause him too much trouble. And Amart's on his way. He's in the last bit of cutscenes before Oilvert. And it's looking like Bomb Bomb's having a pretty solid trek back. He is about halfway
Preemptive single ogre. Can't
Preemptive
ask for
single
anything
ogre
better.
is actually amazing.
Yeah. And also throwing the Ice Brand. It just probably didn't need to throw the Ice Brand. Could have just attacked with Freya there, but it does get rid of the Ice Brand out of the menus. It just gets in the way. We don't need to sell it.
Cleans
We're
up
fine
the
for
menu
guild.
for later.
I'm not actually sure if we've talked about this yet, but someone in chat is asking about why the runners are causing their characters to run away during fights. I don't know if we covered that yet, but it might not hurt to talk about it again.
I mentioned
covered
it earlier.
it,
It basically just cuts down on the ready attack animations.
Yeah.
You don't have to actually hold it like in FF8 because they don't actually fall to the ground like FF8 characters when they're in crit HP. But if you just tap L1 and R1 like right after queuing an attack, it will skip the animation and save like I don't know, a few frames, or for Freya like a whole second.
Yeah.
Yeah. Freya has a very long animation to go from idle to ready status. Basically, the mechanics behind it is that characters have an idle animation and a ready animation, but they also have an animation to transition from idle to ready after you've entered their whatever command they're doing, which is usually an attack. And if you're holding the escape buttons, the animation to transition from idle to ready is cancelled, and so the attack can start straight away.
Yeah, although it's only going to save you time if your character was like the next in the queue. Like, if the enemy
Yeah.
is in the middle of an animation, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's only at the top or whenever there's nothing going on is when it actually saves time. But it's like roughly on average half a second every time you do it. So squeezing in a little bit of half a second every now and then is pretty helpful.
Yeah, and people are asking in the chat right now if it's clinched for Chocobo to win the race here. I would say again, what I said before was Chocobo is currently enjoying a pretty sizable lead, but not an insurmountable one, especially with the way Disc 4 and Disc 3, the rest of Disc 3 can sometimes go.
There's actually one sequence at the end of Disc 3 that if a runner were to die on the last fight, it would be a huge time loss.
Yes. There's a sequence at the end of Disc 3 that's fairly dangerous, that the time between the safety save and the dangerous fight is, how long would you all say? Like about at least 10 minutes, right? Maybe a little less, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Well, sorry, what was the question?
The time between the safety save before Yana and Shell Dragon.
Oh, that's roughly. Well, yeah, there's the fights between.
Yeah.
I'd say 6-7 minutes.
Yeah.
Fights, and then there's like the whole dialogue sequence.
Yeah.
However long it is, it's a fairly sizable loss if anybody dies there. So, that is one factor. There's the infamous boss Death Guys at the end of Disc 4. So it's definitely Chocobo is enjoying a healthy lead right now, but
There's also a
anything can
pretty
happen.
dangerous fight coming up for Team Choco in roughly 10 minutes.
Oh, are you talking about Red Dragons?
Yeah, I meant Red Dragon. So I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to spoil everything.
Yeah, sorry.
Red dragons are easy. They're not even a boss.
Yeah, they give experience and everything. It's not a boss.
I wasn't watching Mythic. Did he do the screens reset, or did he get that encounter before?
I'm not sure.
Oh, it was like right at the end. I think
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he splits.
Yeah, I would recommend you all in chat follow any of our runners. All three are great.
Yeah, absolutely. They're three of the best runners who are actively running this game right now.
Bomb Bomb runs every weekend, like literally every single weekend, and Amart and Mythic also run throughout the week. It's just always FF9 every single day.
Amart is also an FF10 runner, if anyone's looking to add another FF10 runner to your repertoire.
All right.
I want to real quick point out Mythic's arc fight right here. So, going back to what we were saying about ATB
I was just
waiting.
about to get into that.
Yep. So because Mythic has auto haste on Zidane here, he can ATB wait against Arc, which cuts the length of the fight down. Auto haste is wonderful.
Yeah, if you have auto haste, you actually don't need to bring Amaranth to Oilvert, because you can get damage with ATB waiting Zidane that you can actually use Amaranth in Desert Palace instead, which is pretty nice because you can get a really good value Purifight with Amaranth without the use of Carbuncle, and also it can make random encounters a little easier to deal with, because with Carbuncle strats, you're kind of just hoping that it buffers the escape. You can cast magic off of it, but that's pretty slow if you don't get the escape. Whereas if you got Amaranth in the party, you can throw things at enemies, and a few of the enemies are actually flying. So in this game, birds actually take more damage from projectiles.
Yeah.
So Mythic is going to be taking advantage of that a little bit once he gets to Desert Palace, especially against the boss, Valley of Pyra.
Anything Amaranth throws gets the bird killer bonus, and something that's kind of unfortunate is that if you get the power throw ability late game with from the bracer, all that does is apply the bird killer boost to every enemy. So if it's already a bird, it's not gonna do anything because you can't stack bird killer on something.
No, actually, power throw and aerial weakness to projectile stack, I believe.
Okay.
So right now, Bomb is doing the final stutter step of the run to Esto Gaza. Unfortunately, after Zidane and crew returned to Desert Palace to return the Gulag Stone to Kuja, Zorn and Thorn popped up and kidnapped Aiko because they're going to attempt to do the same thing they did to Garnet earlier and extract her Eidolons.
Diesel, look away. Don't look at Bomb stream.
Diesel, name a more iconic duo than Diesel and Garudas. Alright, so these little guys can be a little nasty if they start casting Stop on you, but thankfully Bomb's able to get away without any trouble.
And yeah, we see on Mythics Team Tomberry that we see the fail 5 times strat with the Hedgehog Pie, just so he doesn't do the quick turns anymore, and we can abuse the turbo function with the Kiwami and make it so that it only does the slow turns.
Pretty funny seeing Sid frozen in mid-step while the Hedgehog Pie looks at him. He's like, "Whoop."
Funny, this cutscene with Bomb, it's kind of a good example of how mashing speed doesn't matter that much in the speedrun, because you end up seeing a lot of dialogue boxes tied to character animations and the cutscenes anyway, and you have to wait for the actual animation to finish before the next text box will pop up a lot of the time.
Yeah.
There are quite a few text boxes where they do move on straight away, but it's a lot of them are tied to animations, so it doesn't really make a huge difference to
It's interesting that this is definitely a game where you don't necessarily have to like blow your wrists out in order to get a good mashing speed. Bomb himself says all the time that he is a lazy masher, so those are his words, not mine.
Yeah.
But
he just like wiggles the thumb between the square and X confirmed.
Plus, having the 2 buttons to mash makes it a lot easier as well compared to previous FFs where it's only 1.
Yeah.
About that cutscene there, if you don't already have Vivi in the party, the game prompts an extra party select to force Vivi into your party, because the game needs to take somebody out of your party in order to insert Aiko back in for a boss. So that's why pretty much all routes will make sure that Vivi's in the party before that cutscene, especially since you get a free party select coming out of the boat.
Okay, I'm gonna rant for a second. Why do Garudas just double cast Stop on the same character for Bomb?
Well, because they're birds. Birds aren't smart.
That's true.
It's actually kind of strange because if you go on the Final Fantasy wiki, you can actually see most of the enemy AI scripts, and most of the scripts say that they cannot cast a status effect spell on a character that already has it. It's basically intended to make sure that their status effect spells aren't wasted, but maybe that doesn't apply to all enemies. Over on Mythic side...
Also could be because...
Okay, I'll just finish. Over on Mythic side, his Desert Palace, if he gets any encounters, this is the first time when Night is going to come into play, because instead of using Carbuncle to buffer the escape, he's gonna try and buffer them with Knight, and if he doesn't buffer them, he can easily kill the enemies with throwing projectiles. I believe sleep damage does get applied from projectiles.
Yes,
So
yes, it does.
Yeah.
that's also going to come into play for his boss fight with Valiapura, where he's going to attempt to put Valiapura to sleep and then get some bonus damage from Amaranth's Silver Forks.
Bomb Bomb also gets the double ghosts that
Oh my gosh.
freeze and heat.
This is a rare encounter.
Yeah, it's a very low chance of this happening.
And Mythic got the encounter on the candle screen without even going for the Bloodstone.
Wow. So yeah, we're gonna get to see that Night Flee or Night Attack in action here. So Quinn is gonna cast Night.
And I think he has got the Mithril Claw, so I think he just does a physical attack and should take it down.
Oh yeah, you're right. So just a physical attack from Amaranth will get him.
Yep.
Now we're likely gonna have some overlap between well, maybe we might have some overlap between Bomb Bomb's Red Dragons and Mythic's Valiapyra. If it's fine with y'all, I want to prioritize talking about Mythic's Valiapyra since it's the only chance we get to show off what that's gonna be like. But we might not actually overlap depending on if Mythic gets any more encounters. So if anybody wants to give like a brief overview of Red Dragons.
We want to get Soul Blade from Zidane ASAP, kill both dragons with the Blizzaga, and have Steiner fall up and only have Steiner and Zidane alive.
Excellent. We're gonna. This can be a bit of a trolley fight. The Red Dragons, especially on other routes that don't use the Angel Blessed Soul Blade, but it's a pretty safe. Would y'all agree that it's a pretty safe fight on Petra route?
It's more safe than it's more safe than using a Butterfly Sword because the Butterfly Sword only blocks Twister. It'll still use Aerial Slash and Dive, and also the other benefit is that when a target is confused, it also has 0 evasion. So Steiner doesn't need Accuracy Plus in order to hit the Red Dragon, and also it has a 50% chance to hit. So anything that it tries to attack has a 50% chance of missing, like that.
It has 0 evasion, but it can actually hit itself still.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, it can, which can be very annoying.
Or it can miss itself. It can do both. It doesn't make any sense.
And that's a good Red Dragons.
Yeah, solid.
Interesting note about this game. Almost every enemy in the entire game has at least one ability that consumes no MP, because if any enemy were to somehow run out of MP, they would not just skip turns. They would actually use whatever abilities they have that do not consume MP. For Valiapura, however, that boss actually consumes MP with every spell it uses, so it's actually possible to kill the Valiapura boss just by depleting its MP with the use of a blue magic spell called Magic Hammer. And also, the only enemies that can be vulnerable to confusion, like you saw on Bomb Bomb's screen, are ones that have single target attacks, because when confused, an enemy can only use a single target attack. So if they don't have one like Dive for the Red Dragons, the game will always make the enemy immune to confusion and Berserk.
So we're coming up on Mythic's Valiapyra fight now. He's going to do some quick menuing to revive Dagger and cure up everybody. Like we mentioned before, because he only picked up 1 Bloodstone, Valiapyra does know Freeze and Mustard Bomb. So we're hoping that the fight doesn't open up with either of those. But in this fight, Mythic is going to use Quina's Night ability to put Valiapyra to sleep, and then throw a Silver Fork with Amaranth at it, doing massive damage. And then because Quina has Auto Haste on, you can actually ATB wait the Night spell in order to ensure that Quina gets to cast Night a second time before Valiapyra can do anything. Because when an enemy is put to sleep in this game, their ATB gets reset. So the combination of resetting their ATB and auto haste on Quina allows you to theoretically just pummel a sleeping enemy over and over again until they're dead. So in a great Valley of Pyro fight on this route, it'll be 0 turns. VP won't be able to do anything before Mythic is able to cast Knight and start throwing. And it looks like he got Knight off without any interruption. Let's hope it doesn't miss.
Yeah, the caveat to what Cease was talking about is that
the
misses.
Night Miss. According to Mythic's notes, that's a 28% chance to miss.
Yeah.
Fortunately.
But anyways, so in order for the enemy ATB to actually be reset when they are put to sleep, they actually have to have an attack in the queue. If their ATB is filling up when they are put to sleep, it will not be reset and will just stay idle at full until the sleep status is removed, after which they will instantly queue their attack, and if you don't already have a Knight queued up, they will get a move off. So the backup would simply be to wait for Quina's ATB to fill up before the boss gets hit with its attack. But yeah, if you know that the boss has filled up its ATB, you can basically ATB wait with Quina, and there's an easy visual cue for it. Basically, during the night spell animation, you'll notice the moons. When the game pans its screen back to the enemy is asleep, and their ATB would at that point be refilling if it was reset. At which point you would want to go into another party member's menu and hold the ATB until the full animation is finished and Quina's ATB is empty, at which point you queue the attack, and then Quina with auto haste should be able to get his or her ATB back up in time to cast Knight before the boss can refill its ATB.
Yeah, so thankfully Knight only missed one time, and VP is the one that has the highest chance of it missing on, I believe, based on a conversation I had with Mythic, so I'm not going to say hopefully no more Knight misses, because anything can happen and it's marathon luck, and I don't want commentator curse, but...
One of the reasons why Knight can miss more easily on Valley of Pyro is because of a Bloodstone that increases magic evade.
Yeah.
All of the runners are getting preemptive single ogres.
Yeah, single ogres. And Amart's getting quite a bit of desert and palace encounters, unfortunately. And unfortunately, there's Tarama, which Steiner can't kill. So we can just summon Carbuncle, Reflect All on yourself. Should kill it.
I've seen a few ways of dealing with the Taramas. The MPU route, I think, gave Steiner the Diamond Sword, which doesn't have the Thunder element attached to it. So Steiner could one-shot them. And some other routes in the past I've seen, there's a weapon that you can buy for Vivi called the Oak Staff, which teaches Vivi the Bio spell. It used to be used like regularly in really early routes of this game, and it then got phased out, but some routes would still buy it because they could use Bio Sword with Vivi on those Taramas, although I guess you could do the same with Blazar. You could do Blazar Sword, it just wouldn't do as much damage, but Sword Magic basically causes the weapon of the element of Steiner's weapon to be completely ignored in favor of the element of the attack that is used. And unfortunately, Steiner has the Coral Sword because he's trying to get AP for a very important ability, but that Coral Sword also is Lightning Elemental by default, and the Taramas absorb Lightning.
The old Diamond Sword strat was pretty good, but it hinged on the you needed to have Knight in order to get that one shot with the bonus physical damage from the status effect. You can't get a one shot from a straight Diamond Sword hit.
Bombbox finished Melty.
Yep. Just finished up Melty, and
that's actually a pretty scary fight.
Yeah, if Melty opens up with the preemptive viral smoke and then just starts casting Bile all over and over again, you're just like, well, what do I do?
Yeah.
Yeah. You pretty much have to start burning elixirs at that point.
But yeah, it looks like viral smoke came out early, and then Amaranth died, and so he wasn't able to get any more throws out. So we just had to rely on Zidane and Steiner attacks to finish.
Yeah. Right.
Fortunately, Steiner does have the Flame Saber, which does fire elemental damage, and Melted Gemini is weak to fire, which is why Steiner does so much damage in that fight. Mythic is actually going to use a slightly different strat for his Melty fight because he has haste, and Zidane with auto haste as well as the running shoes equipped can ATB weight Melted Gemini. It's pretty difficult. Melted Gemini is quite fast, but if you execute it correctly, and you get good timing with Zidane's ATB relative to Melty's attacks, you can ATB weight Zidane, which is kind of important. I assume because he's not going to have Amaranth in his party. He's going to take Quina to get some extra experience from the Red Dragons, and also it's going to make the Red Dragons fight a bit different. So to get the same, basically as fast of a Melty fight as you would get without Amaranth in the party, it's kind of important to ATB weight in between, before and after Steiner attacks.
And we see Amart in the Valley Pura boss fight. Again, same thing that Bomb did, where we cast Carbuncle as soon as possible, just to kind of negate any attack that Valley Pura can dish out, and then we just cast 2 Water Alls on our own party, and that's it. Pretty easy boss as long as Ico or BB don't go down. Hopefully Ico. Yeah, Ico's the highest priority because we want to get Carbuncle up ASAP.
Mythic had just had a little bit of an unfortunate turnip luck in the HG fight there. So on Mythic's route, I believe there needs to be one encounter on the last Hildegard screen there where you kill a single ogre, but with Steiner down. So he just attacked Steiner with Amaranth, but unfortunately Amaranth missed, so Steiner was still up for that fight.
One thing to mention, and something that's important that Amart's doing, is holding ATB. So we kind of want to make sure that VV is able to cast his animation before VP, but also the Reflect has limited time that it's up, and so we want to make sure that we get the most out of it. Otherwise, the Reflect will wear off and we have to cast Carbuncle again. That should be good.
Mythic's reached the sealed continent. There's a bit of a translation.
The Lost Continent. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was what it was called in the original. In the North American release, it's called the Lost Continent.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The microtransaction continent.
Over with some story progression with Bomb. No one seems to know where Dagger is, so Steiner's just gone off to look for her at the moment. And we found Hilda after fighting Melty Gemini. She was being held captive by Kuja, who divulged to her his entire plan. Basically because he had no one to talk to because he's super lonely. And he revealed that he's not of this world. He's an alien. Which is kind of strange, and he was sent here from a different planet.
And the reason he sent us to Oilvert to get the Gulag Stone is that he is going to be able to use it to open a seal to another to that other planet, or attempt to anyway. The Gulag Stone is the thing that lets him into Mount Gulag, and then from there he's attempting to open a seal to his home planet.
Which we're actually going to do for him in typical
Yep.
naive good guy fashion.
Because in FF9 we frequently find ourselves being the villain's errand boy by accident.
Yeah.
Bomb says relay is almost over, sad face. I mean, it doesn't have to be Bomb. You're in control.
Run it back. After you're done, you can start another one.
You
Don't
could just
stop
go. You could just go fight Hades if you want.
That's true, yeah. All you need to do is choke. They can go on a little bit longer. Make it neck
Fight
and neck.
Hades. Play some hot and cold.
Yeah, you got a lot of options.
Turn this into an all bosses run. Why not?
Yeah, probably still could.
Yeah.
Got another 4 hours or so. Although I think we missed our chance because we didn't kill Masked Man, Armadillo Hand, or Zagnol.
Oh,
the
so I
Red
guess
Dragons.
he's gonna have to reset and
Yeah.
start his all bosses run from scratch.
Dang.
Then.
Oh, right, yeah, no, Tentarian.
Oh, and meanwhile, story-wise, Sid is a human again. Hilda.
Yay.
We never talked about why he was an Oglop. It's because he cheated on his wife, and she got mad and turned him into an Oglop, and
Yeah.
then ran away.
Just took his airship and
Literally.
ran.
Literally
Good
the
for her.
first thing she says to him when she sees him again, I don't ever remember marrying a frog.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
Why are you a frog?
Yeah. Good for her. But
Bomb says he just wants to finish. I don't know exactly where Bomb lives, but I do know that this run probably started around like 5 in the morning on the West Coast. So some people,
He's got plenty of time.
some people might have been pretty tired.
yeah.
He's got plenty of time. He's got like the rest of the day.
Yeah, I don't know. Diesel's over there in Australia being like, "Oh, you think it's late over there in America?"
Yeah, it's early now.
All right, so let's talk
Why
about.
do you think I keep messing up the splits? I'm like, eh?
Was
Let's
that
talk-
TQ?
Let's talk about Red Dragons with Knight. What
Oh, yeah.
Mythic is gonna go for is he's hoping for really good ATB on Quina, who does have the auto haste, and does he get it? Nice.
Nice. Assuming it
Quina-
hits.
Quina got Knight off. And Bolter
Perfect.
asleep.
Double knife.
So
So
now, yeah, go ahead, TQ.
Now he's gonna AoE ice instead of single targeting, and then he's gonna attack each with Steiner. It is possible to under damage. However, as you noticed, he just ATB waited with Zidane just in case. So Zidane would have been able to get the backup attack before the Red Dragon could have taken his turn if Steiner had under damaged. And he took out Vivi to ensure that everyone got more experience, because this is, I believe, the last chance for Mythic to get experience on Quina. Mythic told me that he doesn't actually get experience on Quina from the Abaddon fight.
No, he kills Quina in Abaddon, so you're right that is Quina's last chance to get experience in Mythic's route.
Not too important for Quina to get that extra fight of experience on Abaddon, because I believe he's going to stop using Quina after Nova Dragon, but he did want the experience for Nova Dragon, because Nova Dragon has this pretty dangerous AoE attack, and if Quina's not a certain level, it can just one-shot him her from full health.
Yeah. So that was a very clean Red Dragons fight from Mythic. kind of a really good illustration of the benefits of running a Tant Knight route. ATB waiting the Knight ability is really fun when it works out correctly. There's some inherent risk to it, of course, because Knight can miss, but you know, when it works out, especially on a fight like Red Dragons where it has a really high hit percentage, it can make a fight really fast.
Somebody in chat just asked, what about using Knight on Death Guys? Well, there are routes that do take Quina all the way until, they take Quina out for Necron, but they do use Quina's Knight spell on Maliris, Tiamat, and Death Guys. There's actually a route that I think doesn't use Quina for Maliris, Kraken, and Lich, but does for Tiamat and Death Guys. So, some runners do that. So if you have Quina in the party for Death Guys, you can actually skip Meteor entirely. In fact, my PB got the Meteor skip with Knight.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty neat when you're able to pull that off. Coming up on Bomb's screen is one of the best FMVs in the whole game, because Dagger, she's been going through a hard time lately, and she's finally talking again, but she's feeling like, her mom's died, her kingdom is in ruins, she's dealing with a lot of emotional stuff, and she decides that, like many of us, who among us, when we've gone through a time of emotional turmoil, haven't decided, it's time to cut my hair. And so Dagger is gonna somehow do a perfect haircut with Zidane's dagger, and she's gonna feel all better. Sometimes you just need to cut your hair and feel different for a while. Bomb says, if you're on world record pace here, you have to cut your hair too.
Yep, that's true.
Meanwhile, we've got Amart entering Estogaza.
Ooh, Amart, I think, opted to force an encounter.
Oh, interesting. Did he not get the encounter he needed on
I didn't get the ogre.
The ogre, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Should get it. There we go.
That was very well played.
As TQ mentioned, since we don't have Vivi in the party, once we reach this upcoming cutscene, it's going to force us to party select and add Vivi. So, it gives us a little chance to swap in Vivi and Freya out.
Mm-hmm.
I assume the only reason Vivi's not already in the party is because he was short on EXP or AP or whatever, and he had to have the full party. I'm not sure why he needs Quina in the party. There,
I think it's just for consistency, because since we didn't kill the ogre, it's just killing the Garuda, just so we get the AP and the experience, and so Steiner doesn't get too much.
But Mythic about to start the Melty fight. We didn't get to talk too much about it earlier, but I mean, basically, Melty, it can go badly. The worst thing Melty can do is Viral Smoke, which damages and inflicts virus status on the whole party. This is the reason why pretty much almost every route does not account for Melty Gemini AP, although I have seen routes where they try to steal a Vaccine if Melty Gemini uses Viral Smoke, so that I think Steiner would get AP, thus allowing for a slightly different strat on Taharka. But you actually have to steal it. You do get a Vaccine drop for killing Melty Gemini, but that Vaccine can only really be used if you get like virus status at the end of Disc 3 before the Silver Dragon boss. But anyways, as I alluded to earlier, Mythic is going to try and get some ATB weight attacks with Zidane. I believe Mythic has the Zorlin shape equipped. And
yes, he does.
Due to how the thief swords, like the little double glaive damage formulas work, he goes with the Zorlin shape.
Yeah, that's something I guess I can mention now. Thief swords have a slightly different attack formula than most weapons. Daggers are like have the standard attack formula that use strictly strength. Ooh, we got a trance on Melty.
Ooh.
Fortunately,
nice.
unfortunately, the only skill that the Zoran shape has attached to it is free energy, so he can't even use a dying attack, even if he wanted to. But basically, most weapons just use strength. However, thief swords and knight swords, like the Excalibur 2, which you will see at the end of the run, use both strength and spirit. And so, if you have a really high strength stat and not such a good spirit stat, it's actually better to use a dagger like the Zoran Shade over the Thief Sword, because even though the Angel Bless has a higher base attack power, if you have high enough strength, you can actually get more damage with the Zoran Shape. And that was a clean fight.
We should also point out that Mythic, again, was able to ATB weight that fight because of the running shoes. It's also I believe the tightest window for ATB weighting in the game. It's only a couple of frames of leeway that you have there in order to allow Zidane to still outspeed Melty.
You sure Giza or Black Waltz 3 are not tighter?
They might be, but if it's not the tightest, it's one of the tightest in the game.
Ooh, bad luck for Amar getting that encounter before even touching the liver.
It's a back attack, though. That's nice.
Thank goodness.
If only Amar ran Night Root with Quina for Taharka, he could eat one of these by throwing a Phoenix down at them, and Quina would have Mustard Bomb.
Oh, there you go. Now we're talking.
All right, we've got
Ipsen Castle strats.
Yeah.
Speaking of Mustard Bomb, Bomb's about to fight Taharka, the only boss in the entire game that is vulnerable to heat status. Now, obviously no one has Mustard Bomb. However, there is one other way that you can inflict Taharka with heat, and that is to equip the Flame Saber on Steiner, as well as the Add Status skill. Add Status is an interesting ability where, depending on what weapon the equipped character has, it can inflict a certain status effect under a certain probability. It's not that likely to happen. In fact, it's pretty unlikely, and most weapons don't even have an add status effect. However, Steiner's is pretty good here, and it looks like he does have the Flame Saber.
Yeah. And Steiner isn't really doing much else in this fight on this route anyway, so basically every round, Bomb is going to try to strike him with the... try to strike Taharka with the Flame Saber. It's not going to do much damage. It's only going to do like 30 or so points of damage, but the point is to do basically that die roll to see if there's if it inflicts heat. Meanwhile, Zidane will be using Soul Blade to inflict poison, and Vivi will be casting Firaga on Taharka. And Freya will just be there to be a support character if anybody needs to be healed or revived.
Yeah, and we need Freya alive for the AP, because she really needs to learn a lot of stuff here.
Ooh, Amark just got a Twister.
Oh no.
Oh!
Oof. Zidane going down there is rough.
Well, he's gonna have to revive Zidane before finishing this, because it's very important that Zidane gets the experience.
Yeah.
But this is an opportunity for this dragon to troll, because it's not confused. Ooh, I don't know if Zidane has Distract, but basically, I'm assuming Amar's actually going to heal Zidane now, because otherwise...
He should have Distract.
Otherwise, this dragon can use Aerial Slash. Ooh, gave him the elixir, not taking any chances.
Meanwhile, we got Bomb inflicted poison here on Taharka. No luck with the heat yet, but it looks like it does 60 damage or so, a little bit more than I thought. And Amar able to recover from the red dragon foible.
It's a good call on the elixir, because the high potion a lot of the time is just not enough.
Yeah.
After the Phoenix down.
Especially if it decides to cast Twister again, and it just has a higher chance of just wiping him again.
Yeah. Twister has a very wide range of possible damage rolls.
A lot of older routes would actually synth an item called the Gold Choker, which halves wind damage for Zidane. Vivi actually absorbs all wind damage because the Octagon Rod absorbs wind and water attacks, and Steiner has the Bronze Armor equipped, which is the first armor for Steiner in the game. It halves wind damage, although it just has really low defense, so while it makes Twister easier to survive, it causes Steiner to take about the same damage as he would normally take from Aerial Slash, especially since Steiner is in the front row.
So Bomb just finished up to Harka. Unfortunately, Freya went down on one of the rounds, so he couldn't do the heat attempt on that last round there. But Taharka was taken out with a poison tick from Zidane's Soul Blade. Another thing that runners are going to look out for trying to do on that Taharka fight is doing steal attempts with Zidane, because if you are successful with a steal on Taharka, you can get the weapon called the Orichalcum, which is the strongest dagger in the game. And if you end up buying an Orichalcum later on in Terra, but if you get one this early, it can help make the next upcoming boss fight much quicker and safer. Unfortunately, no heat, no Orichalcum on Taharka for Bomb. We'll have to see if either Mythic or Amart get either of those. Both of which are a fairly low percentage chance of happening, but, they're always worth going for. So Bomb just doing a menu here to kind of take all of the equipment off of Vivi, because this is the last time Vivi will be in the party for the rest of the run. So hats off to Vivi for his work today.
Yeah, setting up the rest of the characters for
Amart said, this is a message from FF9 runners. Petro, thank you for everything.
Thank you, Petro.
Literally, yeah. Petro is a very knowledgeable person about FF9 and was the main author of the route that Amart and Bomb are running right now, and also if I remember correctly, helped Mythic out with his route quite a bit as well.
Over on Bomb's stream, actually, we're not going to see. I don't think we're going to see any of the runners pick it up today because they all have the Rebirth Ring. But if they didn't get Rebirth Ring from the card tournament, there's a Maiden's Prayer chest directly to the left of where Zidane falls down from. It's faster to take this route anyway, but if you don't pick it up, at least I know for the Petro route, it picks up Maiden's Prayer instead. And the reason for that is it doesn't give auto life, but it does have Holy Elemental, which increases your damage against a lot of the Disc 4 bosses. And it's pretty important going through to make up for the damage lost by not having a Rebirth Ring.
So as you saw, Zidane actually went back into Ibsen's castle alone to save Amaranth, even though Amaranth ditched the party, because Zidane can't abandon a comrade, even if that comrade doesn't like him. So you actually have to go back to Amaranth with only Zidane, and that can make encounters a little scary. But as long as Zidane's at full health, it's 100% safe. There are actually some enemies that normally would have instant death attacks, like the floating eye, or the veteran in this game has the blaster attack, which normally inflicts stop, and then there's an enemy that can inflict freeze. However, the game actually disables those attacks when Zidane is the only party member, so that you can't get...
How thoughtful of them.
So you don't get like an instant game over.
Yeah, although there have been runners that have seen instant game overs by getting a Cerberus physical attack, which crits. It's enough to one-shot Zidane.
Once you get Amaranth back, though, they are re-enabled, and you get a stop or a freeze, and that can be painful.
Yeah, especially if you don't have any remedies for the stop. And freeze, yeah, of course, it's awful because you don't have fire spells or anything like on the Amarant or Zidane. But
Amar,
if you're Zidane, you can beautifully.
Amar about to start the Melted Gemini fight. He's gonna do the same strat that Bomb did. Zidane is pretty close to trance, except this time Zidane actually has the Angel Bless, so he can use the Grand Lethal attack if he trances. That Venom Powder won't do anything because normally it inflicts Venom status, but the antibody ability guards against that, and so this is what Bomb tried to do. He tried to throw Rising Suns with Amarant and just do high physical damage with Steiner's Fire Elemental weapon, and there's Viral Smoke. Amarant survived, though. Ooh, Grand Lethal time!
Ooh, very nice trance.
This might be enough to kill.
Yeah, if not this, then the Steiner attack should do it. Oh, I guess, yeah, he did the Steiner attack first for the crit.
Yeah, we got two melty trances on this. That was a very clean fight from Amart.
Over on Bomb's screen, basically he's flying over to different shrines to drop off party members, and then he's gonna have to go to the Earth Shrine with just Queen in the party and fight the Earth Guardian. If you were on a route that required the Rebirth Ring, this would be the point in the run where you would fly to Daguerreo and pick it up. To answer a question in chat, in Mythic's run, Quina has Knight. I'll say for Team Tonberry, Quina has Knight. For Team Mog and Team Choco, they do not.
Yeah, we've got two different routes on display here. Team Mog and Team Choco are both running a Knightless, no Tantarian route made by Petro. And Mythic is running a Knight Tantarian route that he wrote himself. So it's a little bit of a display of different techniques that go into the run, yeah. Alright, Bomb taking the safety save before Earth Guardian here. This can be a scary fight sometimes.
Yep.
Fairly consistent on Petra route, but you know, it's a fight where Zidane is basically going solo more or less because Quina doesn't do much.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there are two attacks that Earth Guardian can one-shot Quina with on the first turn, and unless Quina gets a defend off, Quina will usually survive a double cut if they're defending, but it's not very likely that they would be able to survive it if they're not defending. And Faraga will just straight up one-shot Quina here under the Petro setup. However, the Blizzaga attack will be nullified for Quina. They'll absorb Thundaga and the Earthshake attacks. Zidane will also absorb Earthshake, but doesn't have any of the other elemental guards.
Interesting difference between the Japanese and the English version is, in the Japanese version, Earth Guardian gets a Thundaga attack boost, so Thundaga does bonus damage, and in the English version, Earth Guardian gets an ice boost, so Blizzaga does the bonus damage.
Mm-hmm.
And what's ironic is that for two of our runners at least, I don't think this will apply to Team Tonberry because of all the experience from Red Dragons, but for two of our runners, the one attack that's going to kill Quina is the one that never gets boosted on any version.
Yeah.
That's cruel irony right there.
Yeah. Is this a bird?
Yeah.
It's not. Actually, for
No,
whatever
it is
reason,
not.
One of the few, yeah.
it is only a demon, so you need Devil Killer. It's very weird
yeah.
that this boss is not considered a bird, even though
Yeah.
it's floating.
It is
What
kind of
the-
funny though, because this is the one boss that you can eat.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You can also eat red dragons, but they're more of a mini boss.
Yeah.
Yes. The heavy flag that's normally in place for boss fights is actually removed from Earth Guardian, allowing Quina to eat it. But it also enables like gravity-based attacks such as Aqua Breath. So if you were playing casually and you ever learned Aqua Breath, normally when you try to use it, it has a very high chance of missing because it's not actually a water elemental attack at all. It's just a gravity-based attack with pretty low accuracy that will always miss on boss fights. But since Earth Guardian does not have the heavy flag in place, Aqua Breath actually does, like, I think a quarter of its health.
Yeah. Another thing to point out about this entire sequence is that basically the reason that Zidane is alone in the party with Quina is because the team discovers that in order to open the portal into Terra, Kuja's home planet, they need to defeat the 4 elemental guardians at the same time. So the party gets split up between these 4 shrines, and Quina and Zidane team up to come fight the Earth Guardian here, while the others fight the other 3 guardians. And the 4 guardians are, of course, a callback to the 4 fiends from FF1. There's the Earth Guardian, the Wind Guardian, Fire, and Water. Now pay attention, because this is not the last time we're going to see those folks. See, this time I'm telling the truth. This isn't the
first time we've seen them, thank you.
First time
right.
We didn't even see Garnet and Echo fought.
You're right.
I'm not talking about FF9. I saw FF1 like, I don't know what, 15 hours ago?
Yeah, you're right. We did see them in FF1.
Yeah,
Mythic.
This is another one of those Easter eggs.
Mythic coming up on the Taharka fight. One interesting note we didn't talk about is that Ipsen's castle, much like Oilvert, has its own gimmick where, since it's an upside-down castle, the formula for attack damage is also flipped upside down. So it causes weak weapons to actually do more damage and strong weapons to do weak damage. Fortunately, we don't even really bother with physical attacks for the Taharka boss, so that doesn't really come into play. It's much easier to just do fire damage since it's weak to fire, and Soul Blade, because Taharka is... I think Taharka may be the only boss in the whole game that's vulnerable to poison.
I believe so, yeah. Everything's usually resistant or immune, yeah. Or not resistant, but yeah, immune or not.
On my route, I would take Freya into Ipsen's castle for the AP, because I wanted Freya to have body temp on disc 4, and I would give Freya the javelin here, so that if Quina put Taharka to sleep, Freya could actually do some decent damage, since the javelin is her initial weapon, and it teaches her the dragon killer skill, which for most boss fights is not important, but it is kind of important for one boss fight that for whatever reason just happens to be dragon only.
So you can see on Bomb's screen here, Team Choco. They've opened the portal to Terra, Kuja's home planet, and they are going through it right now, arriving in this strange place that has some of the best music in the entire soundtrack. Let's just drink in the Terra music for a bit. Yeah, get some sour pleases going in the chat, please.
As Mythic gets the Soul Blade ready, and he is going for heat strats if he can. Looks like there is Blizzaga coming out. But Steiner should be able to resist all that.
There is actually a glitch on the first
Elixir.
screen of Brand Bow, where you can just miss the screen transition animation, and you just keep running all the way to the bottom, and there's just like nothing there. It's kind of funny.
So Mythic stole an Elixir. He's trying to go for the Ori. Can also steal Mythril Claws for extra cash, but we really want that Ori. Nothing.
Ooh, back attack ringleader for Bomb.
The virus.
With the virus powder. That's annoying. It's on Garnet,
Yeah.
though, so no worries.
Well, yeah, we don't need to worry
Yeah.
because even if Zidane gets hit by it, I believe he gets cured of all the statuses by when you enter Brand Ball,
I believe you're right, yeah.
or at least,
And she actually
whenever
also still has auto life on.
Heat! He got heat!
Heat,
Oh,
nice.
nice.
And
Well,
nothing.
Mythic got heat on Taharka. I believe that was the
Nice.
second round or third.
Yeah, it was a little late, but yeah, it's also a quick death animation.
Yep,
So
still saves
it skips
time.
it skips the whole crumbling, falling down animation that Taharka would normally do. So still worth.
Absolutely. Also saves you some. I believe that probably saved him a Firaga as well.
Yep.
Amart not far behind, making his way through a series of long cutscenes in which, like we talked about before, Dagger goes missing and Zidane travels all over the place to try to find her, goes back to Alexandria. And Bomb Bomb is running through Terra trying to find, after this young girl who bears a striking resemblance to Zidane.
Maybe they're related.
Yeah, up to this point, he's never seen anyone that human-like that has a tail.
Yeah, he's never seen someone who has the same kind of hair and tail situation that he does. So,
Looks like Bomb Bomb's really getting mad at Cease, where it says Choco Hot Dog God, Cease.
jeez, I'm sorry. Choco hot dog, God, cease.
Yeah, it's going to be another quick menu from Bomb Bomb here. He's going to be unequipping a lot more characters, seeing that they're not going to be used anymore.
Swap out
Yeah,
some gears, just we're gonna sell it because yeah, we're not gonna see Aiko or Quina for the rest of the run. And we give Dagger the feather boots for an upcoming boss, and she doesn't need anything else.
Yeah. Not going to see Aiko either. The only reason we leave the ruby on her is because we would only end up selling it, and it only sells for 1 gil, so it's really just a waste of inputs.
And I believe you also swap the Aiko's default weapon for the Maltina racket. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's
Because the flute sells for more.
correct.
Yeah.
It also makes the next shop a bit easier to manage as well, because we pick up the angel earrings in Brambal, and the way that the next shop works out is that you need to sell the angel earrings and the magician shoes, and then buy 2 coronets and the orichalcon if you don't get the steel. With the item positioning, it works out to be a lot better if you do that menu in the way it is, because they'll be nice and close together. At least they should be.
Mm-hmm.
And we see a particular airship
Oh,
that gives us
kind of
a bit of a
familiar.
memory. Another quick question from the chat. What category is this? This is straight, any percent, the original PlayStation version.
Mm-hmm. I alluded to this before, but there's a lot of different categories for this game across platforms. There's so PSX any percent is the most competitive and most run. There's also PSX any percent with turbo. There's PSX all bosses, which is a category in which you fight every boss in the game. There's also any percent fleeless, where you're not allowed to run away from any battles. Not a lot of people run that one, but it does get some attention now and then. There's segmented runs, which is kind of the origin story of FF9 speedrunning. Segmented is where it all started.
That was a little scary. Looks like Mythic had a open disk tray error.
Oh no.
What? It seemed like to fix itself, but...
Okay. Alright, I hope...
A little odd.
I hope that is okay for the rest of the run.
You mentioned...
Is that what it said? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, wow.
Probably because it was in Japanese. You mentioned Flealess. What's funny about Flealess is that, like, the last 2 hours of that run is almost like you have Flea, because once you have control of the airship, you can go to Daguerreo, the Town of Shame. Except in that category, it's not a Town of Shame, because you can synth a weapon called the Sargatanas, which, if you have Soul Blade learned, allows Zidane to instantly petrify any enemy with 100% success as long as the enemy is vulnerable.
Wow, yeah.
So while it won't help you on any boss fights, it'll allow you to basically petrify all of the remaining random encounters. And specifically late in the game, almost all of the random encounters are one enemy encounters. So one Soul Blade, it's like you have Flea.
Yeah. I also want to talk about the PC runs of this game. We mentioned those before. There's PC any %, no major skips, which is very similar to this run in the fact that we don't we play the game as intended and kind of roll with whatever happens, obviously. And there's some similar strategies between the two. There's different routes based on the difference in like encounter rate and such in PC no major skips. There's also PC any %, which we mentioned earlier, that allows you to make use of a glitch that's exclusive to the PC version, in which you can menu buffer your way past certain story and boss triggers. That run is very different because it skips most of the bosses in Disc 4, as well as a couple of the scripted battles in Disc 1. And then there's PC any % with turbo, with boosters, which is like a super fast category that's just basically using all of the like turbo speed and max damage and those boosters that come with the HD version to just get through all of the story triggers as quickly as possible. So if you ever want to see FF9 completed in under 2 hours, that's how you do it. And then there's also categories for HD console, which includes the HD remaster available for PS4 and Switch, and I believe also Xbox One and PS5. So to anyone who's watching who's interested in running the game, there's a lot of different ways to do it. So research into it and see what works best for you. Oh, and also Diesel mentioned before emulator. So, you know, if you want to run PSX Digital, or if you have the game on a PS3 or something, you can do that. So, where's FF9 iOS %? I don't know. I kind of want to do an iOS run sometime.
Good luck. But yeah, we have Mythic coming in. Yeah, it looks like we have 3 bosses coming out. Well, I guess kind of like a little mini boss rush for Bomb Bomb, and then 2 bosses coming out for both Amart and Mythic Dawn. Taharka from Amart, and Earth Guardian for Mythic.
Yeah. So where should we begin?
Mythic's got a different strategy than Bomb Bomb, as we have Quina and we're able to Nightlock as well as with Auto Haste. So it should be, as long as we get sleep off, should be fairly simple to Nightlock and get through it pretty easily.
There is one thing to note about Earth Guardian. It is the fastest boss, I believe, that the ATB reset night locking still works on. So the window is a little bit tighter than any of the other bosses Mythic has fought so far, but pretty consistent.
There's actually a very easy, as I mentioned, a very easy visual cue to know when Earth Guardian's ATB is back to a 0, and that's when, after the moons appear, when the screen pans down to Earth Guardian, that's when you want to go into Zidane's attack menu. And then you want to wait for Queena's ATB to not be yellow, to be empty, and then you can cue the Zidane attack. And then, since all runners, I'm assuming, play with memory cursor enabled, you can literally just hold down the confirm button, and you'll go right into Night again. And that's actually an instance where holding L1 and R1 for escape with Quina actually saves time, because it instantly cues off the Night. But also another benefit is that Queen is just higher level, and so the fight is just generally safer.
Alright, so Amart is getting into Taharka here. We're gonna look out for the heat and the Orichalcon steal. He's gonna go for a steal off the bat. Looks like he was going to try to get it in before Taharka's first turn, but didn't quite get the input in fast enough. And no heat. Bomb Bomb is about to come up on probably one of the most popular songs on the whole FF9 soundtrack. So if we have those cat jams or Sour Pleases ready to rock.
I'm bad. I just had to make my contribution to Twitch chat.
we gotta have a little copy pasta here and there.
And everything's happening all at once.
Fire rocket going on to Quina, unfortunately. Mythic.
That's rough.
Throwing it off. But
kind of, I don't know what Mythic has equipped. Maybe he has the Dark Hat on.
Mm-hmm.
If you choose to go for the Black Hood, that gives I believe Fire and Thunder half damage. However, Blizzaga, actually on this version, the one Team Tomberry is running Japanese, Blizzaga won't even do as much because it does the normal damage instead of the bonus. So Quina with Black Hood is probably gonna more likely to survive anyway, but obviously Mythic is doing things a little bit differently.
Yeah, it looks like this Quina has Green Beret on, and the Zidane has Black Hood.
Probably for ability up, and Zidane I guess doesn't have accuracy plus learned.
Did Amart just get heat?
Someone in chat says that Amart got heat.
Nice.
I don't know if he got Orichalcon though. Okay, so on the Bomb Bomb screen, this is the Amdusius fight. The first 2 turns of this fight are 100% scripted. The boss opens with a bio spell, and then on the second turn it will go into the air. There's no point in attacking it during this phase because it doesn't take any net damage. It'll just restore everything that you deal to it until Freya appears. And then once Freya is in the party, you need to deal at least half of its HP worth of damage. And once it loses half of its HP, it fills back to half, and that spawns Amaranth. And I think he's going to throw something with Amaranth here. And it looks like he's going to suicide Zidane to get extra experience on Freya and Amaranth.
So they should both be level 24 now, which is right before that level 25 threshold, which is where it gets sketchy. It's not terrible. It just makes Lich and Death guys a little annoying.
That was a really clean Amdusius fight.
So going into Abaddon for Bomb Bomb, he's going to want Quina dead for this fight instead, and distribute the XP straight to Zidane and Steiner. That'll put Zidane probably on level 29, the way his route has gone, for Shell Dragon. And Thundargo opens nice and clean.
There's also a little trick here where if you change Steiner's row to the back row, when Zidane when Zidane enters the fight, we're gonna skip a line of dialogue.
Yeah, and as long as we don't take a turn with Steiner here, he should have full ATB, so he can still get his turn in if needed.
Ooh, here comes High Wind. This is a pretty high rolling move.
Yeah, should be fine though, because we have we have an attack with Zidane and Steiner, so one more Zidane attack will finish it, because should have enough between the two. And one thing to mention is that the Petro route does not have Rebirth Ring here for the You're Not Alone section. So if Zidane dies on the solo fight up to Shell Dragon, we do have to restart back to a save point. But with a very careful manipulation, we can try and provoke Shell Dragon to get us into critical HP, which forces Dagger to arrive to get to the second part of the fight. Any damage we do right now isn't going to matter at all because he goes to a certain HP value anyway for the second part. So we just kind of have to sit and see what Shell Dragon does and adjust accordingly to try and get to a critical HP.
This fight was one of the fights that runners used to equip the Rebirth Ring on because to proc Garnet to appear, Zidane has to be put at critical HP levels, and it was possible to instantly put Zidane at critical HP by just killing him off when he had auto life, since that revives him with 1, which procs Garnet to appear and fully heal Zidane. And so what Bomb Bomb did during the first attack was he actually held L1 and R1 to take some bonus damage, and then he just took regular damage, and now he's trying to take reduced damage with defend. It doesn't matter because he's getting magic, and
nice,
I don't know if this is going to work.
No, it's
57!
Good. Yep.
Yeah, the Earthshake with this...
is the max roll.
Yeah, with this setup on Petro's route, it's 400, I think, 420 to 600 is the damage range for Earthshake. And, yeah, it's able to get within that threshold. And that it's 3 to 4 attacks, depending on if you get a crit or not, and high rolls and whatnot. From Zidane to kill Shell Dragon. And we do want to make sure Dagger's killed off so Zidane gets the full experience. Because we don't want her siphoning anything, because she is not used at all for the rest of the fight.
I don't know if Petro's route uses Berserk here.
We do have the option. Of course, it's more risky, but yeah, we do have the option that if Dagger does survive the first attack, we can Berserk Zidane and hold ATB to make sure he gets that first Berserk hit off, and then try to kill her off before any other turns, because another Berserk hit has a risk of killing it early.
Berserk might actually happen on Team Tomberry's side because Zidane's going to have haste, which makes Berserk a little bit more reliable. Since you could, I mean, especially on this particular route where Zidane is going to go into the second phase with full ATB, he can get a quick attack off, and then you could, if Garnet gets really good ATB, you could cast Berserk on Zidane and possibly kill it with 3 attacks. Yeah.
That was a really good gauntlet from Bomb Bomb. The Shell Dragon manipulation went really well, so thankfully we're not going to see that big setback we were talking about for Team Choco, where if you did, that was the boss we were talking about before, where if you died there, you would have to go back like 6 or 7 minutes to the nearest save point.
And now there's this menu.
Here's the big menu, the capital M menu of the run. Yeah, I don't even know where to begin with saying what happens here. If you remember the S-Star menu from FF8, if anyone was watching that, this one's comparable to that here in FF9. It's basically going to be taking off as much equipment from everybody as possible to sell everything we no longer need, and get Zidane, Steiner, Freya, and Amaranth set up with the equipment they'll need basically for the rest of the run. And it's a lot of fun to watch.
You know what's going to be really funny?
Yeah.
At the start of this relay, the runner for Team Choco actually had the wrong disc skin, and as of right now, Team Choco in the last game is in the lead. So
yeah,
it's quite funny if after that slight disadvantage at the beginning, Team Choco just comes out
cross game
on top.
RNG manipulation.
Yeah, right. That's some IRL RNG manipulation. So that was a really nice menu from Bomb Bomb.
Very good.
The menuing in FF9 is it's intimidating when you're first learning the game because it's a lot of information to process pretty quickly. That's a rough encounter. But once you get like proficient at it, it is a lot of fun to do these menus because it moves so fluidly. So yeah, that was a really nice showing from Bomb Bomb.
Ahmad is going into his Earth Guardian fight now. So hopefully we don't see any Faragas.
Well, there it is. On Quina, of course. Little tiny Zidane.
Aw, small Zidane. It's a good thing Mini doesn't carry over between battles.
Yeah, I'm no kidding. Yeah, I'm gonna heal up Zidane because we want to make sure he's topped off before we do any more running. Because any more encounters and Zidane dies, it's just gonna be time loss.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, looks like Amort's having a little bit of a rough Earth Guardian as that should heal them both because they both have Gaia gear equipped.
Yeah. And once Amar gets off the 15,500 damage, that Queen of Eid will come through, finish the fight, and that's a counter attack.
Probably like one or two more.
Blazaga's 100% safe. Zidane won't die from this, and Queen will nullify it.
Shoutouts to marathon organizer Cereth, who apparently was one of the first 25 RPG Limit Break subscribers.
Oh, that's
wow,
cool.
yeah, first. Hey.
Alright, so Bomb Bomb's gonna do one more Disc 3 safety save, because as soon as he goes through the door to the right, this is gonna be a 3 bosses in a row with no breaks in between, and it's gonna be the end of Disc 3. So, coming up, we're gonna see a triple boss gauntlet coming up. That is Silver Dragon, Garland, and finally, at last, we get to fight Kuja. So, these are all gonna be similar but different fights, where the main strategy is just going to be to get in as many attacks with the 4 physical damage dealers as you can, while keeping everybody up, and so that you don't have to spend time between battles, like healing someone who died in the last battle.
Mm-hmm.
This first fight, Silver Dragon, can be a little scary because it knows the move Shockwave. But thankfully it's not going to open up with that, so this is going to be a fairly simple fight. Just a couple attacks.
Yeah. And between this 3 boss gauntlet that Bomb Bomb's on, only Silver Dragon has AoE ability. Kuja technically has one, but we never are able to really worry about triggering it because it relies on casting Reflect on everyone.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's a good Silver Dragon. Moving on to the old one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and just to be clear, when I said one last save for disc 3, I just meant it's the last save for this disc. There will be safety saves in disc 4, including before death, guys.
It's actually quite comical how, of the 3 bosses here, the only really dangerous boss is the very first one.
Yeah.
The other 2 are a complete joke because they only use single target attacks, and you can literally just Phoenix down party members as they get knocked down. And not only that, but it puts your party at a very good offensive advantage for reasons you're about to see.
So Garland here has a couple of nasty black magic spells and can cast a few things that'll do pretty big damage, but again, no AoEs, so he's not a very dangerous fight. And again, the strat is to get in there, deal as much damage as you can with everybody, and revive people as necessary. Bomb actually had a very good Silver Dragon fight that nobody took any serious damage during it. This move, Psychokinesis, is a little bit of a headache because it does kill pretty much anybody unless they're at max
super
HP.
beefy. Yeah.
The only annoying thing that Garland can do is he can cast Stop, which if you, most runners do not equip Locomotion on anyone. So if you don't have a lot of remedies in storage, the fight can get quite painful. Fortunately, Stop does get removed at the end of battle, and it also gets removed. Oop. Well, I shouldn't have even mentioned it. I opened my big mouth.
But that's okay because Bomb actually managed to get ahead of it. He didn't need to use a remedy there because Garland had low enough HP to
just end the fight.
Yeah, just end the fight. Thank you, Rome.
Interestingly enough, if a character gets stopped after you've already queued a command and you remove that stop, their command is still in the queue and they will take their turn immediately.
Oh, Bomb says Amaranth does have Locomotion in this round.
I was gonna mention that. Amaranth's the only one among all of them that has Locomotion, which is handy if you know the 1 in 4 chance that he decides to cast Stop into Amaranth.
By the way,
you can also put Locomotion on Freya if you don't have Rebirth Ring here.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so if you don't have Auto Life, you can go for another Locomotion target.
Before this fight starts, Diesel or Rome, do one of y'all want to real quick talk about Luna?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so far away, Rome.
I can talk about Luna, but then I'd have to talk about another game.
Luna, yeah. So Luna, if Kuja opens with an attack that doesn't kill anyone, we have the option to go for Luna. So Luna casts Berserk on every single person in every target in the fight. Let's see if he's gonna go for it because it's now pretty safe to go for it. Everyone has accuracy plus, everyone has MP attack, so we should be able to do enough damage to do this in. So entire team's gonna be Berserk now, and just gonna let it ride it out. And so the Berserk status adds another modifier of 1.5 on top of all the other existing modifiers. And so they're going to be hitting pretty hard.
You're going to see some beefy damage here, yeah.
8k, 9k.
9,300 damage. You call that an attack?
You call that an attack? So yeah, no matter if anybody dies here, it's all good. And yeah. It's going to be Kuja. I don't think there's going to be another attack from him.
Yep. Nice fight.
Yep.
Honestly, in general, a very strong Disc 3 from Bomb.
The eternal decision on where to split for Kuja. I think I don't want to screen fades to white.
Yeah, that's what I usually do. So now Kuja.
Although I just split on disc 3 end.
As Mythic's going through You're Not Alone, and Amart was able to make it through Terra. Looks like pretty easily.
as you saw there, after the party defeated Kuja, he tranced. So Kuja, basically what happened in the story here is that Garland revealed to Zidane that Zidane was originally created by Garland to be basically an angel of death to destroy Gaia, so that Garland could basically absorb Gaia into Terra, because Terra is a dying planet. And so Zidane was originally meant to be the angel of death that went down to Gaia to sow discontent among Gaians, but he didn't do it for whatever reason. So Garland made Kuja next to, or I'm sorry, I got this backwards. He made Kuja first, lost control of Kuja, and then made Zidane to try to take Kuja's place.
Also, that Mikoto character was apparently going to be Zidane's replacement.
Yes. The plot, as with any good Final Fantasy, the story starts to get a little twisty and turny here, but we got there. Forgive me, I'm tired.
But yeah, the difference between Mythic's route and Petro's route that both Amart and Bomb are running, back in Amdusias, he had all three survive for experience. So Zidane, Amaranth, and Freya also all got experience 3 ways. This one, he's gonna opt for killing off Quina because they got experience back on the Red Dragons and Hildegard, so they're good to go. They have over 1,000. They're beefy. They're ready to go. And yeah, they're gonna get experience for Steiner and Zidane here. As Amart goes through a little bit more plots through Rand Ball.
So now that Kuja has tranced, he is taking out his wrath on the people of Terra. He's basically destroying the planet, and so Dagger and Zidane are going to go back to Brand Ball and try to help all the genomes who live there evacuate.
And again, with Mythic, we don't have Rebirth Ring here, so we don't just kill off Zidane as quickly as possible. And just opt for the Charge and Earthshake damage manipulation to try and push Zidane down into the yellow HP to have Dagger show up. Of course, he low rolls.
Gotta love the low roll.
And he's thinking... With this and the ticks, yeah, should be in charge range, but after a certain amount of turns that Shell Dragon takes, I believe it's 3. After he does his 3rd turn, he can start doing Smash, which is the attack that just sets the character to 1 HP. But Earthshake right after that's pretty bad because it does, not too much damage and has long animation. Okay, there's the Smash. And checked for Berserk, but it looks like he didn't have it.
Yeah, I think Dagger needs to survive Hildegard's to have Berserk here. And she might have been dead. Yeah.
Yep, I think most of them had I think only Amart had Dagger and Aiko survive.
Yeah. Meanwhile, things are not looking too good on Terra over on Bomb Screen. Trans Kudra has kind of just decided to cast Ultima over and over and over again.
As they need to evacuate all the citizens from Bramball and bring them to Gaia. And Mythic's done with the You're Not Alone section. So he's on his way to the end of Disc 3. He's going to do a Pandemonium menu, and then, yeah. So another difference that makes the upcoming fight a little bit more scary, but what he's going to do is he's going to have Amaranth actually have the Red Hat, which teaches an MP attack. So he's not going to have any immunity to the wind damage attacks from Silver Dragon. So Aerial Slash and Twister are going to do their full damage, and it's not going to be resisted in any way. But should be able to get through it, because we just need to do 4 to 5 attacks.
Also putting Queener in the back row, and Bomb is now starting Disc 4 and will be going into Nova Dragon very short after a cutscene and a safety save.
We are getting to the home stretch for Bomb. Really, we're in the home stretch for everybody. It's pretty much non-stop from here until the end for all 3 of them.
Yeah, pretty much all the runners have about an hour or less to go.
Yeah.
And Amar is right behind him, heading into Yana.
And we've still got 2 of what I think are the most difficult bosses in the game coming up here, in Nova Dragon and Death Guys. So we will see how Disc 4 plays out for everybody.
Yeah, Disc 4 can be quite mean on encounters.
That too, yeah.
I think, on average you see around about 10.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, probably more than that, probably more like 12.
Looked like Mythic had a bunch of extra money after he did his full shop and bought a bunch of high potions and Phoenix Downs, and elected to go back and buy a Spare Defender that he can use to throw.
Nice. Yeah, on Mythic's route, Silver Dragon is a little bit of a dangerous fight. It's not as scary with Rebirth Ring, but both Freya and Amaranth need to survive Silver Dragon for AP on this route. So it can be a little scary trying to keep them both alive and also not just get wrecked by Silver Dragon's AoE attacks. But with Rebirth Ring, it's a lot safer.
Yeah. Although on Petro route, this can be a really not scary fight at all, because you can just put in Luna, let go of the control, and let her rip.
Let's see what happens. But first, we get to enjoy the best FMV in the whole game.
Remember all those Silver Dragons? Well,
now there's more
of them now. Imagine all those Twisters and Aerial Slashes. But depending on what Nova Dragon's first action is, and if we're able to get a Wing Edge throw from Amaranth, and everybody else's ATBs are full or close to full, we can actually elect to go for Luna again.
Yeah.
Which, again, depending on what the opening attack is, because at full HP, Nova Dragon has 4 attacks it can do. It can do Shockwave, Aerial Slash, Tidal Wave, or Psychokinesis. And the best opener that we can opt for Luna is Aerial Slash, because Steiner can heal, and both Zidane and Amaranth are negated, and Freya will take half damage.
Tidal Flame is also a good option as well, because Zidane and Amaranth will take half damage because they have the Glass Armlet equipped, which halves water damage, and Steiner will absorb because he has the ribbon equipped, and Freya will nullify because of the diamond gloves.
Yep. Yeah.
We actually saw a natural quick flee over on Mythics, which is pretty rare this late in the run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Quick fleas are determined by your average party level, so, and we're not like grinding at all, so we have a fairly low level at this point in the game, so getting a quick flea is pretty rare.
Alright, and here we go, into Nova Dragon.
I'm waiting for the tidal wave.
Yep.
Looks like he's gonna go for it. Throw the wing edge. Prep up Luna, and then we hold ATB, because we want to make sure we get the wing edge thrown in, and we don't want to have Nova Dragon's ATB fill during this. So now we wait for the Luna animation to cast, so Zidane and Steiner get their attacks off. And Steiner, Freya, and Zidane all have Distract, so that's an additional 50% evade added to all of them. So any physical attacks they do should hopefully be should dodge from the counters that come in, but again, yeah, it's still a chance on top of their normal evasion as well.
Something interesting has potential to happen here is that Zidane's trance bar is really high. If Zidane were to trance right now, it would cancel out the Berserk status. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Yeah, so trance and Berserk share the same modifier, so if you ever happen to have Berserk on a trance character, it just doesn't add any more modifiers. He's countering every single attack.
Yeah, seriously.
But it looks like it should attack after this last Steiner hit. Yep, that's it. Tidal wave into a aerial slash is the best possible. Maybe not the best possible, because getting double aerial slash is probably the best, or maybe even double aerial slash into a tidal wave. Those are two of the babying moves that Nova Dragon can do. That's great.
Wow, this game is so easy.
It's so easy.
It's an easy game for
going
babies.
Straight into the garland. We don't really have much time to separate. And Amart is still on Yana as well.
So Mythic is Mythic is going to make sure to steal the battle boots here, which are an item that he's going to equip to Freya in Disc 4.
Yep, and he got him.
Yep, very nice. And the battle boots give Freya a strength boost, but they also teach the ability Initiative, which is going to raise the chance of getting a preemptive encounters in Memoria. So that combined with auto haste can help out a lot with fleeing from encounters throughout Disc 4.
And the crit Steiner to kill off Abaddon.
Which probably wasn't necessary.
Of course, yeah. Because 2 Zidane attacks should kill, and if it doesn't, you finish up with a Steiner attack. But, so yeah. A blessed last hit crit.
So, meanwhile, Bomb Bomb has made it into Memoria. Memoria is the final dungeon of the game. And it's going to be it's basically like a dungeon where the team is going to confront Kuja and try to stop him from destroying the planet, basically. You know, some pretty classic Final Fantasy stuff. And it's like made up of like all of these memories that everyone in the party has of both the events of the game as well as things that happened to them before the events of the game. It's a pretty interesting final dungeon, and once we switch back over to the audio of Team Choco, you'll hear it's also got a banging soundtrack. It as far as final dungeons in FF games go, this is one of my favorites.
That was really close from Amart.
Wow, Amart clutched that one out.
I'm pretty sure Amart was 1700 HP at the start.
Wow.
Yeah, 1700, and use the
Yeah.
Lapis, which with the regen fix gives roughly a couple more HP, but yeah, he was around 1500 range. And yeah, that charge ended up in the perfect amount to push him in the crit. So, and then gives him Protect for safety, and should be okay as long as the thing doesn't get smashed over and over. Smash on ground. Dagger's fine.
Casting Protect was a good call there.
It really adds a lot of safety, especially for a marathon where you just want to get through.
Yeah.
Charges just gets cut in half.
Yeah, Shell Dragon is actually being quite polite for Amart.
Yeah.
Very kind. Oh, Shell Daddy.
The enemy that Bomb just encountered, the Ash, it actually is one of the enemies in the game that always starts the fight with max ATB. A few of the early bosses were like that. For example, Sea Lion always starts the fight with max ATB. Black Waltz 2 starts with max ATB. Lonnie starts with max ATB. And that particular random encounter enemy also starts with full ATB no matter what, and it either uses Reflect, which is the good thing for it to use, or it can use Snowstorm, which does a lot of ice AoE damage.
And then this other enemy, the Bomb just encountered, is the Iron Man that we talked about before, that has the cleave attack that can really ruin your day.
Also, the tower.
The tower.
The tower.
So, Bomb and Amart are going to be picking up that weapon, which helps for certain fights because increases Zidane's overall damage. However, there is a risk of getting an extra encounter. Mythic on his route, I believe, will be skipping the tower unless I'm...
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mythic won't
he
be
skips
picking
it,
it up.
yeah. Because
Okay.
we don't need to worry about Zidane's damage on Necron.
And
With Bomb Bomb.
here's that boss I was talking about when I was asked what was my most memorable FF9 wipe.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is Malaris, the first of the 4 Guardians that you fight in Memoria. Again, a callback to the 4 Fiends in FF1.
Yeah. This boss has a bit of a surprise ending at the conclusion of the fight when you kill it. It'll end the fight by casting Raining Swords. So it's a little bit scary the way this fight can go if you're inexperienced with it. But as long as you count damage, you can you have access to a multitude of strats to protect yourself from it.
Yeah, if you don't have auto life, fortunately all of the runners won the card tournament, but there are a few other things you could do to survive. You could have Freya jump just before the last hit if you're counting damage, or you could have Zidane at full HP either defend or change to the back row just before the last hit.
Yeah. But the most swag thing to do is actually to have Freya jump anyway, because you get the best looking party.
I regret to inform
Unfortunately,
you all
enough
that Toju is mad at us for not debating chat with the Malaris death.
No, we already did that
I
once.
was staying silent. I was staying quiet.
We already did it with Festival of the Hun. It's just-
Oh no, Bomb died, everybody. Oh no. There you go. I hope everyone's happy.
Alright, over on Amart's screen, he's got like 65 high potions. I hope that's enough. He's about to do
It should
this.
be.
He's about to do this puzzle in Pandemonium that we didn't get to talk about yet. Basically, you have to avoid these blue lights. If you touch these blue lights while this timer is up, you get put into a random encounter, or not a random encounter, into an encounter that you caused under your own doing, and that causes the timer to run out, and then you have to try the puzzle again. There's a pretty consistent method, though. You just have to like pause your movement at like just above one of the lights, and then you can move across the others without touching. And then here's this other puzzle where basically the game wants you to take a guess as to which number to flick the switch so that you can move up the elevators. If you guess wrong a certain number of times, there's actually an optional ATE that the game will present to you where whatever party members aren't in your current party, they'll stay behind and you can actually control the switch while moving with Zidane. So that kind of helps in casual play, but fortunately for the speedrun, there is one number which if you select it will allow you to go up both elevators instantly. And this screen right here is one of those long screens I was talking about earlier where even though it's a long screen, the danger value increases by so little that it's fairly common to get through this without an encounter. And Imart is choosing not to save at the Moogle before Silver Dragon.
Oh no. I wonder if
might
that
have
was
been
a mistake.
Might have been a habit.
Yeah. Obviously, you know, when we're going for PB attempts in this game, we don't save at any of the Moogles ever, unless you're like first starting out. So, excuse me, sorry. Some of the muscle memory of these runners might take over when there should be a safety save, but again, this, especially on Petra Route, these three bosses are fairly safe. So, we'll see what happens here.
Bomb's coming up on Tiamat. Aerial Slash is fine from Amart. Just slightly underdamaged, so one more attack should do it in.
Yep. Nice and clean fight.
Yeah,
Easy.
with lucky damage rolls, you
Easy.
can 4-hit Silver Dragon. Or with a crit. But sometimes you do need 5.
Mythic, meanwhile, finishing up Disc 3 after this FMV. Gonna be starting up his Disc 4.
So yeah, coming up is Tiamat on Bomb on Team Choco's screen, where it's the only dragon in the game that doesn't also have another modifier that's considered for damage. Even though they do have wings and fly, this is the only one that only has dragon. So we must use Freya's Dragon Killer if possible, because otherwise we're just doing so little damage and it just takes a long time. So we need to try and get the most out of her damage.
Probably like the actual scariest fight of this run, out of the 4 of the Chaos Guardians.
Yeah, Tiamat can be rough.
Tiamat, yeah, he has access to a couple of moves that hit the entire party that we can't protect against. Particularly Jetfire is the scariest one that we will see, potentially.
Yeah. And thankfully, it can only cast Jetfire once, so once it uses it, it won't cast it ever again. So if you see it, you're pretty safe, and you can kind of keep everyone at low HP.
Same thing with Twister, although Twister is not quite as bad.
Yeah. But with the shield armor and Steiner and Zidane at full HP, they should be able to tank Jetfire.
Have we talked about Charge yet?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah.
Cool.
So Charge is an ability that that Steiner can learn from the Coral Sword. That's very important here in Disc 4. It starts to become really important during this fight, where basically Steiner gets to use up some of his MP to have everyone in the party who's in crit HP do a physical attack, which you can see happening right now on Bomb's Tiamat fight. And basically, especially in this fight, because everyone except Freya is rolling really low, having Charge here helps cut down on the number of turns you have to tank against Tiamat before the battle is over.
Yeah, what's really so broken about Charge is the fact that every attack you get from Charge is considered to be a counter-attack by the game from Steiner using the move. So not only does it not consume any party member turns. Thus, they basically get 2 attacks each round if they're in crit HP. But since they are considered counterattacks, a lot of the late game bosses that normally have counter abilities, they cannot countercharge because any boss that can counter cannot counter a counter, if you know what I mean. Basically, the game prevents a counter loop by making any counter attack uncounterable. And since the charge attacks are considered counters, as you're going to see in the next boss fight for Team Choco, it's going to make it so the boss cannot counter a lot of our physical attacks.
Oh, meanwhile, also, on Amart's, we've got another Luna on Kuja.
Yeah, according to Final Fantasy IX logic, Valiapira is a bird, Tiamat is not.
So we're currently 3 for 4 on Lunas. We'll see if Amart gets one on Nova Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be
that's a good Kuja.
Yeah, that was a very solid boss rush for Amart as well. Meanwhile, Bomb's getting a little boned by encounters here in this Disc 4. He's had quite a few so far.
Yeah, we're coming up on the final split for Bomb. As
someone in sorry.
I was just gonna say we're wrapping up Kuja Disc 3 for Team Mog, and Mythic's on his way to Nova Dragon.
Someone in chat wants to know what is Commentary's favorite bird in FF9.
Definitely Valiapira.
Yeah.
the true and false characters in the Ragtime House.
Those are good ones.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they were.
Yeah, they're birds. I mean, they're not on the ground.
For me, probably Ozma.
Yeah, Ozma's a good bird too.
Giant planet thing is a bird.
I like Ark as a bird because it really makes no sense. Because it begs the question, like, does that mean like the Invincible is a bird because it's also an airship?
Yeah, Hades is a bird too.
Hades is also a bird, yeah. Oh man.
Alright,
the final boss is birds. Yeah, Trance Kuja and
Yeah.
Necron are both birds, yes.
So is Death Guys.
Death Guys.
And Death
Oh yes,
Guys,
and
yeah.
of course, Death Guys is as well, yeah.
Alright, see how Mythic does on Nova.
Yeah, so this... Yeah, go ahead, TQ.
This, much to my disappointment, is the last time we're going to see Quina in battle. But, well, okay. Nova Dragon's opening with enemy slash... did I say enemy slash? I meant aerial slash, which does no damage to Quina, fortunately, because I guess Quina has the coronet equipped. So, Quina uses Knight, and so basically... I don't know if he's gonna go for a charge with
miss.
Oh!
Another miss. That's really bad luck. It is really not good luck to get a miss here, unfortunately.
Thankfully it's on Zidane, as we can have Freya revive Zidane and then have Steiner ready for charge, because again, you can't counter, so Nova Dragon's counters can't be procced by these attacks that they're doing.
Yeah.
And we set up Quina again with Knight to try and sleep lock.
I was wondering if he actually got that off. Because
Yeah.
Nova Dragon's really fast. You gotta be very quick with inputs.
Yeah, it's important to note that the ATB reset trick here doesn't work with Nova Dragon, really, because of how fast it is.
How many encounters do you have?
He's got a lot. He must have probably...
Because he just forced one.
He just forced one?
Probably to get Steiner and crit HP.
Okay. He says 59 encounters.
Yeah, so in this fight, since Mythic can't do the ATB reset, basically he has to queue all of the commands, including Knight, before the first physical attack hits Nova Dragon.
Yeah.
And if that happens, Nova Dragon, while it will instantly select a new command, it will be put to the back of the queue behind Queena's Knight, and as long as Knight doesn't miss, Nova Dragon's ATB will be reset again, and it will once again reset its command, and I think this fight is gonna go okay, other than that rough start.
Should be fine, as long as it hits. There we go. That should be good.
Alright, this should be the last turn. Hey,
just one
Weasel,
more.
there we go. You want to talk about 2-turn Kraken?
I actually don't know the two.
Okay.
I've never looked it up.
I can help out. So with the Petro route, we can do a 2-turn Kraken fight. We kind of wait and see. You can try and go for it if everyone's good at ATBs, but we want to wait and see what Kraken does first. So Freeze is the perfect opener. So now we need to share attacks, 2 attacks between each of the tentacles, and have Freya go last. And then as these tentacles are dying, we can queue up our next actions for the next turn. So we can attack with Zidane on Kraken himself to start dealing damage, and hopefully he gets into crit HP, so Steiner can queue up Charge. So the reason we do that is because when a tentacle dies, it deprioritizes Kraken's ATB that he has set to the bottom of the queue. So any actions you have set already for that will already be going in, and you get to kind of beat him. And so if Zidane gets the attack on Kraken and he gets put to crit HP, he has 4 people in crit HP doing charge, and then we have another attack from Amaranth finishing out the round of that attacks. Then we just wait and see what he does again, and then we just finish up with a charge and a couple attacks.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool strat that you can only do when you pick up the tower. And it can make pretty quick work of this otherwise very painful boss fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately there was a miss, but that's fine. Usually he does Water Ga. Oh, a natural leg. Okay.
Yeah, this is actually a
interesting.
rather unusual fight.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the odds for Water Ga are, but it seems to be more common than a leg. Because leg is his counter.
does, yeah.
And he didn't counter that leg either, so he can queue up these charge and just attack, I believe. I don't think Freya needs any more AP. Maybe she does for auto float. No, he should have diamond gloves. Just as Zidane needs the AP. Yeah, that's it. Transfer for Crystal World, oh no.
You could see a Earthshake open on Lich.
Yeah.
It would still kind of be a waste because Lich goes down pretty quickly anyway. But
Unlike the other 3, Lich is kind of a really big, kind of a pushover. He doesn't have any counters, any sort of special tricks. He just has a bunch of different abilities that we can kind of mitigate. There. Oh, that's not good.
No trance.
Yeah, so now we're going to change to try and buy quicklies, which seemed to work out.
gets a natural flee.
Yeah, that was a good.
From a behemoth.
Oh right, there's a save point here.
Yeah, there's quite a few save points that are tucked away that you might not ever find if you don't look for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So all three runners are now on disc 4. So we're in the home stretch here. Mythic is Team Tomberry heading towards Meliris. Again, we'll be skipping the tower. And Bomb Team Choco is going to be heading towards the last of the 4 Chaos Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
Lich.
Well, Bomb does pick up the tower in his route. Mythic will be the only one that's not picking up the tower.
Yeah, he just goes for the Ori for the rest. And the Ori does have the +1 speed, so paired with auto haste helps get out fleas a little bit, just a little bit quicker.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the reason for Mythic skipping the tower is because when we get to Necron, he will not revive Zidane. It's just going to be Freya and Steiner on Mythic's Necron fight as a preview.
Bye, tower. Man, I hope Bomb Bomb gets that Excalibur too. It's coming close.
I know.
He only has another 3 hours and some change to get it. Hopefully we can get through this boss.
The holy grail of gaming, apparently.
It really is amazing the way that, because the Excalibur 2 exists, this game basically was intended to be speedrun. Like,
Yeah.
it's pretty cool. The fact that there's an item that you can only get if you get to it within 12 hours of starting the game is basically like, yeah, speedrunning, before speedrunning was even really a thing.
Said if you ever want to do like a casual attempt at getting Excalibur 2, you can. You could probably be perfectly fine using the speedrun notes and just saving
absolutely.
Yep.
once an hour or so.
Yeah.
And also, go ahead.
I just realized something.
Yeah.
Freya and Steiner are birds. Look, they're floating.
Oh yeah, they are.
Oh no, I hope Lich doesn't have Bird Killer.
Wait.
Puexel, me too. The reason that I ever got into FF9 speedrunning was because I knew Excalibur 2 was a thing, so yeah, it's pretty cool.
Hopefully we get to see the swag finish over on Mythic's run. Oh, actually, I think he runs Auto Life on Amaranth.
Yeah,
Yes,
he
he
has
does.
Auto Life Amaranth, yep. Because
Yeah.
he's the
Amaranth.
AP, I believe, for body temp. I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we won't get to see the funny ending. Damn.
Maybe we'll see the funny ending on Amart's. Even though he has Rebirth Ring, maybe he'll do it. Alright, and with that, Bomb Bomb is going to get ready for the perhaps most infamous boss in FF9 speedrunning.
Yeah.
Death Guys, the almighty Death Guys. You know, y'all, we've been talking about him since, basically since the very beginning. What is the big deal with Death Guys?
Well,
Oh boy.
Death Guys will open the fight with Meteor. And Meteor is kind of the biggest dice roll in this game. And that's saying a lot. Meteor will do a random amount of damage on each character in your party between 50 and 4,900. And the most that any character will have on any of these rats will be like 2,800 on Zidane with HP plus 20%. So you can die, and there is nothing you can do about it, even with Rebirth Ring. Rebirth Ring increases your chances of surviving Meteor, but it doesn't guarantee it at all. That's the first turn. Then there's every other turn after that. You can be stuck in spin and win hell, because spin is quite a hard-hitting physical attack on the entire party, and it forces you to elixir Steiner, because we want Steiner alive to deal the majority of the damage, and then we also will eventually need to elixir Zidane on top of that as well. What we're really hoping for with most of our runs is to get Zidane into... we want to get Death Guys into the close phase, which is much safer for the run. He uses a combination of Death, which only affects one character, which is perfectly fine, and also does miss. Level 5 Death, which doesn't miss, but as long as we've done everything correctly, we shouldn't see any characters on level 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amart's got a
Also-
little sketchy on Nova Dragon. As
think
Steiner
he'll
went
be
down,
fine.
but this tidal wave is good now. Yeah, just one more hit. And if not,
Yep.
then the second follow-up should do it.
Amart was able to get Luna off.
There we go.
So, and we got a Mr. Cleave on Mythic on Team
Oh.
Tomberry.
Ooh.
And something else to point out is that on Bomb Bomb, he did burn through the trance. He got tranced on Crystal World, but he had Flea queued up, so he was able to get the Flea off. That's another scary point, that trance can happen. Not to mention one of the later bosses. But in Crystal World, if you trance before you get your Flea queued up, you have no way to get out of these fights unless you just try and hope you can get the quick fleas off.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. So,
Just so anyone was wondering, I've seen Death Guys stay open for 22 turns.
Yup.
22.
He can stay open
He's
for
guaranteed.
a long time.
Yeah.
He's guaranteed to stay open for 4 turns, I think it is, after Meteor. And after that, he has a 1 in 3 chance of closing, 1 in 4 chance of closing.
That sounds right. Yeah.
But it's constantly random, so it's just a dice roll that every turn he gets, he can close, or he can just keep ruining your day with spin.
Yeah.
And it looks like Bomb Bomb is finishing up his run with 64 encounters.
64. It's that's pretty high. It's not
It's a little high.
it's not the highest it could get, but
One for
I've
each staircase in FF4.
Sure.
yeah.
Dude, that's a reference in Final Fantasy 9 to Final Fantasy 4. 64 encounters.
Easy. We told you this game was full of references.
So we got Mythic going into Tiamat and Bomb Bomb going into Death Guys.
Oh man, everyone wants the high rolls out.
All right, let's get some Bomb Bomb blesses in chat to see if we can bless Bomb Bomb with some good luck. Or some bad luck if you want the race to be closer. I'm not your dad.
Oh, there's a Jetfire on Mythic.
Oof.
You can see it. There's quite a
If there's any
That's quite a bit.
consolation, it's a lot better he does it at the start of the fight.
Absolutely, yeah. Because he can only cast Jetfire once per fight. So, all right, let's see how this meteor goes for Team Choco here.
Here we go, roll the dice.
Roll the dice.
Here we go.
Oh, there it is.
Ow.
Still a chance.
There's
still a
still a
chance for
chance.
Demon's Claw.
He can survive.
That's
Nope.
Ow.
There it is. All right, everybody, that's FF9 speedrunning for you. Now imagine that's at the end of like an 8.5, 9-hour PB attempt, and you
Yeah.
haven't done a safety save, and you're like, well, I guess I'm not finishing today.
it. Yeah. Oh,
Better
there's
it ha-
a
He's gonna
roulette
death
for
guys.
anymore.
Better it happen to Bomb Bomb now than when he's on world record pace.
Yeah,
Absolutely, yeah.
for sure.
So let's
Try that again.
let's see if he can get this get it on round 2 here.
Meanwhile, Mythic has finished off Tiamat here. And Aimart is actually not far away from him either. I believe. Or is he? No, he's approaching Malorus. Sorry.
Yeah, he's coming up on Malorus, and he will be grabbing the tower.
Yes. Alright. Second dice roll for Bomb Bomb.
Round 2, fight!
I've got the death guys fever.
So,
Hope you got it
let's
too.
keep track of the score. It's currently 1-0 to Death Guys.
Yeah. Getting his cursor over the item so that he can queue up an item if necessary as soon as possible.
There we go.
Okay, alright.
Manageable.
We can work with this.
Yeah.
So yeah, we primarily want to try and get Zidane up to manageable HP because he's going to be kind of our medic in this Death Guy's fight. He's not going to be doing any attacking unless we know that he's like 1,000 HP away from dying.
Yeah.
But Steiner's going to be our damage
That-
dealer, so we want to try and attack as much as possible. But we can also use him to elixir himself to keep him in
And
safe
that's also
HP
a very
range.
good result. Yeah, it's a very good result for Death Guys to only kill off Freya there. because now we can actually queue up Steiner to start doing damage and have Zidane heal him with elixirs.
Yep.
So we basically count to 6 in this scenario.
Yes, Death Guys only uses Meteor once, someone asked in chat. He only uses it one time at the very beginning of the fight.
Yep. And then he doesn't do it ever again.
If the fight becomes safe enough, Bomb might opt to revive Amaranth here to throw something.
Yeah, typically we'll see him do that once Death Guys closes to do a little bit of extra damage, and also to provide an extra target to for Death Guys' death spell, which is an instant KO to whoever it hits. So obviously we're gonna want to do what we can to stop that from being on Steiner. But so far it's looking like he's getting all of his hits in between these spins.
Also, I just noticed on Team Tonberry's screen, Mythic got an encounter with the Veteran. The Veteran has an ability it can use called Roulette, which will randomly insta-kill one of the 5 targets on screen. And if Roulette targets the actual enemy, he got another
a preemptive.
But this time's preemptive. But as I was saying, if it opts to kill itself, it's not necessarily a good thing. Because, first of all, it drops a topaz, I think, in your inventory, which can mess up some menus.
It's
and
really
also,
annoying to have that topaz.
it can also put your party members at unfavorable levels, because
Yeah.
there are 2 bosses on Disc 4 that can use level 5 depth. One is Lich, and the other is Death Guys. Although Death Guys can only use it when it closes. And I believe Freya and Amaranth are usually level 24, and Steiner is level 29?
So I want to point out.
I was exactly right. On Amar's screen, Freya and Amaranth are 24, Steiner's 29. So if they were to level up one more time, we could see 3 characters die to level 5 death.
I want to point out real quick that that Bomb managed to make it through that Death Guys fight without Death Guys ever closing. That is pretty rare, but he thankfully had enough elixirs to survive every round of
I think he's actually
from Death
run
Guys.
out though.
Yeah,
he's
he used up all of his elixirs. He had just enough. He did have to.
Could be scary. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what happens.
But yeah. So we have again, something to mention is Mythic as he's going through Memoria. He typically has the battle boots equipped on Freya, which offers a 1 in 3 chance of having a preemptive strike, which allows him to escape from battles a lot quicker and not, get these little animations. But so here's Transkuja, if anybody wants to explain how he works.
Yeah, so Transkuja is a bird, as you know. And basically, this fight, you can attack once with each Zidane, Freya, and Amaranth before he gets into an HP threshold, at which he will counter every attack with Flare Star, which can be a devastating attack. So after we do our first round of hits from everyone except Steiner, we're going to be relying on Steiner's charge ability for the rest of the fight. And, if TK doesn't troll too much, we will be able to get through it pretty fast. Freya attacking Zidane to heal him. That's I haven't seen that before. That's really cool.
Pumice piece, the Pumice piece heals holy damage, and Freya does holy.
That was extremely smart. So this is looking like it's going to be a fairly clean TK fight because the next round should kill. But, something... Flare Star is an AoE attack that does...
Target Steiner.
Commentary curse. Sorry, Bomb. Flare Star is an AoE spell that can do a lot of damage to everyone. And TK can use it as not a counter as well. But thankfully right here, Reflect is kind of the best thing to see him do because it's just a waste of a turn for him, basically. It's just another turn that he doesn't do any damage to the party. And that's Transkuja.
That's it.
Pretty nice fight, despite getting trolled twice.
Only one boss left for old Team Chocobo.
Yep. So, yeah, we're almost at the end of the race for Team Chocobo. This has been a really great run from Bomb Bomb. We probably have, what, like 5 minutes left on his run?
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah.
And we're kind of up on the Tiamat split for Amart and Mythic's entering in the Kraken.
Ooh, and Amart gets jet fired.
Oh yeah, we have a lot to explain about Necron, huh? About the whole trance situation, about how he works. Got a lot of time.
It doesn't look like Bomb Bomb is going to trance.
Yeah. So let's just talk about the ATBs.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to jump in on that.
Okay, so Necron basically has 4 functioning ATBs. Each have their own pool of attacks. There's one pool that has access to Flare, Holy, and Meteor. There's one that has access to Faraga, Blizzaga, and Thundaga. There's one that has access to Shell, Protect, and Kiraga. And there's one that is on a cycle of Blue Shockwave, Grand Cross, and Neutron Ring. As party members are either taken into critical HP or are knocked out, those the first 3 of those ATBs will eventually be deactivated, but the last one of Blue Shockwave, Grand Cross, Neutron Ring is never deactivated. So at the start of this fight, Bomb Bomb is going to suicide his 3 characters, Zidane, Steiner, and Amaranth, and what's his name? Necron will do Blue Shockwave first turn. His next queued turn will be Grand Cross and Neutron Ring, which is a death sentence for our party. So to skip that, he's going to jump, and that's going to cause Necron to just skip those turns. And when Freya lands, he's going to start Phoenix Downing and bringing his party back up to work his ATB back down. I think I covered everything.
Yeah. Basically, the way it works is that Neutron Ring is in the script to always happen when Necron is in a certain attack stance. Like, if Necron ever uses Grand Cross, it goes into this attack or battle animation where it's the ring on its back is spinning. When that ring is spinning, that means the next queued attack, no matter when Necron uses it, is going to be Neutron Ring. However, if you skip Grand Cross, the ring never stops spinning, and therefore Neutron Ring never happens, and it's skipped over, and it just moves on to Blue Shockwave. But if the thing about this skip is that there is a sort of a timing to it. If all the party members get knocked out before the first Blue Shockwave, you actually have to wait a few seconds. Otherwise, because of
this Thundaga all, yeah, he's gonna have to wait.
Yeah.
This is not good.
This is a little hairy.
So it opened up with Blue Shockwave and killed Freya.
This should be safe. But actually,
I don't know.
I'm sure.
Freya's not going to get her turn in time.
Yeah, she's not gonna get her turn.
Grand Cross.
It was a Blue Shockwave into a Black Magic all.
Oh, he made a big mistake. He should not have killed off Zidane there.
I think they were all queued up. Because I didn't think he would.
So as I was alluding to, even if he were to jump after this Grand Cross animation, does Freya have auto life there? Because
she does,
yeah, she did, yeah.
There was actually a chance that he could have survived if he got really lucky with that Grand Cross roll.
Wow.
The Neutron Ring would have just knocked Freya out, and auto life would have revived her, and he could have done the fight normally.
No, she already used auto life when she got Thundaga. So
it was
Blue wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, Blue Shockwave into a Thundaga all killed her, and then since Blue Shockwave already went off, she was just gonna get hit by Grand Cross no matter what.
Oh,
all right. So who wants to explain Trance Kuja this time? Do you think I did an okay? Do you think I did an okay job last time?
I don't know if this was mentioned, but I think you all talked a bit about Flare Star. Basically, it's in his script where Trance Kuja doesn't use any counterattacks until he loses half his health. After he loses half his health, he's scripted to counter with Flare Star, and then after that, there's a random chance that he'll counter attacks with either Flare Star or Kiraga. Now, as I mentioned earlier, all the attacks from Charge are considered counterattacks, so as long as we only use Charge in the second half of the fight, he will never be able to proc that automatic Flare Star counter because you cannot counter a counter attack. However, he can use Flare Star as a standard attack.
Yep.
That is 100% random, which is why he's opting to keep Zidane at full HP for safety. He also has Steiner at crit health, which is going to help quite a bit with damage.
At the very least, it does appear that he's having a cleaner TK fight this time around, so at least we get to see more of that. Meanwhile, Mythic is on his way to Lich, and that is making good time here. And Amar, I actually missed which boss Amar just finished. Was that Kraken he just finished up?
No, it was Tiamat. So no,
it's Tiamat.
He's prepping for Kraken right now. Kraken
for
and
Kraken.
Lich menu.
Cool.
But Bomb Bomb was able to finish through another TK, and
Very nice. All right, round 2, Bomb Bomb, you got this. Really, there wasn't much Bomb Bomb could have done about that. Like, it was kind of just really bad luck for
just bad luck, yeah.
Because
Blue Shockwave,
Necron. Yeah,
Blue Shockwave, instantly putting a character to 1 HP, and then a Black Magic all.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing you can do. That's just bad luck.
Yeah. Thankfully, that kind of thing doesn't happen very often in like actual runs. That was just some big marathon luck right there. Not unheard of, but
as we see, Amar is one boss behind still on Mythic.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's just the way the dice land sometimes.
Yep. Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it, because once the auto life is popped and Freya's ATB is back to 0, she can't outspeed Necron, and Grand Cross will just go off, and then it's followed by Neutron Ring.
Yep.
This is one of the reasons why it can still be a little bit dangerous to skip the Rebirth Ring, because if you get that bad RNG with Necron, in fact, like even if Necron were to open the fight with a spell instead of using it after Blue Shockwave, if you didn't have auto life on Freya, well, I mean, you could try ATB waiting with another party member in Phoenix Downing, but you're still going to get Grand Cross, because then that party member is going to have no opportunity to knock themselves out.
Yeah,
right.
It's very sticky.
A good rule of thumb with Necron is if you see Grand Cross late in the fight, it's usually a mistake the runner made. If you see Grand Cross right away, there's really nothing that you can do.
Yeah, it's just usually pretty,
Alright, round 2. Let's see how it goes.
And there's no space duel encounter on Mythic's screen as he goes through Crystal World.
Let's just enjoy the, alright.
Much better setup. Yeah, as long as they get off these attacks and Freya jumps.
Mm-hmm.
Having those attacks queued up on the allies after Blue Shockwave guarantees that we're going to get the jump skip properly. And once Freya lands, we can start reviving and getting our damage in.
Cool.
Because we have 3 Blue Shockwaves before it casts Grand Cross again, so we got to get our damage in as quickly as possible.
Time is going to be coming up for Team Choco in probably about a minute, 90 seconds. Till then, we can enjoy this big banger.
Mm-hmm. And while trance is still possible, you can just ATB hold, and it's pretty much home free from here.
Yeah, trance is only a problem in this fight if Freya trances before she does her jump. I don't remember exactly what the last hit on this one is, so Rome or Diesel, if one of y'all want to call the time.
I just look at the ATBs and just call it whenever I see the stop.
Perfect.
And I think this is either Frey or Steiner. Probably the Steiner one. Time.
GG, Bomb Bomb.
GG.
Dang.
What a run.
What a run, buddy.
GG, buddy.
I have no words. That was so bad.
Very nicely played.
Speech.
Just thanks to the organizers of this event, and thanks to everybody that ran. Thanks to everybody that watched. You guys are great. Except for everyone who's rooting against me. No, I'm kidding. Thanks,
Come on,
thanks
Bomb
everybody.
Bomb.
Seriously.
We all love an underdog story.
That was a
All
great
right.
run, Bomb Bomb. Good job to all the runners, not just in this race, but the entire relay.
Yeah.
All the runners that participate in this event are phenomenal.
Yeah, it's been such a awesome weekend of so many cool runs. So really an honor to bring it home with y'all. So speaking of bringing it home, coming up next is Team Tonberry. Mythic is about to fight Death Guys. So let's see how it treats them.
Yeah, let's see if we can get good Death Guys from Tonberry, and Amart was able to wrap up Lich, get the Excalibur 2, and he's right on Mythic's tail. What's it gonna be, Death Guys? Oh wow, the rare Freya survives.
Solo Freya!
Alright.
This is workable though. Ooh, and a Zidane
Oh.
trance.
Ooh.
Thankfully that trance animation gives Zidane time to auto regen to have a few ticks, so we don't need to worry about healing him as immediately. Meanwhile, Amart's entering Crystal World, so he is not very far behind Mythic at this point.
Trying to mitigate having that ATB open for Death Guys, because Death Guys is very fast and he can
Yeah.
sneak in a turn there when you think you're in the clear.
It's also worth noting that because Mythic has auto haste on Zidane, his regen ticks are going to be faster than if he hadn't. So it's a nice combination.
Yeah, keeps Zidane nice and healthy without having to worry about elixirs on him, because he doesn't need any MP.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he didn't re-equip HP 10.
That's okay. He can do it without it.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Alright, Death Guys is closed. So I think Mythic's gonna bring up Amaranth.
So Amaranth's got some little weapons to throw, and they'll do a decent chunk of damage. He's got two spare he's got two spare defenders and an Avenger to throw. I believe the defender does more damage. Or no, the Avenger, okay.
And he's going to opt to kill Steiner here so that he can have Steiner in crit HP for Transkuja. Because he knew that Amaranth could throw Mithril Claw or Avenger and do enough damage to kill. So that was a very, very well played Death Guys from Mythic. No deaths, and very good reactions to everything. We've got Amart over on Team Mog, doing his last menu for before
just
facing
tossed
the beast.
Yep, tossed a couple elixirs and gonna do a safety save before Death Guys, and he's about to head in there too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as C said, keeping Steiner in yellow HP is really nice because Steiner can charge off of himself and do that quad 9 damage without any counters from TK. Yeah, again, the fact that it's 78 hours into a weekend-long marathon,
Yeah,
and we're this close across all these games,
yeah,
is incredible.
It's pretty cool, especially with the fact that I'm pretty sure each team was in the lead at some point or another throughout the weekend, and I think each team had a pretty significant lead at least once throughout the whole weekend. So the fact that we kind of had a bit of ebbing and flowing throughout the whole relay has been really cool. All right, Mythic's going into TK as Amart heads into Death Guys. Enjoy the tunes, and let's hope that Amart doesn't get smacked too hard.
Oh, there's a Flare Star.
Opening
Star
with a
opener
Flare
for-
Star. That
Of
is
course.
the worst
A 1
thing
in-
possible.
That's a 1 in 7 chance, because
It can miss, so...
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it does
missed on the 2 Evady boys.
Yeah.
So there's just a Phoenix down. Get some damage in.
It looks like Amart
yeah.
was able to survive his first meteor.
Oh yeah,
Good.
and
Yeah.
Freya survived as well.
Oh, yes.
That's another Freya survive.
Yeah, this
Was
is
that-
good.
Did all 3 of them have Freya survive a meteor? That's
I think so, yeah. I think Bomb's
pretty
first
wild.
match, guys. Or no, his
it's
second
pretty
one.
wild.
Looks like Mythic is doing pretty good here on TK. And Amart is getting towards a stable spot for
Fire.
Death Guys. Would of course be better if Death Guys were to close.
And of course, it's on our key
Ooh.
DPS guy, Steiner. Unfortunate, so we gotta revive him, and
Nice
hope TK doesn't
counterattack.
do that again.
Yeah. Nice counterattack on Death Guys for Amart. Oof. So we got some split screen action going on right here. Both of these fights are really
And is Steiner on his 4th going into his 5th attack for Amart?
it
this
looks
is
like
not
Amart's
kill?
doing a shift break.
Oh, he's gonna shift
here.
break. Okay, that should do
Yeah,
quad
that
9
should
because
do
he has
it.
a high enough attack. Yeah, with the tower, that should
Close to quad 9.
all close to quad. Yeah.
Alright,
Oh, no,
and
he's gonna- He can just go with the double shift break,
Oh.
though.
yeah.
I think that should be enough.
Yeah, that should be good.
And Mythic finishing up on TK. Honestly, very well played fights from both of them.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, we don't need AP, so whoever survives the death guy survives, and we
Yeah.
just move on.
That actually worked out really well for Amart
Yeah.
because now Steiner will be in critical HP
Yeah.
as well.
That's a good point.
So, I want to real quick talk about the setup Mythic has going into Necron. So, it's going to be the same fight mechanically on the enemy side of things, but one major difference that Mythic is going to be doing is he won't be reviving Zidane at any point in the fight. Once Zidane and Amaran are down, they're done. He's just going to worry about using Freya to revive Steiner, because with Steiner having auto haste, you can ATB weight Steiner's attacks, and basically outspeed Necron enough times to get extra attacks in to do enough damage to kill Necron without having to have 3 characters up. That's like the last like big benefit of getting auto haste in this speed run, and it's really cool to see in action. I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, one thing about Necron is that because they gave Necron all the dummy ATB gauges, they actually made Necron fairly slow for a Disc 4 boss.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, they made it so Necron's main gauge only charges at like, I don't know, I think it has a speed of like 24 or something. So even if you don't get auto haste, it's possible to actually ATB weight Zidane on this fight. You could get if you do the no Tantarian route, you ideally would get 2 Zidane, or I guess technically it's 4 attacks because you have the 2 charges. But yeah, so you would ideally get 2 Zidane standalone attacks with ATB weight. But in this case, Mythic did fight Tantarian and has auto haste, so like he will be using Steiner to ATB weight Necron, and it's possible to just do this without even using charge if you get enough damage.
Yeah,
but I think Mythic might just opt to go for the safest route unless Mythic has a calculator on him.
Mm-hmm. The target is to do 14,104 damage with Freya's attacks because Steiner makes up the rest. Steiner's attacks take care of the rest of Necron's HP. So we're gonna see. He's probably calculating it. We'll see if he can get it done chargeless. Even without chargeless, it's still a very, it's still a pretty fast way of taking care of Necron. So it'll be fun to see it in action.
Mm-hmm.
All right, looks like it's a
Blue Shockwave
right
on
off the
Freya,
bat.
which is
On
not
Freya.
good. Hopefully we
Please
can get
no.
the kills off before Black Magic comes out.
Please no black
Okay.
magic. Nice. Okay.
Good. Whew. Yeah, single Blue Shockwave before anyone's queued up and dead. It's
Yeah,
a little scary, but
once you've got 2 characters either dead or in crit,
Yeah.
the black magic won't be cast anymore.
yep. And yep. And Amar's done with TK, so he's on to Necron as well.
These two are actually finishing really close to each other.
Yep.
Yeah, this is gonna be good.
Yeah,
And
as
in
we
the
can
grand
see.
scheme of things, they're both gonna be finishing. You know, maybe I shouldn't say anything yet, but they're both gonna be finishing under 20 minutes behind Bomb. That's pretty close for a 78-hour marathon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Another Blue Shockwave.
Yep. So Mythic's gonna queue up the Steiner attack and then hold ATB with Freya. Once Steiner's ATB goes back to 0, he can queue up the charge now, and time should be coming up for Mythic on Steiner's last hit. Time. GG Mythic.
GG Mythic.
GG.
GG, mate.
That was
Well done.
a heck of a run. I don't think Mythic is in Discord voice right now, but I'm sure if he was, he would be saying something like, "Holy moly, mates, that was quite a run." And just for good measure, now we've got Amart coming up on the to bring us home, to close out the FF relay. Yeah, so Amart's is going to be hopefully the same as Bomb's second Necron fight, and then that'll be it. I guess we'll just watch and see what happens. Yeah, let's get as many jams and sour pleases and whatever else y'all want in the chat. This is the big one.
Our last opportunity to listen to one of the best final boss themes.
Yeah. Okay, Shell. So Shell does nothing in this circumstance because it just negates the power of magic attacks. We won't be using any magic here.
That is one thing we didn't talk about with Necron. Necron has a chance of casting.
Ooh, wait,
Protect.
hold on. Freya tranced.
Oh.
No.
I think if he jumps now, he's okay.
Yeah, but he's going to have to make sure he keeps track of
Yeah.
where the ATB is positioned after he finishes his trance.
I'm pretty sure when Freya finally lands, you're supposed to jump immediately.
It kind of depends on this route, but usually yes.
So, if I may, if he had
please.
just jumped immediately after he saw Blue Shockwave, he would have been fine, because Steiner still hadn't gone. So he would have just done a normal, or Freya would have just done a normal jump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but as I was about to say before that happened, if Necron casts Protect, depending on your route, you can do one of two things. If you have haste, like Team Tomberry did, you can still kill Necron the normal way, except you would have to charge with Steiner every turn instead of attacking, and you would need to make sure you don't ATB weight too much, because you would need to make sure that the Protect status wears off.
Yeah, and there it
Before a
is.
certain time.
So he still has a chance here because Freya's auto life has not been used. So we'll see what happens after Grand Cross and Neutron Ring. Because basically, if he's able to survive Grand Cross and be revived by auto life after Neutron Ring, we can just start the whole cycle over again. And it's going to take more time, obviously, but he still has the potential to finish this without resetting. The main status ailment that would hinder that is if Freya got zombied here, which she did not. It looks like she got berserked, troubled, and slept. So she's gonna get auto-lifed now, and he'll be able to start the whole process again.
Yeah. Even if Freya did get zombied, zombie doesn't prevent auto-life from activating, so...
Okay. I actually didn't know that, but that's good to know. Alright, so...
But about Protect, if you get Protect Necron without auto-haste, you just have to jump a second time. So you lose a lot out of time there. And if by some chance you get Protect and Trance, well then you would have to jump, I guess, 3 times. But fortunately, that Protect didn't happen to any of our runners, and it looks like Amart's gonna finish.
Yeah.
Nice recovery from Amart. It's really hard sometimes when something like that happens to keep your cool about it, but he played it off well.
Once in a marathon run, I actually saw a player get Grand Cross and Neutron Ring, and the Grand Cross inflicted poison status, and Freya actually died from the poison tick during the Neutron Ring animation.
Oh my gosh.
And Neutron Ring missed.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
Time is coming up for Amart on Team Mog.
And Auto Life still revived her.
This free attack probably. No, just one more
time.
Time.
GG Amart.
GG Amart.
That was a really good disc 4. Holy crap.
GG buddy.
GG buddy.
GG, man.
Really well played.
I'm still really bummed about that Germinus Boots blunder, but we got there
It
in the
happens,
end.
man.
We got there.
Yeah.
Still
Still really had a lot of fun with with all of you, just being able to represent the community. And as they mentioned earlier, I did give away my names to the relay for charity, so raised a fair bit of money for charity actually, which is honestly a bigger victory. So thanks again for including me, and yeah.
Yeah. Just want to say thanks for having me, and thanks for having us commentate the FF9 run. That was a lot of fun. Congrats to all the runners of all the games, and thanks for everyone.
Same here. Thanks.
It was indeed.
Thanks very much,
Wow, I
everybody.
got it back to within 5 minutes. Wasn't I like 18 minutes behind that going into disc 4?
Real quick before we go, I just want to say,
Wow.
anyone watching who wants to run FF9, please come join us. It's a lot of fun. I love running this game. It's one of the best things that's ever happened to me. Speedrun.com/FF9. Please join us. There's so many different ways to run the game, and we want you to do it too. Thanks everybody for having me on commentary and for doing this run. This was a lot of fun.
So since Bomb Bomb won, he has to sing Melodies of Life, right?
No.
Oh.
I think that's Maelstrom that has to do it.
Oh, okay.
I guess we'll find out in a sec.
Yeah.
I'll pass on my thanks as well. Pretty much just reiterating what the previous runners and commentators have said. Thank you, everyone, for coming in. Thank you to the organisers that have done such a great job putting this together. Thank you for all the runners for putting in a great show and absolutely smashing out all of these games. It's been a great event. Thank you very much.
And also thank you to RPG Limit Break for allowing the organizers to host this great event. It's one of the best of RPG speedrun events every single year, and it was an honor to be a part of it in some way.
Well, here we are again. We made it to the end. We had another event. Yeah, wow. I think this was a lot closer than we thought it was going to be in the end, for sure. And it was especially probably the closest event we've had so far, which was just amazing to see. Obviously, anyone who was here kind of at the end of yesterday and even this morning, things were pretty close all the way up to, well, really like the last couple of games. And even then, people managed to pull it back right at the end. Super awesome.
Yeah, I mean, FF9 started like 2 minutes apart between two teams, and all three teams finishing less than 20 minutes apart is just crazy. It was for sure the closest relay we've ever had. That was a treat to watch.
The results are in, and yet again, Team Choco has won, which does mean that the score is currently 5 events for them, 2 for Team Mog, and unfortunately Team Tombury still hasn't managed to win an event. However, absolutely everybody who was involved this time should feel incredibly proud of themselves. This was really great. We had a lot of awesome runs, some great showings of sportsmanship as well when things didn't go quite to plan. Everyone should be really happy with what they've done. All the runners, all the commentators as well. It was all great. Everyone who's been watching, who's been enjoying it, who's been talking about the event on social media, who's been just hanging out and chilling in the chat, you're all awesome.
I mean, yeah. Just how close this is just a testament to how much practice all of these runners have put into these games, and it's really paid off, I think. And not just the runners that played, but thanks to all the backup runners that we had, and the runners that put in a lot of practice to try and make the cut for the relay, but we only have 3 teams, so there's a lot of people that didn't get to play. But thanks to those guys as well, and all the signups that we had. I mean, this year we had around 150 signups, which is just a crazy amount. So thanks to everyone that signed up, and all the commentary as well. With all the runners and commentary people, there's like over 100 people involved. So huge thank you to everyone involved.
I think that with the sign-up sheets as well, the moment that we put them up, it was maybe like a couple of hours in, and we'd already passed the maximum that we'd had before then as well this year, I think. I feel like that was a thing.
Yeah, I think even within the first couple of days, we'd already hit up to probably 80, 90 signups, which was a crazy amount of response. Also, I think we've noted it a couple of times, but we had many more Japanese runners involved in the event this year as well, which was really great to see. And it's been really nice to kind of interact across the community lines like that a little bit more, and hopefully that continues in the future.
Yeah, a special shout out as well to, because a lot of the Japanese runners, some of them have been running different routes on a lot of the games, and they've provided a lot of support towards not just the commentary teams, but towards ourselves as well, so we can help to understand the differences in how they run things. And they've been nothing but absolute gems when it comes to helping us out too. So a huge thank you to all the members of the Japanese community who've been helping us out with this one.
Yeah, they've been so much fun to sort of work with and setting us up. It's been a lot of fun in the chat, and like behind the scenes as well on our Discord server. They've been really fun to hang out with and discuss strategies and stuff.
And I think it's been mentioned a couple of times, but we want to say thank you again to RPG Limit Break. This is a great platform for all kinds of community events for really all RPGs, not just Final Fantasy. You should definitely follow the channel and consider subscribing if you want to support more events like this in the future.
There's plenty of stuff going on here all the time. It's definitely worth sticking around. Also want to say thank you to Hoishin, who did a lot of translating work behind the scenes, like an absolutely ridiculous amount of translating work, especially at very short notice sometimes. And without him, we definitely wouldn't have been able to have that kind of Japanese outreach that we managed to get this year. So huge shout outs to him. Also, thank you to Chris Naria and Mr. Swanzig, who actually helped us quite a bit behind the scenes with things like stream testing and some technical changes. The event wouldn't have run as smoothly without them for sure. Casa as well, or Casa, I'm not entirely sure how to say, but he's the person who managed to do the artwork for the event, so the new emotes that are on the layout and you can use in the chat, thanks to him. Did a great job.
Hectombre one as well. Oh.
Yeah, that's super awesome.
Thanks to Seven Turns as well for letting us use his machine and network for the weekend. Once again, it's just like sacrificing up hardware for us to use. Consistent and stable as always. We had no stream outages or anything. It's pretty good.